Welcome back to the 12 hours of the Daytona race on the Worldsimseries platform. A little bit less than 8 hours to go, and still a similar situation to what it was when we took our short break. International Racing Team in the lead, though they lost roughly 15 seconds to Sean Clark Racing during the last pit stops. We have a new team currently in the third position. That's Racing Sandwiches. They are 1.1 lap down from the leaders, two which are in the same lap. We have a situation in turn 1. I think there was a small contact. There comes Bing Bong Racing Team, and this will be a battle for P3 between Bing Bong and Racing Sandwiches. Nice name, by the way, for the team to participate in the Daytona 12 hours event. Maybe some rivals who will who will become feeling a little bit hungry will try to catch up those sandwiches to try and fill up their stomachs a little bit to live throughout these remaining hours. It's not a 24-hour race, which usually is the case with the Daytona event. This is a virtual one, so 12 hours was chosen to be a little bit more fittable to most of the teams. This is a weekend, and 24 hours sometimes do demand too much. RSTP esports team are currently 5th. Midlap Rise is currently 6th, 9.7 seconds behind RSTP. MT24HS 7th. And there goes our Dream to Drive team. 3 pit stops already. They took 2 long stops. I believe they are looking at the GT3 class and trying to figure out why I'm not getting those long pit stop numbers to the account. So Midlap Crisis are also on 2 long pit stops. Dream to Drive is the second team with 2 long pit stops completed. Baklajani currently in the pit. This is the team that is actually a one driver's team who just completed their second long pit stop. Oh, and look at the background, a GT3.
Is that the Sean Clark?
No, I don't think so. I thought for 1 second that it is, but it just looks pretty much similar. But
similar colorway.
Yeah. That's Sim Racing Team Mercedes drive-through taken. That's number 33 in the GT3 class. They are actually quite high up, 29th overall and 7th in the GT3, even after that penalty served. So looking at our GT3 drivers, second place still goes to FDV Shizokore Racing Team. They were first for some moments. When Sean Clark Racing took the long stops. Taiga Motorsports are third. 7 pit stops taken already. Look at the difference of the pit stops. So the more pit stops that the teams have might be because they have taken some penalties, because we have live race control in the background working on all of the accidents. They are roughly 1 hour behind the schedule. With that being said, that means that there were a lot of incidents, especially at the race start, and they have to kind of work it through all of those incidents. That's why they are a little bit behind what is happening live. So meaning if you make a big contact, you can expect a penalty in roughly 1 hour. Lopan Esports, Pajase are currently in the pit lane. They are still 4th, but they should be overtaken by Lopan Esport. They are already 4th. Oh no, they are 4th because the previous team just swapped the drivers, I believe, or not on the list. Pajase. Number 44 missing on our... Oh no, they are in the pit lane, but they are dropping places dramatically. They are 32 in the overall standings, and that was a long pit stop, 2nd out of 5. So how was your break, Gustas?
Pretty good. Pretty short break, but excited to see what this race can bring.
Yep. Have you
especially
noticed?
with the lead gap coming down.
Yep, it is. So
not a lot, but that was a driver change for the race leader and for the team in 2nd place. So Silverio behind the wheel of the 8 and Mendes behind the wheel of the 2. So let's see if the gaps change. Obviously, Dream to Drive look to be in a decent position here in terms of their long pits. One long pit completed for the whole of the top 5 and the MT24 HS team in 7th. And a lot of other cars on 2 long pits. Mid-lap Crisis on 2 long pits as well. So they're the closest on-track challenger to Dream to Drive. So mid-lap in 6th, Dream to Drive in 8th.
They're separated roughly by half a lap, a little bit more than half of a lap. So they are on the same lap. We should take a look at the 2 teams and their pace. 1:34.8 for mid-lap Crisis. The last time they crossed the line, 1 minute 35.3 for Dream to Drive team. So they lost out a little bit on the previous lap while trying to chase down mid-lap Crisis.
I mean, it will take quite a bit of time to chase this down. It's not going to be a quick situation for them here.
Up to 7th. What do we miss? I think MT24 HS are in the pit lane. They are not on our screens though.
No, it was somebody.
They're back. No, they're actually back into 8th. So they were in the pit lane and they lost out to Dream to Drive. So Dream to Drive is up to P7.
So now it is a battle for position. You can see 67 seconds is that gap. That's not a gap that you're gonna pull down in a stint. Actually, it's a very long stint, but you'd have to be doing some incredible. You'd have to be gaining around a second a lap.
Yeah, to catch up with the car in front per one stint. Well, they do. They can do 63 laps, I believe, to the max.
Yep. So that's why I said a second a lap. If they gain a second a lap, they can catch up by the end of this stint. I don't think that's happening. It's a pretty competitive field. You'd need something really special to gain 60 seconds in a stint.
But you don't have to do this, you know. You don't have to do, and you don't have to eliminate the gap per one stint. There is still plenty of time on the clock. So,
I mean, the point for Dream to Drive is that they're essentially now at least. Oh, somebody facing the wrong direction on pit exit.
That's the same Mercedes. That looks like that looks similar to the Jean-Claude Racing leading team. So second.
That would be unfortunate if it's the same car.
It is. It is. The colors, at least, they were the same. But it's actually quite difficult to catch up. Plenty of cars. Yep, there is.
Like,
that's off-track racing, you know. So they are kind of doing what the title says of the team.
They're going by the plan.
Oh no, actually that's not off-track racing. Sorry, off-track racing is still on the racetrack. I thought I caught up with that car, but it's actually not that one. So still a little bit of digging to do, which is not that easy. Anyways, I will try to find out. Oh, yeah, there it is. That's the Team Kamikaze. So, well,
they're quite high up. It's not like they're far. Oh, that windshield does not look great.
Yep.
Not sure they can see much out of that. So for Dream to Drive, they're about a lap down on the lead. If you take away the long pit, a bit more than a lap, like a lap and a half. That should be the gap that they're at right now, which would put them on the podium, but it would... Oh, that's quite a lot of avoidance. There's another car parked at the top of NASCAR 3. This is Dream to Drive, so who was that involved in whatever collision that was? Baklajane drive-through penalty for them. That's obviously the solo entry in this race. So right now on the podium would have mid-lap Crisis. If if you look at the long stops, you'd see them jump up into... I don't think they'd reach second. Third, I think, is the target here.
Yep, Racing Sandwich has just completed their drive-through penalty and they dropped down to P4. They were racing with the Bing Bong team. And actually Bing Bongs didn't have to do anything on the racetrack because Racing Sandwich has just went into the pit lane to serve the penalty.
No, I thought somebody went off track, but that was just P2 overtaking around the outside. This is the H71 Esports car. Car ahead not for position, and doesn't look like we have anything for position.
Well, the closest that we have in the LMP field is Manolo Racing versus BNB Racing. Look at Manolo Racing. From P2 down into P14. 6 laps behind.
A lot of action on track that they had to endure. I'm sure some damage on that Orica as well. It's an all Orica field. There's no other choice for this 24-hour race. You could just choose the Orica, but even if there was a choice, everybody would still probably choose the Orica, the most successful car in LMP2, real world LMP2 by far.
Italia Racing Team currently P10th. This is the car that holds the fastest lap of this race so far, which is 1 minute 31.4. A lot of warnings for this team. The final warning has come in 19 minutes ago. Avoidable contact causing an incident while unsafe overtake. Strike 2 from 3. You know what? 3 strikes is disqualification. So they have 2 strikes, 1 more to go, and Italia Racing Team, another team which looked to be contenders in the battle for the win. They have only 1 strike left till they could be disqualified. Yep, that's what you get when you have live race control aboard. Okay, I was just being corrected. I've read down what I see, what I've seen on my screen. They actually will not be disqualified. So maybe this, yep, I think it's gonna be corrected shortly. So it's not a DQ, thankfully, but a big, a huge penalty. That might be maybe 30 seconds stop and go, but it's not a DQ. So it's what it says, but that's gonna be corrected.
Can we have a look at the Sean Clark car for a second?
The LMP2?
No, the GT3.
Yep.
Because there was a message on the Worldsimseries Discord that Manolo Racing apologized to the Sean Clark GT3, but the car looks in good working order. No real damage.
Car number 23, stop and go, 10 seconds penalty. Give some clarifications with our race control about the terminology of what the penalties might mean. So sorry if we frightened out Italia Racing. You are not risking to be disqualified, though you should try and find a better rhythm in this race. You've been doing great. You're down in P10, but you can still do it. I'm pretty certain in that you have the pace. Just try to focus a little bit more and take some action. Speed Demons taking the 4th long pit stop already out of 5. That's too early.
It is early. Could be part of a race plan. Well, 2 more long stops to go. If you run from here, you're running about a 3 hour and 40-minute drive time. Minimum, right? Well, if you wanna just do the long stops, it's a lot of driving. I think that's maybe cutting it a bit. I think they'll have to do another long stop.
Yeah, probably.
But if that is a fix for damage,
that's close, and this is our race leaders. Good avoidance. That's Urban was behind the wheel, so nice reaction. He saw that the LMP2 was a little bit too hot on the brakes, so small touch, but managed to avoid bigger incidents, and that's how you keep the lead, by being aware of what's happening around you and well, having the ability to avoid that. But that was close. 2.8 laps of lead for Sean Clark Racing after 4 hours and 20 minutes of racing action. Oh!
Well, the Tiger car is on a single long stop. The race spot sim racing team car is on 2 long stops already, so that gap will come down. Will come down at about a because it's a GT3, you'll go down about a lap, a bit more than a lap, that they'll gain back. That Sean Clark will lose once they take their long stop. But actually keeping Simona Supones in the car for quite a while. Well, Jan Nims did 160 minutes, so he'll probably do the same, 167. So not making it to that hour mark. Looks like the GT3s may just be struggling a bit more on fuel. Interesting that they haven't gone into mega fuel save mode to save that pit stop, considering the lead that they have. But I guess they don't really need it. They can keep going at the pace that they're going at, because yeah, they're pretty comfortable at the top of the field. The gap at the top of the LMP2s is not really moving. It moves lap by lap, but it's still at 43 seconds. So whatever Sean Clark Racing gained, that was 10 seconds around, since we last saw them. Right, I got confused because I saw that Mercedes just drift very strangely around that whole turn. Yeah, so about a 10-second gain in the past hour and a bit. Not a lot, I have to say. It would be enough if they kept gaining this for the next 7.5 hours that we have left here at Daytona International Speedway, but would be difficult to imagine that continuing. But again, Sean Clark Racing with 2 drivers. Sorry, International Racing Team with 2 drivers, Sean Clark Racing with 3 drivers, so that fatigue might set in once the race gets towards the end. And with both of them only on 1 long stop, and by now over 4 hours of the race complete, they'll have to complete more of those as the race goes on.
Yep, so maybe some sort of a strategy split between the 2 teams are ahead of us. Looks like Sean Clark Racing are able to shave off a little bit of time during those pit stops. On the track, they are on similar pace, at least with these 2 drivers. That's Silverio for International Racing Team and Mendes for Sean Clark Racing. Previous lap time 33.2 versus 33.8 so Silverio had maybe a clear track ahead of him. Sean Clark Racing is yet to cross the line. We are on board, by the way, with the Dream to Drive Junior team, who are currently 36th overall, and that's too many digits for me to count the exact position in the GT3 class. If I'm fast enough, I'll try to find it in the leaderboard. It looks like they are P14. So not exactly a good weekend for the juniors. They are still going strong and well, at least keeping on the racetrack. 33.7. Oh, Sean Clark Racing involved in an accident. I think. Oh, there is a lot of GT3s.
I don't think they were involved. They had to avoid it for sure, but.
I mean, they just took action in an accident or a pileup. Maybe they avoided that, but there were a couple of GT3s playing around and, well, being a little bit naughty. Tried to invite Sean Clark Racing to the party, but Sean Clark Racing managed to keep going. Middle up crisis, P5, 10 seconds behind RSTP Esports team. Dream to Drive is already up to 6th after the pit stops are getting completed.
You know, we'll say you can't win a race at turn 1, but International Racing Team clearly shows that if you take the position at turn 1, you can lead for coming up to half race distance by now. That move at turn 1 looked to be really crucial for them because they managed to break the draft early, and then they just set off on their own battle drive-through for that sim racing team Mercedes.
Completed mid-lap crisis. Oh, doing some Tokyo drift style around turn 1. Keeping together and managing to go further. They are in a battle with one of the similarly looking cars. Isn't that? No, that's not Sandwiches. That's not RSTP. Or is it? No, that is RSTP. They are 4th. Middle Up Crisis are 5th. So Middle Up Crisis just made that drift around the first corner right in front of RSTP.
No, that's a different car.
No,
that's
it isn't.
Car.
Nope. It is.
I told you it's a different car.
So we have
that's a gap of 10 seconds.
Oh my god. Yeah, but it is a gap of 10 seconds. So we have 2 orange cars and... Oh, yep. That was MP24S. You are correct. And how should we find the one that was there? Yep. BNB Racing.
Running the Rebellion paint scheme. This is good for Dream to Drive. We said they need a second a lap. Well, last time round, 3 seconds a lap.
Gap is down to 53.
Yeah. So Dream to Drive pushing on. We'll see if they can get to the back of the car in 5th place, the mid-lap crisis team. It's Lurinas Razas behind the wheel of the Dream to Drive car.
Home we on board. 52.6, still shimming off those seconds. 1 minute 35.5 for a mid-lap crisis after that drift session around turn 1.
I think you'll see a lot more risk from Dream to Drive being taken. They know they need to push. They know that they might struggle here. They don't have that. They don't have the advantage of having a gap behind them. They can only catch up. So it's all or nothing. I think that should be probably their driving style.
International Racing Team losing a little bit of time. Previous lap time was 1 minute 36.3. This previous lap was 1 minute 33.5 seconds. 4 seconds in the course of 2 laps.
So tight. That's tight. The LMP2 in front. But here comes Dream to Drive around the outside of the GT3. Beautifully done. I think a flash of the lights, and they'll be past the LMP2 in front. Big gains on the brakes. Wow, that's a lot of gain. So still catching up, using the slipstream around the banking. We'll see if that LMP2 in front decides to lift off, or if they'll make life a bit more difficult for Dream to Drive and make them overtake them, but I think it won't take that long. You'll see how much Dream to Drive catches up on the brakes into the Le Mans chicane. Big catch up, and they focus on the exit, and this should be pretty easily done. Pack of GT3s in front of them as well. The Dream to Drive continues to catch up. They're gonna lap one of the other Rebellion liveried cars. They go down on below the double yellow on the apron. Dream to Drive will have to probably lift out of this one. Yes, they don't take the risk. And they're still stuck behind the LMP2 in front. A mid-lap crisis gained last time round. 3/10 was the gain, but still, a gain's a gain. But Dream to Drive obviously stuck behind. Sean Clark Racing, they've turned it up a little bit. 39 seconds is the gap. They've gained 2 seconds last time round. Dream to Drive gets let through into the Western Horseshoe. That's another piece of traffic picked up for them. And they should continue their charge. Sean Clark, 33.2, 34.7 by the International Racing Team. Obviously on very different parts of the track, so they're going to be meeting the traffic at completely different points. And different pieces of traffic as well, so different cars. Wow, quite close to the Dream to Drive car. So we'll see if Dream to Drive can unlap themselves come the end of either their stint or IRT's stint.
Well, that might be the target for the Dream to Drive team at this moment, with Lorena Straza still behind the wheel, and I'm pretty sure the next driver in line is about ready to go. I don't think we are long from the next pit stops.
Yeah, Lorena has been behind the wheel for quite a long time. They had to do those long pits, and I don't think they were very much part of strategy, especially the first one, where they had a technical issue and had to take a long pit. Pretty much had to take a long pit to just minimize the time loss that they had, and then they had an accident, then they had to do another long pit. So definitely struggling today, but clawing back some time bit by bit. No, they didn't claw back anything last time around, but we'll see if they can do anything this lap. Oh, look at how much IRT catches up to that LMP2 in front. I'm not sure which team that is, but catching up quickly. Especially, again, on the brakes. That's where you see these big gains by the fast teams. Huge gains once they go on the anchors. And they carry the speed and the momentum into the turn. Steer performing a long pit. It's one of the teams a bit further back in the LMP2 field. Look at the gain under brakes. Wow. 33.5 by IRT and 33.1 by Dream to Drive. And it's half a second faster than mid-lap crisis as well. The gap goes up now to Sean Clark Racing, so I guess they got stuck in traffic this time around. So the gap ebbs and flows up and down, but at the end of the day, it stabilizes at about the 41 to 42 second range.
Well, it looks like mid-lap crisis decided to catch up with our STP esports team. The difference is only 6 seconds in time, and maybe this main target for the Dream to Drive is for the Dream to Drive team is not only the mid-lap prizes car, but also the RSTP, because both of them are catching up with the 4th place LMP2 quite quickly. A little bit faster for the mid-lap prizes. They are much closer to their rivals than the Dream to Drive car is. And well, actually our STP are only within 1 long stop. So Dream to Drive are definitely in the top 5.
And also Racing Sandwiches on 1 long stop.
Well, all the 4 leaders are on 1 long stop, but
so
the 2 leaders are quite...
is not a target. RSTP is not a target for mid-lap or Dream to Drive.
They are actually ahead both of the Racing Sandwiches and RSTP esports team. If we take into account that 1 long pit stop is roughly 2.4 laps.
It's not a loss of 2.4 laps. It's an actual loss of about 1.8, but that still is enough to get in front.
So it's going to be much more interesting towards the end.
So where's the Dream to Drive car in relation to this? If we can have a look. So coming out of the Western Horseshoe for International Racing Team, and Dream to Drive has just 1 car in between themselves and the current race leader, Evolution Racing Serbia. Drive-through penalty for them. They are in P19 overall and P19 in class as well.
Yep, so Laurinas Razas can definitely see Silverio when running down those banked parts of the straights.
I would say more in the turns, especially in the Le Mans chicane, because Silverio is still a bit away. He's got the lapped LMP2 to negotiate first. A gap down to 52 seconds to the mid-lap crisis car, 41 for the lead as well, so that gap is pretty stable at the front. You're seeing Sean Clark Racing on 3 stops, 2 stops for International Racing Team. That's because Sean Clark did have a drive-through penalty earlier on. What could have been, right? This would have been 20-second gap, 15-second gap?
Something
that
like
would have
that.
Been game on. Oh, and that LMP2 decides to explore the grass, but keeps in front. Flash of the lights by the Dream to Drive team.
That's going to be a little bit of lost time for Laurinas Razas.
That's tight because the car head's moving around a lot.
Yep, but that's traffic. You definitely want to meet GT3 cars in your way, and it's always a little bit more difficult when you meet slightly slower but same classed cars, which not usually want to cooperate. Now taking the outside line around the back straight of Daytona and backing out and giving the position.
It's a Caroscalet car, by the way, but they do the smart thing and back out. Wow, Dream to Drive has to avoid that Mercedes. It looked like it was very, very slow off the Le Mans chicane, but no harm, no foul, but that was pretty close, maybe closer than Dream to Drive would have wanted. I thought they were touching the double yellow. I thought they were about to come down pit road, but chooses not to do so yet. They are very much out of sequence with International Racing Team. In terms of their pit stops, because they had to pit early and fix their car, they'll have to pit early again. So they're bringing the gap down step by step, bit by bit. We'll see when. Off the road, the Falcon Mercedes, but it looks like they came back. Yep,
they held it together.
Another I mean, it's all Mercedes, but just a few Lamborghinis and one Audi. But that looks like a very damaged one compared to the one that they're overtaking now, which looks a lot less damaged. number 1 Dream to Drive car continues their push. Mid-lap crisis actually not gaining on RSTP Esports anymore.
Yep, they're actually losing a little bit.
It's stable because you got to take into account traffic. They maybe gained a bit last lap, but maybe lost a bit the lap previous. So yeah, traffic, it's stabilized at about the 7-second mark, which is still a gain of 3 seconds. So clearly RSTP got maybe a bit more unlucky while negotiating the traffic around the track.
Yeah, how more stable can you go even with the traffic? Laurinas Razas 3rd lap in a row, 1 minute 33.4, and it's a similar pace for most of the drivers. International losing a little bit on the previous lap, 1 minute 34.8, but that's only about the traffic and what places on the racetrack you meet your rivals. LMP2 receiving a drive-through for cutting. That's tier.
Probably at the Le Mans chicane. I'm gonna guess that's at the Le Mans chicane. Yeah, I mean, you say consistent, but if you meet the traffic down the straights, there's not really much places to lose that time because there's quite a few long straights. The LMP2 is easily flat through the dogleg, so you're kind of pushing on. Catching up to International Racing Team definitely, because the gap's really come down now. We'll see if International Racing Team actually fights this one. But I think they've got bigger things to worry about in terms of the Sean Clark Racing Team number 2 car in LMP2. But Dream to Drive catching up. They are on a mission. Interesting look. Their headlights look green. Right, the International Racing Team.
Oh, maybe that's due to the paint.
A little bit off, a little bit wide, and that gives just a little bit more time to Dream to Drive, who set a 33.3. They didn't really get held up in traffic that last lap. They got through everyone down the straight, so I think they can be. They've gotten pretty lucky. 2 Mercedes side by side for the dogleg. International Racing Team stuck.
Oh, Laurinas Razas, was he too late on the brakes, or was...
Nope, he was perfectly on the brakes because International Racing Team had to wait for those GT3s to sort out their positions. And that just, once again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. And I think International Racing Team will not put up too much of a fight. And Laurinas Razas will be able to unlap himself, by the way. This is not for position. This is to unlap himself. International Racing Team will probably lift. They do into the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane.
Oh,
and
running a little bit wide.
But safe. I think International Racing Team wouldn't take crazy risk here. I think it's probably the first time that they've been overtaken all race long.
Yep, that's Jean-Claude Racing in the view of the LMP2 class drivers battling each other.
By the way, the Lopen Esports GT3 car, not the junior, but the car running higher up, the number 28, they've completed 10 pit stops. They're running 3rd.
Yet they are 3rd. I believe they received quite a lot of penalties. At least that's what I've seen down my screen. Some drive-throughs, some stop and goes, and still they have the pace. 1 minute 46.6. Previous time they crossed the line. We have Racing Sandwiches standing in the pit lane. That doesn't look like a long pit stop, but that might be. It's lowing behind the wheel of this LMP2. So they're dropping places. They should drop behind Dream to Drive. Maybe that will come out close. Through Le Mans chicane goes Dream to Drive. Onto the racetrack returns the Racing Sandwiches.
Yeah, they'll be out comfortably in front. that's another target for Dream to Drive to catch up to. Racing Sandwiches still owe a long stop. Stationary Mercedes on NASCAR 4.
It's always hard to understand which.
Because they're all Mercedes.
Yeah. The blue one.
Nope.
Yep,
that's Sim Racing Team. Have they run out of fuel?
And they are right in front of the entrance into the pit lane, and they are still not moving, and they just teleported to the pits. Yep, they most definitely, it looks like that they have ran out of
Why would you run it so close? Well, I mean, they weren't there. They aren't even close to making the hour. So why would you run the fuel so close and then run out on the in-lap? It's not even close. If they run out at that point, they had to have had no fuel coming through the Le Mans chicane. That means they had about 0.7 of a lap's worth when they last crossed the line. It's cutting it very short. You're expecting your driver to really save fuel on that lap. But what's the point if you're not going over that hour anyway? I would understand it if this was very tight to go over the hour, but now it's, yeah, it seems like a silly mistake, and those small mistakes sometimes lead to very big consequences.
Low pen on a driver change, the GT3 team that we just talked about. So they came into the pit lane from P3, now performing a change, and they should be back on track in a little bit of time while we watch Sean Clark Racing being on a mission. They lost out a little bit on the previous lap, but as Gustas already told many times, that's due to the traffic. Sometimes it gives, sometimes it takes. It looks like the gap goes down a little bit, but usually it's around the 40 seconds mark, and kind of keeps holding there. Yep, so Dream to Drive, they were roughly 50 seconds behind mid-lap prizes. Now they are 20 seconds behind. Racing Sandwiches, Bing Bong drive-through from race direction. Another decision for car number 15, Bing Bongs. They were quite high up the order. They are currently 7th in the LMP2 class. Yep, they are another team on 2 long mandatory pit stops completion list. So that's going to be a little bit of time loss, but well, even though they are currently 7th, they should be a little bit higher even with this drive-through penalty. Dream to Drive, did they just come into the pit lane? Or did they have another connection issue because they are off the racetrack? I am assuming that they are in the pit lane for a driver change, and that should be the 3rd long pit stop for the Dream to Drive team. So yeah, with 7 hours and 10 minutes mark, they will have 3 completed pit stops, and the next driver will take over the wheel for roughly next 3 hours. Then it should be the next driver after roughly 3 hours who will take that wheel from his teammate, and this is the drive-through penalty for the Big Bong team. And then the Dream to Drive team should be back with the final stint if all goes to plan. That should be the next driver, Matas Mendelis, getting behind the wheel of this Oreca LMP2 car number 1, by the way. Getting exciting, getting fit into the seat and ready to roll for some on-track action. We are roughly 4 hours into the race, and
We're
the
5
driver...
hours into the race.
Oh yeah, we are almost 5 hours into the race, and that's gonna be the first stint for the third driver of the Dream to Drive team. So as usual, it's quite a difficult moment for the driver to get out on the racetrack while it's completely in a lot of action, especially driving a car which is kind of on a mission to gain on the rivals. You have to perform. You know that you don't have a lot of time to get comfortable with the track and situation and the traffic and all stuff. You simply have to go out and perform, and that's gonna be a crucial moment for the Dream to Drive team to figure out how Matas Mendel is going to handle that situation. We know that Matas is quite an experienced driver, but still, this is quite an important moment. And the driver might feel a little bit of pressure on the shoulders, so it's going to be interesting to see how that driver is going to perform while on the racetrack.
I don't think they'll have too much pressure. There's nothing to lose, really. Keep going. Olina Saras is, by the way, 207 minutes completed behind the wheel.
207 minutes. And if my calculations are correct, he'll be the driver who will finish off this race.
No, probably not.
Well,
I don't know if they'll want to put him back in after such a long stint. That's long pit number 3, so...
Yep, so still 2 long pit stops to go.
Yeah,
so
2 more long pit stops. So we'll see if he's fit enough to continue. 207 minutes, that's a lot. That's one of the longer stints we've seen. Bing Bong have filled in for 292 minutes so far. I'm not sure if he's still continuing or if maybe they're running from a single sim rig. Same for Mid-Lap Crisis. I think they're running on a single sim rig. Yeah, because they've completed long stops and it's still Leo O'Brien behind the wheel. Would be an interesting use of long stops. Looking at Mendez, if they keep the same schedule as they kept with Speff, that's about 2 more hours to go for Mendez, but they'll have to start shortening down those stints if they want to meet the requirements for long stops. Same goes for International Racing Team. Actually, Sean Clark Racing extended that first driver a tiny bit longer, a lap longer at 207 minutes. Actually, probably 2 laps longer with Simon Speff. They have to complete that penalty as well. Oh no, 1 lap longer. 1 lap longer for Simon Speff. That's not a big difference, really, of how long you can keep a driver in the car. That's more related to if they saved enough fuel to go a lap extra.
Sean Clark Racing 34.6. 1 minute 33.0 was the last lap. Dream to Drive out on the racetrack in P11. Remember, they are the first team to complete 3 long pit stops in the LMP2 class. Manolo Racing completed 3 long pit stops also, but they are further down the order in P15. Do we have any more LMP3s? I believe there are a couple of back markers like the Speed Demons. They are currently 21st in the LMP2 class. They have completed 4 long pit stops. That was tight. Matas Mendelis going around a GT3 Mercedes, doing that good. 1 minute 33.3 on fresh set of tires, but this is a decent lap by Matas Mendelis, coming out on the racetrack straight from the pit lane, while not being able to do that. Sim Racing Team Mercedes have been disqualified because the stop and go penalty was not completed. Let's stick with Matas Mendelis. He's 19.3 seconds behind Italia Racing in the battle for P10. Italia Racing 1 minute 33.7, so it looks like it's one of the faster drivers behind the wheel. That's Carello. Yep, so he's doing he's on a good pace. The fastest lap time belongs to Italia Racing so far. So they know how to go around this racetrack and do it in a fast fashion. Matas Mendelis to cross the line on fresh sets of tires. 1 minute 33.5, that's a decent lap time. 1 minute 33.04 Italia Racing. They are trying to catch up with Velociraptor. So even though it looks like the grid is shuffled, but we have those stronger teams still willing to fight for higher places. Velociraptor Italia Racing Team, they were one of the teams that managed to go a little bit higher up the order. So basically looking at the top, first 3 teams are still on 1 long pit stop. Mid-lap crisis is on 2 long pit stops. Then 2 cars racing sandwiches and the MT24 hours teams are on 1 long stop. Oh, and that's International Racing Team, by the way. They are in... No, that was the GT3. I thought it was the LMP2 leader who are on a long stop. And the driver change, that was the GT3 class car of International Racing Team. So Racing Sandwiches and MT24 Hours team are on 1 long pit stop. Then most of the cars are on 2 long pit stops behind, with an exception for the Dream to Drive that are on 3 long stops. And of course Manolo are currently 15th, so they should probably go a few places up and be a little bit higher up the order. Sean Clark Racing, still the leaders. Of the GT3 class, Alex Leaf is behind the wheel. I think they just made a long pit stop. Well, at least recently, we've missed on that one. Race Sport Sim Racing Team are 2nd, Taiga Motorsports 3rd, Golden Motorsports 4th, and Lopen Esports Exiles 5th, with that huge amount of pit stops. Race Sport Sim Racing Team are in the pit lane, by the way. Taiga Motorsports currently 3rd in the GT3 standings. And we have quite a lot of cars on the same lap in the GT3 class. That is a battle for P3. Well, actually, that should be two, maybe a little bit more cars on the same lap. Up until position 29 with JSRA, so there are still some battles happening in the background in the GT3 class. Remember those mandatory pit stops, they are sometimes shuffling up the grid, and well, what it looks and what we see now doesn't mean that the cars are actually virtually in the positions that they are running. That might just be due to the different strategies regarding the long mandatory pit stops. 3.6 seconds between Midlap Crisis and RSTP esports team. Racing Sandwiches being a little bit further down behind Midlap Crisis. But it looks like a Midlap Crisis driver, Leo Bryan, is doing quite a good job while trying to gain on Wong in the battle for the last podium position at this standing moment. And we should get some on-track action. And, well, the pace is similar. Maybe Leo Bryan had better moments with the traffic. He just made a mistake. You could see him running quite deep into the third corner. No, that was actually the fifth corner, and he lost roughly 2/10 with that mistake. Bing Bong Racing Team, the Canadians, are 7th. They just completed a penalty, a drive-through penalty, and they are trying to catch up with MT24 Hours, Girth behind the wheel. It looks like my colleague has been having a little bit of issues. Yep, so he has to go and make quick fixes. I believe he was trying to comment on what he sees on the screen, and unsuccessfully he wasn't aware that we cannot hear him. So he'll be back quite shortly. Hopefully he will manage to fix those problems while we look at the Bing Bong team, who recently went up one place into 6th, 2.7 seconds behind MT24S. Midlap Crisis up to P3, so we lost our STP esports team, who are in the pit lane for what could possibly be a driver's change and the next long pit stop, which is going to be the second one for the RSTP. So the first, one of the first one long stoppers is already in the pit lane trying to change the situation, and that's going to be we will be able to see what position are the RSTP esports team at compared to the ones who have already completed 2 long stops, Dream to Drive up to P10. In the meantime, car number 25 just completed their drive-through penalty. Bing Bong team trying to gain on the MT24 Hours team, who are kind of in a struggle. 1 minute 35.3 versus 1 minute 33.5, 1.5 seconds while running down the straight. They are they have one other LMP2 in the middle of between themselves. You can see the RSTP esports team popping up back on the screens in the standings list. They are currently 7th. And it's going to be interesting to see how many more places they will lose due to that long stop, and where they'll end
I mean, they'll lose, sure, they'll lose, but they'll gain it back afterwards when everybody else loses that same time.
Well, they were third before entering the pit lane.
I mean,
we have
they'll
three.
lose to the teams,
Yep.
right?
So
Yeah,
we have Racing Sandwiches and MT24 Hours teams that were behind. They ended up being in front now, and they should end up behind again.
Bing Bong. Bing Bong? How many long stops?
Bing Bong have 2 long stops and a couple of penalties. Well, at least one. 8 pit stops. So, yeah, they had a ride, and they are still 6th, and actually in a battle for 5th on the racetrack. But they are actually ahead of MT24 Hours team due to the difference in the stops.
Live timing is experiencing some issues at the moment, so not bring you any. It's loading up something. Right, so mid-lap crisis into that podium position. Remember that they were not really fighting, but they were in the same range, I would call it, as the Dream to Drive car. Dream to Drive has, you can actually see a very clear gap of what is lost under, oh no, we won't see it because they weren't together on track. But just looking at Dream to Drive, they continue to push on at lap times a little bit quicker than the leader. And I think mid-lap crisis kind of realized that unless something happens to the Dream to Drive car, this is very much an uphill battle for them. Dream to Drive realized that to get second or first, either they'll need incredible pace or a bit of luck. But as we were checking other cars out, I can see that Sean Clark Racing has really destroyed that gap at the front. It just 30 seconds to go, but it's about 10 seconds an hour that they're gaining. So when we came back live, we were 4 hours in, now we're 5 hours in, and that gap has decreased.
Our leaders in the pit lane? Leaders in the pit lane?
Yep. So we should expect Sean Clark in the pit lane next time by.
And that should be the second long stop for both of the teams.
I'm not sure.
Maybe you're
They don't
correct.
have to. They don't have to, and that's not what they did in round 1. But round 1? Pit stop cycle 1. Stint 1. Round 1. Sure, it is round 1. It's the first special event of the season. Let's call it round 1 from now on. It's not the Daytona 12 hours, it's round 1. Right, GT3. What's going on with our GT3s? Alex Leaf behind the wheel now. 20 minutes ago, but they've put their third driver in. And they'll need a few more pit stops, so they'll have more concentrated pit stops towards the end of the race. If I was Sean Clark Racing here, I'd probably consider doing a long pit now, just to be different. Just to not do what International Racing Team did.
Yep, the MT24 Hours team. They are on a long stop, definitely.
Let's see what Sean Clark Racing does. They go below the double yellow and on to pit road for the 4th time this race. Look pretty clean and no speeding. We'll see what they do. If they stop in their box, it's likely a normal pit stop. If they disconnect, it will be a long pit.
Looks. Yep, they disconnected. So they.
Took my advice. I'm sure they were listening and they took my advice. So they're doing opposite, which is, I would say, the preferred strat here. Just do the opposite of whatever your competitor did. And they're gonna put their third driver into the car. They have, well, probably, maybe they'll put Simon Speck back in, but they have their third driver to still run through his stints, or at least run to his minimums. See once that's done how the race shapes up. So now we'll not have a very clear gap on the lead. We'll know it, kind of. This will be interesting if International Racing Team keep on pushing, if they don't get too comfortable, and if Sean Clark Racing can also continue to push and don't feel like they're out of range. But they won't. They understand the long pit game, and that it ebbs and flows and gives us some interesting strategies throughout the race.
That's what makes this race interesting, and we'll always excited to watch and speculate, to try and figure out what is what on the racetrack. Lesko, by the way, took over the wheel from Mendes in the Sean Clark Racing Team, so it's another moment, another factor to try and figure out what pace the driver will have under his sleeve. Is he going to be fast as his teammates, or maybe slightly slower? Mid-lap crisis, by the way, in the pit lane. They are still standing, and it's not looking like a long stop. They are on 2 long completed stops.
It is a long stop because they're they have one sim rig that they're sharing and one account that they're sharing here.
Okay,
so it will be a long stop. Or they made a massive mistake and are standing in the pits for whatever reason. But I think it will be a long stop.
Well, they are up and running, at least now. Yep, that was a long stop. Mid-lap crisis just completed their 3rd long stop, and they end up behind the Dream to Drive car. So what does that mean? Does that mean that Dream to Drive managed to eliminate... They were 50 seconds behind, I believe, behind Mid-lap crisis before taking their 3rd long stop. Mid-lap crisis took their 3rd long stop, and they are 34 seconds behind the Dream to Drive car. So where did we lose that much time? There is a car off the bus stop chicane. That was close. I'm trying to figure out.
Mercedes going.
But yeah, Dream to Drive was 40 to 50 seconds behind Mid-lap crisis before those pit stops.
A minute and a half. That's a minute and a half.
Yes, there's a lot of time lost by the Mid-lap crisis.
A minute and a half. That's a big miscalculation. I mean, you've got that. Unless Lee O'Brien is actually running this race alone, and he's been off on either a food or a toilet break, and he didn't come back in time. That's my only explanation of this.
Well, we have to stick with it and see how it goes. But well, one thing is clear: they are 36-7, so it kind of like changed. Dream to Drive was roughly 40 seconds behind. Now Mid-lap crisis is behind.
5 minutes 42. I'll run the calculation on that.
Yep, I'm not sure where you were able to lose that much time. Sadly, we don't have the information on how long the pit stops took place while the cars kept standing still. But it's well, a outcome like this, and now the Dream to Drive car with the most mandatory pit stops. Well, 3 of them are currently in front of everybody else who made their 3 long pit stops. So suddenly the race of the Dream to Drive team is not looking too bad.
They spent about over 4 minutes in the pits. Looking at the lap times, they spent over 4 minutes in the pits. A long pit is 3 minutes from line to line.
Yep, so there's your minute lost.
Yep, over a minute. But why? That's the bigger question. Why would that happen? That's such a strange occurrence, right?
Well, they if it's a team that share one rig and not a team that one driver is behind the wheel, maybe they had issues on the actual place. Maybe something went wrong. Maybe, I don't know, something went out of order, or maybe it's a one driver team like the Baklajani racing team, and the driver just had to go to do some personal stuff, which took longer than expected. I don't know, that's speculation, but still, a possibility. Look at Baklajani, they are currently 4th, and they are on 2 long stops. Racing Sandwiches are only on 1 long stop, and Baklajani are 1.3 behind the Racing Sandwiches. So they also look pretty decent in this race. 1 minute 33.5 was the previous lap time. Dainius Butila is still keeping up with the pace, so it might be a similar situation with the mid-lap crisis team. 1 minute 33.4 the previous lap time, so it looks identical to what it was before the pit stops. I'm not sure, we don't have the information about how many drivers are behind the wheel in each team, especially when we see only one team, one driver name. We might only speculate, but maybe we have a couple of cars with only one driver trying to compete in the 12-hour event. That happened in the past. Why not repeat it?
Dream to Drive catching up to International Racing Team.
Actually, Italian Racing Team.
Well,
I got you.
Yep, to unlap themselves one more time. This would be going under 4 laps. They haven't been under 4 laps for a long time in this sort of long pit disadvantage. Right now, the long pit situation between these two teams is 2 long pits. That's the difference between them. Sean Clark Racing are on the same amount of 1 long pit down on Dream to Drive. So Dream to Drive still about a lap and a bit behind. We'll see where they end up once this field starts spreading out a bit more. And we see how the race unfolds. Some changes there, but I think those are pit stops and the timing tree just moving. It's sometimes really hard to understand what the actual gap is, because you calculate, and then mid-lap crisis goes out and does a 4-minute long pit, and all your calculations are done, and you don't understand anything.
RSTP Esports team are being chased down by the Bing Bong team. These 2 cars on a similar strategy, except that the Bing Bongs have visited the pit lane 9 times already. Both of them have 2 long pit stops under the sleeve. So that's gonna be a battle for position. If the Bing Bongs catch up, it looks like Bing Bongs got stuck behind the traffic, because from 4.5 seconds it went up to 6.5 seconds between the 2 cars. 34.7 was the previous lap time, and that happens when you meet traffic in the worst possible place. Italia Racing Team still on that 2 out of 3 strikes. They are being catch up by the Dream to Drive car. Racing Sandwiches, Baklajani and RSTP Esports team are on 1 strike of warnings. looks like that's about it in the standings for the LMP2 leaders. A similar situation in the GT3 class. Pajasset team, who are currently third in the standings, are on 2 strikes. And JSRA are on 1 strike of warnings. 3 strikes and you get a penalty that might be maybe a drive-through, maybe a 10-second stop and go, or even a 30 seconds stop and go penalty, but not a disqualification, which stands written on the results screen. But we've been explained that this is not correct, and they will not be disqualified for 3 strikes.
I think they should disqualify all of them. Right, looking through collisions. Uh, 159 now. Okay, so the number of collisions per hour has, I was gonna say reduced, but not really. It still looks, I don't know how they're still finding cars to hit after so many cars crashing out. I don't know what else is there to hit, but some teams look to be finding the wall or another car a bit more often than others. And well, teams like International Racing Team, Sean Clark Racing, both in P2 and GT3, staying out of trouble has helped them continue up the field. Actually, Sean Clark GT, they've had 1 warning. That was it. Even Golden Motorsport, look at that. They've only had 1 warning. Second in GT3, 2 long pits done. Doing a good job. Lopen, wow, they've...
Oh, and they came to a stop. They just made a mistake out of the Le Mans chicane. I wonder if they managed to do it on their own, or maybe it was a traffic situation. They are back on the track just as you speak about them. Is that a coincidence?
Commentator's curse, but continuing to go. They've completed 3 long stops. So they're probably in the hot seat for P2.
Well,
it's now a battle for P2 and GT3, by the way. I think we can... I don't want to crown them race winners, but they've got enough of an advantage to crash, take a long pit, fix the car, and go race again. And still be in the lead. I mean, to take an extra long pit. And they've got, and I think this is why maybe they've stretched those first parts of the races out a little bit, because you can use that long pit to decrease, to fix the car, decrease the damage, fix the car, as normal people would say. So if you keep a few of those long pits to spare, you might get yourself out of trouble. If indeed trouble comes later on. That's a big disadvantage, by the way, for Dream to Drive and mid-lap prices. They've only got 2 long stops remaining. And, well, if they have an incident out there on track... Actually, did Dream to Drive have 2 long stops or 1 long stop?
2 long stops remaining. So they completed 3 once, and they have 2 long stops remaining. So all they have, they are forced to stick to their plan, keep those drivers as long as possible on the racetrack. Up until now, they're doing a decent job. After those frightening moments in first corner, where we witnessed a car disappear from the grid. They have been back, and they had 1 more incident actually that forced them to take another long stop.
But actually now they're a bit more comfortable. They looked a bit more stressed and how do you put it? A bit more stuck with their strategy a bit earlier on. I think Lorinas Razas with his... Oh, wow, that was risky. I think Lorinas Razas with his stints, with his very long stint, and that Mercedes is... it looked like it had an issue. I think with those long stints, they've become a bit more comfortable and have a bit more options in the strategy.
Yep.
Because they can extend some more stints for Mendelis. They can keep the later ones shorter. What probably they'll do is they'll run Mendelis to the max. They'll probably put Tunila in next, run him to the max, and then probably put Razas towards the very, very end, just to save that long pit in case they need to fix the car.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that's the plan, at least for now, for the Dream to Drive team. And it's actually really interesting to see how that's gonna pan out. Jean-Claude Racing, 1.7 laps behind the international team, and one long pit stop under the sleeve. That's also interesting. Gusta's calculations are roughly 1.8 laps are needed for the long stop.
That's if both cars are pitting. So both cars pit, and the loss of the long stop is about 1.8. But it might be less, right? Because we're looking at Sean Clark and IRT, the gap between those two.
Yep, it's 1.5.
Yeah, but I don't think they gained that much time. It didn't look like that. We haven't seen that kind of an increase of pace where they would gain so much lap time. Because Dream to Drive, they're still 4.1 behind. That kind of indicates that the pace hasn't really changed that much. And definitely not enough to lose a lap. So it's probably about 1.2 of a lap. You'll be gaining about 2 minutes. I think that should be a good calculation. You'll be gaining about 2 minutes. Considering both cars pit.
You mean one on the long stop, the other on the short stop? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I think it's about 2 minutes. The change, we'll see.
Yep. So that's 1.2, 1.3 laps. That should be a little bit closer to the calculations. Anyways, we will find that out because the next stop by the international racing team should be the long one. Well, I'm assuming so.
I mean, they can continue. They can do all of their long stops in 4 laps at the very end, right before the race ends.
Yeah, but they cannot do that. That's unlogical. You still have to take pit stops.
They'd lose time, exactly. But they could do that. I mean, if they really wanted to.
Yep, don't forget that these LMP2s have the capability to stay out on the racetrack for quite a long time, well, maybe for 1.5 hours. So they don't have a lot of choices left. Well, they still have 4 long stops, so maybe they will do all of those long stops with the last pit stops remaining. So, well, if they are able to stay out on the racetrack for 1.5 hours, 6 hours and 30 minutes remain, so that gives us 4, maybe 5 pit stops in total for the LMP2s, so they have to start taking those long stops. And I'm pretty sure the next one of the international racing team will be the long one, and you still have to do those driver changes, you know. So, oh Bing Bong being stuck by traffic. They were 1.1 seconds behind our STP, and a battle was about to build up. They just lost 1 second in one moment. That's how unlucky sometimes you can get with the traffic. But that's what the drivers know and they understand. 1 minute, still 1 minute 34.5. Oh, versus 1 minute 35.4. Bing Bong into a very dangerous situation in between two GT3s. Ended up safely, but losing more time in this particular situation. So the gap is back up to 2.5 seconds, giving a little bit of more breathing room for the RSTP esports team. And back to action on trying to chase down your rivals. That's
versus Italia coming soon, maybe. Kind of, I guess. I made some calculations for international racing team. They'll be tight on long stops.
That's interesting, isn't it? But they know their strategy.
I don't think they'll have to make an extra stop just for the long stop, but it becomes difficult with how long these LMP2 stints are. And I think all of their remaining stops will have to be long stops.
Yep.
And Sean Clark will skip one.
So what we mean, we don't particularly see the exact situation in the standings as it really is due to the strategy and the rules. Someone might seem to be a little bit too much in the lead than the others, but that might not particularly be the case. And talking about most of the cars on the grid, because we have really different strategies around the field. Coming back to the GT3s, we are riding on board with the Spectron Racing Team Mercedes. They are 6th in the GT3 standings, 7 seconds behind.
I don't think that front end is very healthy.
It is not. Definitely not healthy. I wonder how much time they lose due to this damage.
Oh, that's tight. That's another P2, so 3 P2s in a very short amount of time. They've got another AMG behind them, right behind them.
But actually their last lap time was 1 minute 46.2. That's not even a full tenth slower than the lap time of our current GT3 leaders. So it looks like this damage is not causing too much of trouble for the drivers, and they continue to roll on around the Daytona racetrack.
I think it also depends on what kind of slipstream you can get. This track very much relies on drivers getting good slipstream.
Good news for Spectron Racing, they can be calm about the hood coming open. While having this damage, it never happens in AC. That would be a surprise if that happened. Running down this long straight where the cars reach around 290 kilometers per hour. Yep, 1 minute 46.4, so that's quite fast. Looking at the lap times of the GT3 class, and they are gaining on the JSRA quite fast, so well, 6/10 in the previous lap. So this team is definitely looking at a better result as it is at this moment for them. What about the long stops? Spectrum on 3 long stops. JSRA on 2 long stops, Lopen 3 long stops completed, and all the remaining leaders in the GT3 class are on 2 long stops. So another interesting situation.
Battle Bem and Lopen, right? And actually they're quite close on track. Looking at other battles, they're pretty close.
Yep. So plenty of action throughout the field in the 12 hours of Daytona event.
We've gone into a bit of that, like, calm moment in endurance racing where there's not really any cars close. And it's more about doing the laps, continuing to race, and then might see more battles towards the end as the field closes back up, as everybody completes their long stops, and we have then more cars in the same kind of range out on track.
Yep, this is one of the faster cars in the GT3 car field in the GT3 class, but one of the unluckier ones. 1 minute 45.6, so they have the pace, but I've seen them in a lot of situations, a lot of troubles. Do we have our leaders in the pit lane for the long pit stop? We just lost them from our timing screens. Did we lose them?
That'd be a bit early.
Yep, that would be too early actually.
Right, penalty sheet check it is. Not penalty, well, incident sheet. Right, let's have a look.
What's happening with... they have just appeared and gone again. I think I've just seen them back on the timing table and they are gone again. Do they have troubles? Do they have connection troubles? Look, they are in the pit lane. No, so it is a long stop. It is a driver change. It is quite early. So maybe they heard you, or maybe this is their strategy, but they are on the long pit stop. Still standing, so that's definitely a long stop, and they should end up behind Sean Clark Racing. At least that's what I'm assuming. This is gonna be a long stop, but they will have one pit stop more than the Sean Clark Racing team has.
I don't... Okay, so Silverio did 2 hours 10 minutes behind the wheel. Could just be fatigue that they need to pull him out of the car? This is very, very strange. Because this is way too early. Really early.
That might be a decisive moment of this race. They are still
they've done in the previous stint, they've done 15 laps. No, they've done 17 laps for them, because 16 for Sean Clark. I think something's gone wrong.
Something's definitely wrong, and they are still standing. Did the 3 minutes pass? Isn't it a little bit longer? Look, they will drop to P3 behind Racing Sandwiches.
Wow. I'm a bit shocked because they were so comfortable at the top of the field, and it just looks like it's all falling apart.
Well, drama unfolds almost in the middle of the race, 6 hours and 20 minutes into the race, and International Racing Team still standing. They just lost one lap. They just lost one lap to Sean Clark Racing. So this is definitely something out of order. Maybe they got disconnected. Well, of course, maybe they got disconnected and they kind of reconnected on the racetrack. That's what we've seen. We didn't see them entering the pit lane, and maybe they are trying to figure out some issues. Maybe they have issues with the driver who is behind the wheel. Gustas Malakauskas is actually behind the wheel, but they are still in the pit lane. So Silverio was behind the wheel before. Malakauskas is behind the wheel right now, and yep, they are back on the track.
On the wheel, but
do you have the numbers? How long the pit stop took?
We'll
have to wait and see.
Yep, until they complete the lap.
Oh man,
that's a lot.
1.5 laps behind.
Even if it was a disconnect. Even if it was a disconnect. Wow.
Well, they spent a lot time in the pit lane while standing still. Well, at least it looked like so. That should be a lap time of roughly 5.5 minutes.
And we saw Malakauskas connected.
Yeah, look, the last lap of this team was 1 minute 33.6. That's definitely a disconnect. That's a disconnect for sure. Because if they had entered the pit lane,
but why would they?
Maybe not.
Take so long.
Yep, if they had entered the pit lane, the time would have already been reset.
But why would it take so long on the disconnect?
I don't know, but something definitely went wrong, and we have a new situation in our timing screen, in the battle for the win. 4 minutes 42.
No, that's a normal long stop length.
Yep, so maybe we are stressing out without the need to do that?
No, but that wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't be possible because now they've got the same amount of long stops as Sean Clark.
Yep, and the same amount of pit stops. Maybe we will figure this out. Maybe the team will let us know some details about what happened there. Of course, if they are willing to share that with the whole world. But that changes the game a little bit. So they were 1.6 laps ahead of Sean Clark Racing. Now they're behind, with the Racing Sandwiches in between, but the Racing Sandwiches have to make that second long stop to match the stops with the rivals. Well, in the meantime, Bing Bong still catching up with RSTP, not being able to do so, and the gap constantly stays around 2 seconds. Dream to Drive trying to chase down Italia Racing Team, and up until now unsuccessfully. 5 seconds separating 7th and 8th place. And suddenly, Dream to Drive was 4.1 laps down. Now they're 2.5 laps down from the lead at this moment. And actually only 1 lap down from International Racing Team, with 1 mandatory pit stop more under their sleeve.
But why? Would a disconnect just delete a lap?
Maybe. That's also possible. Yep, that's a good point. Well, that's basically a tow back to the pit lane, isn't it?
But which direction do you tow? If
Well,
you tow
yeah,
with the track, you kind of complete the lap. At least that's how it's implemented in other simulators. Right, we're still extremely confused at how this could have happened.
You know what?
Now,
but that's not the first time happening with us.
That we're extremely confused.
Yep.
That's more than normal for normal people. But this is a very strange situation because normally you could probably explain it by lap times. Here you can't, because we saw the lap times that they did, and it was a fast lap, a normal racing lap, and then the next lap is a normal long pit lap.
Yep. Look at the gap between the Italia Racing Team and the Dream to Drive. It's up to 15 seconds. You know what happened? Matas Mendeles had a collision with car number 41, Perdrazzini Racing. I believe that's one of the GT3s. And they lost 10 seconds. Yep, 1 minute 44.7, so that definitely had to be a spin. So more drama happening and unfolding even before we hit the half race distance mark.
Okay, I have a theory. I have an idea.
Okay.
So the car disconnects. It quote-unquote tows back to the pits. They do complete that lap, but because a driver disconnected, it takes some time for the new one to connect, because first they have to react to what happened, right? He has to then connect until he joins the server, blah, blah, blah. It takes a bit of time. And only from the point that the other driver joined the track is when the time started counting again.
Oh!
On a new lap.
Sorry to shout out on your words. We had a huge crash recently happening behind RSTP.
Watching a replay, right? Yeah.
You could.
I thought why you were screaming. I thought why you were screaming because I was looking at it 20 seconds back, and I just saw cars coming through the dogleg and screaming, and I didn't really understand why. Just looking at the replay, it does look like those LMP2s, because there were 3 LMP2s in total. One got passed, and then 2 were battling side by side, and for some reason, they both fought of going to the outside, while the GT3 also took the outside. So everybody decided to take the outside, and then it wasn't enough. Right, coming back to International Racing Team. So my idea is that once the car got connected back, they did complete a lap. It didn't show up on the timing screens as a last lap because that car kind of completed a lap, but until the other driver rejoined, the long pit time didn't start counting. And once he rejoined, that's when the long pit time started counting, and that's when the car's lap time started counting. And that's why the lap time is normal for a long pit, but the loss is much bigger. That's my theory on this. If it makes any sense, what I just said. It makes sense in my head, and
yeah,
I'll probably stick with this idea.
That's probable, and you definitely know what you're talking about, have plenty of experience. In the meantime,
I can assure you I don't know what I'm talking about, but this is the best guess that I could have pulled out, because I'm trying to look at the time losses, and this time loss makes the most sense to me, and why it happened so sudden, and why Gustas Malakauskas got behind the wheel next instead of seeing Silverio behind the car for a bit longer, because he still owed us about around about what is it, 70 minutes behind the wheel, something like that.
Oh,
60 to 70 minutes.
Yep, that's long.
They had a lot of time left in the stint, because my first reaction to that car stopping was, well, disappearing, was, have they miscalculated horribly on the long pit? But I knew that the calculation wasn't supposed to be that bad. I mean, they were tight, but they were not tight enough to pit after 20 laps. So maybe mystery solved. Italia Racing Team on pit road.
Yep, for the third long stop. That should be a long stop because they definitely had a driver change. I don't see the message. Yep, they just cleared the long stop. Number number 14, 3 out of 5 back on track. So they are on the same count of long stops as the Dream to Drive team. But they're now quite a big chunk of time behind the Dream to Drive team. They were 13 seconds ahead. Now they are 2 laps behind.
Six hours and 9 minutes to go in the 12 hours of Daytona. The race has kind of settled in. Closest gap I can see is...
Yep, Bing Bong versus RSTP.
17, nope,
Yep.
17th. I can see 17th. 6/10 of a second for 17th.
Yep, that's closer. And actually 19th and 20th also. Oh, and that's where we find Bing Bong versus RSTP in the same battle.
Okay, so Bing Bong's behind. RSTP is in front there. And this is the other battle happening.
Yes.
Sandwich. Type. Yeah, sure. All right. Now we're getting tired. All right. Still 6 hours to go. Right. So they got sandwiched. This is a battle sandwiched between another battle, and well, this battle's gone because the other LMP2 went off to explore the grass around the circuit. So this is the steer team. We're battling Lopen Pro.
Yep, so Lopen Pro went off the racetrack. They are ahead. And that's the Bing Bong team.
Yeah, we can go back to Bing Bong, who's going to go past Lopen Pro. And now they've got the RSTP car in their sights, and I think they'll push to overtake the all-Canadian car at Daytona. We don't have an all-American car. You always see one. In the real Daytona 24, okay, not always in the real Daytona 24, but for the Daytona 500, you'll see one either army-backed or just very patriotic American. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see an all-American team, American flag livery, and battling the Canadian team.
Yep, so maybe any team has a chance while being in a long stop to repaint their car. Listening to what you're wishing to see in this race. I couldn't
during the long stop.
Yep,
that would be a very long stop.
Well, but maybe there's a possibility. So, was that RSTP?
Splitting.
It was.
Yep, taking risks actually. So they feel under pressure even with 6 hours to go. Tight again on as they come on to the banking. Wow, but taking, felt that was a bit unnecessary, right? That
yep. And it looks like whenever Bing Bong comes closer to the RSTP esports team, they end up meeting traffic, and that usually ends up in Bing Bong team losing a little bit more time than the other team. And
is RSTP the one right in front, or are there two? Is there a car in between?
Nope, but it will be. It's not, but it will be. There's actually 3 cars in front.
Those are GTs.
Yep.
Looking at the P2s, there's one P2 in front. I think that is the.
That should be the MT. Oh, MT 24 hours team is in the wall and out of the way.
Yep, that was. I don't know if he used the force field or what, but definitely some dark magic going on there, because the MT24HS will learn it by the end of the race, I'm sure. Team just removed themselves from the racing line, completely off track and facing the barrier on the exit of turn 1, but no harm done to this battle. For 4th position on track, Bing Bong Racing versus RSTP Esports. We've seen this battle go on for a long time, and Bing Bong have gotten closer, then drop back. Going closer, then drop back. But this is 0.3 of a second now. If they can get a good exit out of the Le Mans chicane, they might just have it. Wow, big gain on entry. And I think maybe too much. I think they got scared and saw RSTP braking a bit earlier than they expected.
Baklajani just had another long pit stop. Yep, they are on the count of 3, and they are suddenly...
It's going to be moved down into turn 1 to the outside. Are they going to make it all the way around? Nope, front left locks up, and move cancelled, but now will be a chance into the International Horseshoe. To the outside goes Bing Bong, to the inside of that GT3 goes RSTP. No move done yet. Into the Western Horseshoe is their next opportunity. But if you make a move into the Western Horseshoe, you have a big chance to get overtaking down into the Le Mans chicane. To the outside they go in the Western Horseshoe. No move yet. So Bing Bong taking their time, not taking unnecessary risks, continuing to hold position, continuing to push. We'll see where that push ends up. 0.3 of a second, so now they don't have to rush it. Don't rush a move into the chicane. Wait, be patient, and maybe you can get them on the exit to the inside, because the GT3 goes off the road, probably trying to let them pass, but that ruins it for Bing Bong once again. As soon as they hit traffic, every time it goes bad for Bing Bong.
That has to end at one point. Being unlucky with the traffic.
It's not even bad luck. It's sometimes bad decision making. I don't want to be harsh on them, but you know, if it happens over and over again, you're probably doing something wrong, and it's sometimes being too aggressive and sometimes being not aggressive enough. One more chance into the International Horseshoe, but they've got a GT3 in front who'll again get out of the way and kind of helping RSTP in this case. Onto the Western Horseshoe they'll come. I don't think they'll make a move on the GT3 ahead unless it actually goes off the track and lets them pass. No, it doesn't. But I think they're getting stuck behind that GT3. Can't see it from this camera angle. Gets the move done around the outside, both of them, so they both can hit the apex. Again, into the Le Mans chicane. I don't think a move is going to be made into there, and it just looks like maybe sometimes the Le Mans chicane is a bit difficult for Bing Bong. Maybe the car's not set up for it. If you have a car that's a bit softer, you can jump the curbs. Again, defensive from RSTP. Again, to the outside goes Bing Bong, and again they lose. And this is mistakes. This is not being unlucky. There's no point to go to the outside coming into the Le Mans chicane, because you're never going to make that move stick. Never in a million years. I mean, I can't imagine a situation where you'll actually go side by side with the amount of speed the cars are carrying here on with the old spec LMP2. So more downforce, more power, less weight, and also very grippy tires here in the simulator as well. So I can't see a move being done around the outside, but they keep trying. We've seen it tried so many times this race, and it has never worked. And, you know, repeating the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is difficult, I would call it.
Yep, Racing Sandwiches serving their second long mandatory pit stop, getting out of the table.
Wow.
Yep, just a second. They just came to a halt. Oh, an RSTP in a crash.
Oh, and they have to hit. They do hit Bing Bong. Just to rub it in, because Bing Bong will now have damage on their car. I think RSTP are maybe a bit worse off, but yeah, they still hit Bing Bong, and their story today continues with even more damage on their car. We'll see if RSTP is just as damaged. Wow, that other LMP2 decided to go to the inside in the final chance that they had. What will happen here? Oh, close, but no contact there. Oh, it doesn't look like that car wants to turn. I think they have damage on it, so RSTP. What is this?
That's what Velociraptors, what are they doing? They just received a drive-through, a stop-and-go penalty of 30 seconds.
But why would they stop before the line?
Maybe they thought that that was the place where they have to serve the penalty?
That's before the pit limiter. No, they're doing a long
that's
stop.
a long stop. But they just received a 30 seconds stop-and-go penalty for speeding, I believe.
For speeding?
Yeah, so at least that's what it looked like. RSTP are in the pit lane. So suddenly a lot of drama.
Well, RSTP, they need to fix the car. Could it be that they sped into the pits, stopped, reversed, and expected to go into the pits again without a penalty?
Wow.
I don't know, maybe they thought they could reset
What theory is this? Where did it come from?
I don't know, because I saw the car stopped on the entry to the pits.
You mean you can reverse a penalty? Oh man.
I don't know, maybe they tried. I mean, it's worth a try. Why not? You have a 30-second stop and go.
Well, if you enter the pit lane like at 20 kilometers per hour faster, then you reverse and you kind of get that speed chunked off. Maybe.
If you do a speed camera 3 times, you'll reset the speed camera. Don't do it. You won't. I don't know.
I love it. Yeah,
that's the theory we're gonna stick with. Why we saw that car stopped on pit entry, that they tried to reset.
Oh man, that's right in the middle of the race. Plenty of new theories evolving.
Exactly.
I really love about it.
As we keep going. I'm sure YouTube chat probably has a very normal answer to why that car was stopped on pit entry, but we're gonna stick with they tried to reset the stop and go penalty by going back and entering the pit lane once again.
Oh man, but they were running second. Racing Sandwiches, well, of course, they had only one long pit stop completed. They are back on the track. Racing Sandwiches, 2 out of 5. They are 4th. No, they are 6th, and they are doing a nice pirouette. Oh man.
Okay, so this is Racing Sandwiches. The car that was... I thought he was driving straight into a barrier there. I didn't realize there was an opening between. I thought he just turned right and then decided that enough is enough. So this was actually Velociraptors were going backwards. This looks like an issue. Can we have an
exactly.
onboard view? This looks like an issue. Something's wrong, definitely. They're going high side, 4th gear. Something's wrong. For Racing Sandwiches, they complete a long pit, and now they have issues.
Oh yeah, it was Velociraptors. Sorry about that. I kind of
Velociraptors were going backwards.
Yeah.
Or at least they were stopped on pit entry. What's going on here? It's a very strange-looking issue.
Oh, and they are running slow down the Le Mans chicane, trying to be evasive as possible, but that's definitely an issue. Yep, that's... They are able to change the gears, they are able to pick up the speed.
No brakes?
So they will come into the pit lane with no brakes?
Let's see. No brakes. Yep, no brakes. Clearly. But not...
no, they can brake.
Nope.
They're slowing down, but...
Okay.
International Racing Team in the pit lane again. They just went out on the racetrack with Gustas Malakauskas behind the wheel. Yep. What's happening here? Oh, that's strange. Did the time fly by, or they just stopped?
No, because Sean Clark have not stopped yet. They've...
Oh man, Bing
but that's another...
in the pit lane.
Actually, very
drive
interesting.
Up to 3rd.
Hold on, this is very interesting. So, they've completed another 16 laps.
You think that's their strategy?
No, it doesn't look like strategy to me. I mean, unless your strategy is to lose the lead, lose a lap, and then lose even more, this is probably not the strategy. I think something's wrong.
With a lot of cars suddenly, so the racing
because they did the same amount of laps twice. Twice they did the same amount of laps, and twice they came back into the pit.
Oh man. They are still in the pit lane, so they will lose P2 to Dream to Drive shortly. If they will not get moving, they are still standing. Yep, that's P2 lost. While Matas Mendelis deals with traffic, I think they are heading out. Nope, that's not them, that's Velociraptors, I believe. Yep, that's Velociraptor team. Back on the track in P13 behind the Dream to Drive car. Bing Bong team still standing in the pit lane for the that should be their third long pit stop. Little Up Crisis up to P3. International Racing Team still standing, still quite a long pit stop. That's gonna be the third long stop.
Unless they've decided to but it wouldn't make sense to do a long stop. Just
no sense. No sense. There's definitely issues. Well, they are able to keep moving. Gustas Malakauskas stays behind the wheel. They drop down to P4. Man, issues. That's not looking normal. Or they are just waiting out, I believe, for the long stop. That's why he's rolling. Yep, here he goes.
But why would they do a long stop?
I don't know. Maybe more issues, and they decided that to deal with the issues, they will make another long stop. Maybe they had a crash or something that we've missed. Maybe that's why.
If you have a crash, you leave the server normally to make sure the car gets completely fixed.
That's a good point. So yeah, more theories coming in, more suggestions, more wise thoughts from our young Gustas Grimbergas on what's happening here. I love your explanations.
I'm completely confused. I mean, going back on pit lane to reset a penalty, it's, I think, easier to believe than what's happening here. Why so many pit stops? And so close to each other, right? As well. Because they've done 3 long stops now. I was gonna say, maybe the last one didn't count, but it did count. So they're on 3 long stops. And they've had 3 pit stops. 2 of them were long, spaced out each by 16 laps. Why? And one of them was also a disconnect and loss of 1.5 laps.
Could it be to just simply confuse the commentators and make them do the big guesswork and
yes, this is the theory I like. This is the one I'm gonna just to confuse us. They felt that we needed to be confused even more. Perfect.
10 pit stops in total for
right now. I think now we'll see Sean Clark Racing do something crazy as well. I'll wait for that.
Well, they have 2.7 laps gap.
I want to see them switch cars now, just to confuse us even more. Just switch. I want Sean Clark Racing to rejoin with, I don't know, like a GT4. Just run around for 10 laps, and just to make it a bit more interesting.
Well, further into the race, the more exciting it gets. At one point you think you understand everything and follow up with the race, and then in a couple of moments you get completely lost and yeah, start talking about GT4s. Maybe that's a little bit more simple for our brains because the cars are slightly slower. Maybe they don't do interesting stuff to be considered.
Or they could go with a much faster car. There's the Red Bull X 2010.
Yeah.
The car that was in Gran Turismo. That one's cool. I'd
know
like
what
to
you're
see a race
talking
with that.
about.
Yeah, I'd like to see a race with those. And there's the modification, the S1 or whatever. It's like the quicker modification. More power and more downforce. I'd like to see a race with those.
An idea for the next premium race event on the World
No, I want to
Series
see
platform.
24 hours. 24 hours in that.
Yep.
That and the other class, Fiat 500. How about that? The classic one, the old one, the Abarth 595, but the old one, the manual gearbox, pure car. It's probably like got 40 horsepower, maybe a bit more, maybe like 60.
Oh man, this is a battle for P2.
Oh, this is a battle on track, right?
It is a race spot sim versus Goated Motorsports, and look at Goated Motorsports. They just made their personal fastest lap of the race, lost the position and regained it while battling into the bus stop chicane. It's actually Le Mans chicane right now, but Goated Motorsport, they were overtaken but managed to stick up with the second position for at least now. Gap is up to 4 seconds. Racepot Sim Racing Team.
There's also battle for third in GT3.
Yes, it is a battle running down the grass.
Driving the most expensive lawnmower in the world.
There's actually a battle for fourth, and Dream to Drive Junior Team. How on earth and where from did they come from? They are all on 3 long stops in the GT3 class.
How are you surprised at anything that happens in this race after this point?
I don't know. I'm still getting surprised.
Cars just appear. They look to be out of the race, and we forget about them, and then they just appear fourth somehow.
Hello.
But,
Hello.
That's how this race has gone on so far. We've just seen cars. We've also seen cars that have run up front, like the Manolo racing car, who was looking great for a second place. Okay, maybe just third, fourth, fifth. Now they're 12th and not keeping up the pace. So, right, things change. This is a big.
In a very short period of time, they changed dramatically.
This is a big gaggle of LMP2s.
Yeah, playing with the GT3s.
Wait, this battle was like side by side coming into the Le Mans chicane? Now the gap's 8 seconds. Okay, we saw the Mercedes do a bit of gardening there, but 8 seconds? Really?
Well, he had to. Maybe he was stuck.
Maybe he had to slow down, you know? No, we saw him go back out on track. Fine. Maybe he had to complete some slowdown just to make sure he doesn't gain any time.
Manolo Racing drive-through penalty for speeding. From bad to worse to nightmare.
That's,
to nowhere.
There's a commentator's curse where you praise someone and they go down.
What?
We do the opposite of that. We say that someone's having a bad day and they just go on and have an even worse day.
That's how you lose those 8 seconds and even more. Spectron Racing not staying on the racetrack. How on earth they are still running 5th in this race while taking the bigger part of the time running down the grass? They have issues. Definitely
now down
issues.
on the down on the pit road they go. Probably long stop if there's damage on the car.
Oh, that's a drive-through. Yep, that's just a drive-through.
Of course it's a drive. Of course there's a penalty for someone as well.
Yep, for crossing pit, enter, or exit lines. Easy as that.
Now the question is, did they just do it now or no? Okay, yeah, that was before. Great, so you okay? They made a mistake on entry or exit.
and they still remain 5th.
Because the drive through costs you, what, 20 seconds?
Yep, it's a short one.
20 seconds. Yeah, it's about 20 seconds. 22 maybe.
Okay, what's next on the table? 4.9 seconds between our STP Esports. It looks like Bing Bong just swapped drivers. Well, at least that's why what I would understand. It looks like it's a team of one rig shared between teammates. Well, it looked much faster before they took that pit stop, that long pit stop. Now they seem to run a little bit slower, and look at the speed of our STP team, 132.9. Trying to gain on Baklajani. What about a long pit stop situation in the LMP2 field? So only Sean Clark Racing on 2 long mandatory stops. All the other cars up until P8, the Karascalet Esports, they are also on a 2 long stop, and most of the other teams are on 3 stops, except a couple of them in the last positions. We have Speed Demons Lightning Force, 21st in the LMP2 class, who have already completed all 5 long mandatory pit stops. But the situation at this moment is pretty similar in the field, so the gap of 2.7 laps is roughly 1.5 lap lead in the LMP2 class, if our calculations are correct. Dream to Drive 4 stops, Sean Clark Racing 4 stops. So they both have to come into the pit lane, but that should be a long stop for Sean Clark Racing and a short stop for the Dream to Drive. If that's going to happen in the next stops, but that definitely has not to.
Definitely have to. No, well, they don't definitely have to have a long, but they'll probably go for a long stop for Sean Clark just to get closer to everyone else in terms of their long stops. For Dream to Drive, yeah, they'll probably continue on for one more stint.
Yep, they have to. They have to continue for one more stint. They have to.
Angelis has been doing a good job, so I wouldn't pull him out of the car.
I wouldn't pull anyone out of the car in the Dream to Drive team. It looks like that all the drivers are on a very similar pace, and this is the recipe that you need if you want to get a good result. Just try to pick up a team of drivers able to put in similar lap times, and you should probably get a very good outcome in this scenario. And they are up to P2. They were the car that went missing into turn 1. It was there, and the next moment it was not there. They lost a couple of laps. Well, of course, they took the long stop straight away. But they are kind of back in the game. If you can call running second be back in the game, well,
we saw how quickly you can go from second to first.
Yep, and from first to fourth, which International Racing Team are currently at. Yeah, they are still in the race, actually. They are 40 seconds behind mid-lap Crisis, traveling a little bit faster, 32.4. Gustas Malakauskas, well, he was leading the race for a very long time. He knows how to drive around, he knows how to be fast. So, well, we can still expect a really exciting finish and outcome of this special event on the Worldsimseries platform. Up until now, it looks promising.
Dream to Drive have, it's not the first time they've run a recovery drive, so it's not like they're novices in that.
You could call the team, you could give it a new name, Dream to Recover.
Exactly, they dream to survive the first stint, because oftentimes they don't, they have some strange issue that's completely out of their control, and then they have to recover for the whole rest of the race.
Yep, but it looks like they prepared pretty good for situations like these. I enjoy watching them and I'm cheering for them. But actually, whom I'm most cheering for is this purple LMP2 Orica. car number 3 with a baby on front, with a picture of a baby. This is the son of Dainius Butvila, and he's doing this race just for his son, to give good examples of how a grown man will climb up a mountain all by himself. And I'm cheering for this guy to not only finish this race, but of course the main goal is to finish it. But he's looking pretty strong in this race, and he's one of those who has slightly more pit stops. I believe he had 1 drive-through penalty, so that's why we see 6 pit stops to the name of this car. Most of them have 4 or 5, except of mid-lap tries is only 3 stops. But yeah, mid-lap tries.
So is the baby on the front the only way his wife would let him run 12 hours on a simulator alone?
That might be an explanation. Yep.
Okay.
Honey, I need to run this race, not without our baby
For our
on your
son,
car.
for our son.
Yeah.
For our son.
And there you go.
That's a good strategy. I like that. That's very smart thinking. Extremely smart thinking. I like that. I can respect that. Sure.
But that's only half of race completed. What was the longest stint that you have achieved in your career? Well, behind the wheel of a sim rig.
On the wheel of a sim rig. I've done a 4-hour race on the north side for once.
Wow. How have you felt after that?
I won, so I was pretty happy. But
Wow.
no, my legs started cramping up after. I think I may have done. Yeah, I think I may have done like a 4-hour stint at Daytona as well.
Yep, and that's only a third of what a couple of guys are trying to achieve. Well, at least one guy on this track. We see Bing Bong and Mid-Lap Crisis not changing drivers, so it's either a case of a couple of guys sharing one rig, or a similar case as Dainius Butvila is on in this race. What about your real career? You've raced in some endurance races with LMP3s and LMP2s.
You're very much. I mean, in the real world, we're very much limited by drive time requirements. You're gonna get safety cars. You're gonna get full clutch yellows. I think the most you're doing is about 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, depending on how everything else falls into place. I mean, if you're in a real, let's say, 12 or 24-hour race, you don't want to stress the driver that much, and you don't have a long pit quota that you have to meet. So you figure out the strategy in a bit of a different way. So and well, I don't think anybody would ever do a 12-hour race alone.
Oh yeah,
not about
Keating.
that. Actually,
Yes,
Ben
yes.
Keating would do a 12-hour race alone at Daytona.
Yeah,
he's very much unstoppable around this place.
I'm pretty.
This year he raced in GTP and LMP2 at the same time. Just kept switching between the cars during the race, and it's
insane.
And he's done this. I don't know how many years in a row he's been driving 2 cars, but in previous years he'd do GT3 and LMP2, and he just keep switching. So he's very much likes the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
A man that was born behind the wheel and cannot live without it, without the position being in a seat of a driver. What about
gonna do like 4 cars next year, so just so he can jump out of one during the pit stop and run straight to the other one to continue his stint. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that happen.
If it's even possible. What about the Le Mans 24 hours real race? Someone in the background spinning around. Oh, taking my attention. Yep, that's Racing Sandwiches making a mistake. What about the real Le Mans 24 hours? What's the longest stint that one driver can do there?
4 in 6. You do a longest stint you can do is 4 hours in a 6-hour period.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure there are drivers that are on stint like that, especially during the night.
Yeah, they try to run close to that. Le Mans is, obviously a bit less physically intensive with those long straights. And especially, big slide there. Especially during the night, they can really carry a set of tires for a very, very long time. That's why they'll normally keep a driver in for much longer at Le Mans. But they'll keep him in until the tires last. So you'll go for 3 or 4 stints in the night, normally, depending on how cool or warm the night is. So that would be, again, depending on the car, that would run about 3 hours. That's normally they wouldn't risk it more because you've got a chance of safety car, you've got a chance of, slow zone wouldn't really affect it too much, but you've got a chance of safety car that could very much ruin that 4 and 6 requirement.
And what is the difference physically driving an LMP2 car versus driving a GT3 car? I'm speaking about the physical exhaustion. You get much more G-forces while driving the LMP2 car versus GT3.
Yeah,
how
sure.
much harder it is?
You kind of get used to it. I don't think it's... Sure, it's more physical, yeah. But in the GT3, you're kind of dancing with the car a bit more. And then something like a P2, it has a lot more downforce. You're more pushing the downforce. Let's say you're not maybe sliding around as much. So sure, LMP2 is more difficult in terms of G-force. You're getting higher cornering speeds, but at some point that physical strain maybe isn't the hardest part. It's also the mental fatigue. I think it's rare these days to have drivers that really get very tired physically. Apart from the hot races, like the really hot races, but also you have to have AC in these new cars.
Oh, it's mandatory.
I mean, you have to cool down the cockpit to a certain temperature, so there's no real option to not have AC in the cars.
Okay, but I find that to be a good solution, and these closed cockpit cars have the chance to have it built in, so why not offer to every teams to have it, and then have your driver at a little bit more comfort behind the wheel, especially as you say during those hot summer days on tracks like Malaysia, where it can get extremely hot in some occasions.
There it would be more about the humidity.
Yeah, humidity, exactly, but having an AC is actually an option. .2 seconds between Racing Sandwiches and Italia Racing. We are about to see a position swap. Italia, the car that was running second, it was looking really strong at one point, still holding the record of the fastest lap time in this race, 1 minute 31.4, are about to get involved in a battle for position 9. They are separated by one LMP2 in between. Racing Sandwiches are kind of trying to get away from the car stalking them, but they just made a mistake and almost eliminated that gap, and the car in between is already gone. What's happening with Racing Sandwiches? They are losing pace, and they are definitely not happy about that lapped car overtaking them. Yeah, and exposing them to the Racing Italia, so I think it's already a matter of time when the positions will swap. And now the Racing Sandwiches have to think of some new strategies. They lost quite a lot of time a couple of laps ago. Was a moment where a lot of teams looked really interesting with one or other decisions. GT3 lap traffic coming in, and Racing Sandwiches just backing out of it. That's a wise decision. Oh, Dream to Drive Junior being pushed off of the racetrack or making a mistake on their own. They are currently third in the GT3 class, so they have to be careful, and I think that's what they have chosen to do. As soon as they see that trouble awaits, they just kind of kept it together, went off the track. Oh, Racing Sandwiches were willing to get back to battling Italia Racing, and they are spinning in the pit lane.
Racing Sandwiches, and that's gas speed. That's gas speed.
It is gas speed.
Also off.
What you yeah, well, okay, that was outside the pit lane. Did they decide to enter the pit lane straight away? And once again, yet another pit stop that happens too soon. Oh man!
Me have a look. Right. Why did? Right.
No driver change. Long. We have
four Audi.
We have
four Audi.
We have LHY Long behind the wheel. We have L Long in the background, and we have H Leong waiting for his part to take action in this race.
But that what we saw there, I feel bad for the Audi. Just look back on the replay, and there was nothing the Audi could do. The Racing Sandwiches just decided to go down onto the low line and just took out the gas speed Audi.
I think that's how you make. I think that's the way how you make good and tasty sandwiches.
That's a racing sandwich, but yeah, that was. I think gas speed will be quite.
They will be disappointed, and you know who will be disappointed even more? Tadas Dovidaitis, our race steward, because he will have to take more action and spend more time looking into the replays. This one's gonna be an easy one for Tadas, but he will have to take the decision on how strict the penalty will be, or maybe it's just gonna be another strike. How many strikes do Racing Sandwiches have? They have one, so that might be strike number 2.
Right, in the past half hour, we've had around about 40 incidents, 40 contacts.
Well, that's slightly better than it was at the beginning, but it's
I
still...
think we need to start a fund for our stewards, right? For mental health.
Yeah, so cheering up for our race control. Well, he's a really important part of this race, making the race a little bit more correct. At least try to handle the drivers to try and avoid mistakes, because they need to know that they will be punished for that. Without live race control, we might see even more chaos on this racetrack. I'm happy to see that everything settled down slightly. Running a little bit wide, empty 24 hours team. It looks like they are trying to chase down Velociraptor, the car that was trying to eliminate the 30-second stop-and-go penalty by going back from the pit lane. They are currently 10th. I'm not sure if, well, I think the pace is quite similar of both of these cars, car number 5 and number 13, with one being faster on one occasion and the other being faster on the other. We see Baclarani Racing Team in the background gaining on these cars. Oh, Dream to Drive Team, they just completed a pit stop. They are down in 3rd place. And
it wasn't a long stop.
It wasn't.
Crucially, it was not a long stop.
Yep, and they should meet on the racetrack with International Racing Team. Gustas Malakauskas behind the wheel, only 5.4 seconds behind. And it looks like both of the teams are on the same count of pit stops now, on the same count of long mandatory pit stops now. So this looks to be a real battle on the track for position, because, well, both of the cars have equal stops and maybe equal outcome of the race. Remember, Dream to Drive team had issues at the start, International Racing team had issues in the middle of the race, with 2 pit stops taking time, a couple of laps in between each other. So both teams facing issues and now finding themselves battling each other. Matas Mendelis crossing the line after the pit stop taken. We don't see the speed of his at this moment. Into traffic, sliding around into turn 1, trying to avoid that Mercedes, and seeing the gap disappearing between himself and the International Racing team, well, puts a little bit of pressure on the shoulders of Matas Mendelis. He knows he needs to focus. He now has the job to do to bring this car home in front of the International Racing team. What separates them now, what separates these 2 cars apart at this moment is the lap that the cars will need to take a pit stop. That's gonna be a long ride for these 2 drivers, being quite close to each other if the pace remains similar. 1 minute 32.8. We've definitely seen Matas Mendelis traveling at the same speed, so that's gonna be, well, quite close. Gustas Malakauskas just had an incident. I think he was slow. Look at the gap, it's up to 8 seconds. So I think he had issues with the same Mercedes that Matas Mendelis met in first corner. Or maybe another Mercedes, but he definitely lost 3 seconds there. In turn 6, I don't know the name of it. You know it better. Something about the horseshoe.
The Western Horseshoe.
Yep, that should be the Western Horseshoe, which leads you onto the Daytona oval banking for the first time before the Le Mans chicane. So, Gustas Malakauskas, 1 minute 32.8 previous time around. How much time did he lose? Almost 4 seconds. 1 minute 37, and a Mercedes AMG GT3 again. This time a little bit more luckier.
Trying a bit too much. I think they're trying hard because obviously they've run into issues, and they need to kind of gain back that time. But I think maybe they're over pushing it sometimes, and because they're hoping to gain it back, and that's normal. You know, that's how you kind of race. If you lose time, you try and gain it back, but normally that doesn't work. Normally that just leads to more issues. You have more issues, and then you make more mistakes. So that's kind of how it goes if you start over pushing yourself, and I'm afraid that's kind of what's happening with the International Racing team. I still want to understand exactly why some of those issues came about, why we had the car stop twice in both pit stops separated by 16 laps. It's difficult to say. Sean Clark Racing, they've run a good race in LMP2. But on the other hand, they haven't looked as dominant as they do in GT3, and I wouldn't relax completely if I were them, because we do have that we have that Dream to Drive car that's still a long stop behind. There's still a threat. Sure, the gap is now 3.4 seconds, but don't count out Dream to Drive in this, because they've still got a chance to move forward, to get some positions, and once they're on the same long stop amount, they'll be putting pressure on Sean Clark Racing, and we'll see if they can put enough pressure on. Because if the gap becomes less than a lap, it will all come down to not making mistakes. Because if they do make a mistake, ooh, they'll be in big trouble if that gap comes down. Same goes, I guess, for the international racing team. They're kind of in the same boat, kind of, almost, not really, not exactly. So we'll see how they end up throughout this race. We've seen the pace they've had. Gustas Malakauskas in the first hour of the race has been unstoppable. And he's been doing incredible lap times now as well. But sometimes you just need luck. That's the way motorsport goes. Sometimes you just need luck, and sometimes luck runs out, and you end up with a more difficult mountain to climb. Because it did look, for a long time, it did look like a very easy race for international racing team. They were extending the gap, they were driving around pretty calm, no real threat. Okay, Sean Clark Racing was catching up, but it wasn't too bad. They still had half a minute in front, so they looked pretty comfortable. And then all hell broke loose, and we still got five and a half hours to go, pretty much. We've gone past halfway. We should see the sun start to set soon. I'll have a look at what's the time, local time at Daytona. So it is about 20 minutes to 3. And official sunset time for today is at 6:09.
So that's roughly in 2.5 hours. It doesn't make a big difference on the Daytona racetrack, whether it's day or it's night, in terms of visuals, how the drivers see the track. But it makes a difference with the
I
weather
just want to
conditions.
correct you. It's about 3.5 hours.
Oh, okay. That's 3.5
so it's
hours.
2:40, right? PM. In half an hour, it will be 3:40 p.m. And then sunset's at 6 p.m. So 3.5 hours until we get official sunset time at Daytona.
Okay, we've talked a lot about Sean Clark Racing. We've talked a lot about the Dream to Drive and the International Racing Team and the others. What about mid-lap prizes? Look at them. They are currently second. They've completed 3 stops in total, and all of them were the long stops. So it looks like this is the team that is going slightly slower on the racetrack. Slightly slower, not by much. Avoiding contact. Yep, and they still managed to complete those longest stints needed in this race, and they use every stop.
Another LMP2 off on the International Horseshoe.
Looks like that's the back markers, at least
Actually,
looking at the
same
results.
liveried car. Same liveried car crashed in turn 1 and turn 3. I'm sure whoever's in that mid-lap crisis car thinks he's seeing double. And thinks he's going insane because he saw the same car spun at both turn 1 and turn 3.
And
so,
this is the name of the driver stays always the same. That's Lee O'Brien. We don't have information whether it's one driver's team or just
I saw
a team.
somebody say on YouTube that Lee O'Brien's racing on his own.
Yeah, so that might be the case.
I wonder if it's like that. I don't know how reliable our source in the YouTube comments is. But they're still doing a great job. If it's Lee alone or if Lee's with someone else, it's still a very, very strong run today.
Yep, and I think that's a very clever strategy, you know? Well, they are trying to use all the nuances of this car.
He is driving alone. And he actually did the 24 hours of Daytona last year alone as well. So Leo Bryan so Team Baglashani are not the only ones running alone. Daniel Butvila has a competitor, with a bit more experience of running alone. So maybe that's why Danish is in 5th and Leo Bryan's in 2nd.
So the next contender in this one-man team battle is actually our Bing Bong team, the Canadians.
Well, we don't have confirmation if they're
yeah,
alone.
but they might be. I'm just speculating. But what I'm saying, it's also a car that always shows the same driver behind the wheel. So it's whether a situation of a team sharing one rig, or a same situation as Danius and Leo Bryan sharing one driver in one car. Maybe we will get some confirmation from Canada. Bing Bong are currently 7th. They are running faster than Leo Bryan. Managed to overtake him on the racetrack. Of course, Leo Bryan knows his strategy because, well, the strategy separates them of all. Because, well, up until now, Mid-Lap Crisis made only 3 stops. So, while Bing Bongs made 10 pit stops, and did we lose someone? No. And Baklajani made 6 pit stops.
I think the only thing we're gonna lose today is our minds with all of these theories that we're trying to find of what's happening in this race. I'm still thinking about when we saw that car stopped on pit entry. So if there's anyone from the Velociraptors team watching the YouTube stream, please, can you explain what happened there? Because we really want to know if you tried to reset the pit lane speeding penalty by going out and going back in again. Whatever the case, we really want to know what happened there and why you were stopped on pit entry. Because that was very much a wake-up call for us.
This is the real battle on track. Dream to Drive team versus International Racing team. Similar on pace, battling for 3rd place at this moment. It was a smaller gap until Gustas Malakauskas was involved in a small accident. But, well, every lap they are on a very, very similar pace. And this is a battle that we enjoy, actually. Traffic, income, or any small mistake can change the gap, reduce it to none, but while having a very similar pace, it would be really difficult to make a move on your rival. And still, you have to think about the long run in this moment, because we are still 5 hours and 10 minutes till we see the real checkered flag in this race. So there's more to think of rather than a small fight on the track to get a better position. Maybe it's better to consider. Look at the laps. 1 minute 32.5 versus 1 minute 32.5. Both of the drivers can perform identical lap times and be on the same pace in these situations. So maybe it's rather a battle of avoiding mistakes and dealing as best as possible with the traffic, rather than thinking about gaining or getting away from your rival, just concentrating on the track and thinking about a successful stint of your own. And of course, trying to extend that stint to as long as possible, especially for the Dream to Drive team, though actually all of the guys are on a very similar strategy now, so
Dream to Drive is still a bit on the back foot. They're a bit more tight in terms of their strategy because they'll have to pit a bit earlier. I mean, they could keep Matheus Mendes in the car for much longer, but that's just asking for trouble.
Well,
I think
this trouble.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because you're gonna keep a driver in for what would be almost 5 hours.
But we have drivers. We have drivers that are on 6 hours and 15 minutes run already, and sitting
but
in second position.
So those drivers are kind of preparing for that, right? Like mentally, you prepare that you think you're going to do a stint of around. Let's say Mendeles knows he's going to be doing around 3 hours, 3.5, right? And then somebody tells him he needs to do 6 or 5 hours 50. Can kind of mess with you. I mean, I think they don't have. There's no point in doing that because they're all quick. They don't have a weak point in the team. Apart from Torres's hardware, which just decided to fail on lap 1, everything else regarding that team, all of them have been quick. All of them have been smart in traffic. Sometimes aggressive. Right. I was actually looking at the timing, but yeah, they're all aggressive in traffic for sure. So I feel like yeah, it would make sense for them to swap out, and they'll have 2 fresh drivers in for the end of the race. Because Torres had a big rest. I think Florinas had a big rest as well. So they can use those final 2 long pits that they have to rest their drivers and make sure that they have smart minds in for the end of the race, because they might be battling for the win here.
They might be not. Middle International Racing Team gaining on Dream to Drive. Matas Mendeles was not slow, 1 minute 33.6, but Gustas Malakauskas was exceptionally fast, 1 minute 32.4. He just chopped off 1 second and 2/10 and is still gaining on Matas. So out of 8 seconds, it remained 6 seconds. It looks like the tires on this Oreca are already showing signs of wear, because Matas Mendeles keeps sliding around, keeps dropping those tenths out of the lead that he has against Gustas at this moment, and it's constantly reducing, creating much more pressure for the driver, that might cause even more troubles and even more mistakes in the driving of the vehicle around the circuit. That's not going to be a slow lap, but it's going to be a slightly slower lap than from the driver running behind and gaining. And you always feel more pressure when you're being chased down rather than chasing someone, or maybe being behind and keeping similar pace. You always have the higher side of emotions, while being behind rather than being in front, doing your best and seeing that the car behind keeps slowly approaching. That creates pressure, and that creates situations where a driver wants to do slightly better, and that creates mistakes. We see Matas Mendeles sliding around a little bit around the corners. His previous lap time without traffic was 1 minute 31.1. Well, he had traffic, but he wasn't stuck too badly. So those slides, they cost time and they wear tires, and basically they put a little bit of temperature in them. So you have to calm down now, and that's really difficult. I wonder how much time of a seat remains for Matas Mendeles this afternoon, but I'm pretty sure it's still quite a lot of time to go for him.
80 minutes. Around about. No, wait, that's a bit too much. No. Let me
So he's in the car.
Actually, yeah, about 80 minutes. Yeah, about 80 minutes ago. Because 2 stints is 200 minutes.
Yep, and now I think that he will lose the second place. Jean-Claude Racing in the pit lane. That's why we see Dream to Drive being second.
Taking their long stop.
Yep, they are taking a long stop. Matas Mendeles stuck behind a GT3, and the gap melts again. And I'm pretty sure, well, soon enough he will see the front end of International Racing Team, the bright green car in his mirrors?
I don't think they're too worried. I don't think Dream to Drive's too worried about International Racing Team here.
Well, of course,
Because
you have to understand that you don't
still
have
5 hours to go.
Yep.
Like, if they're that much quicker that they're gonna overtake you, you know, you're not gonna hold a car behind for 5 hours.
Yep.
Whatever you do, it's not gonna happen. So just keep going. I think Matas Mendes is smart. He's got smart people behind him as well. They'll tell him, look, you know, don't fight him. Get behind and tow along. You saw what Gustav Malakauskas did in the first part of the race, where he gained an incredible amount of time on everyone. He was 50 seconds ahead of everyone at one point. Get behind him. Just keep going. See where you end up. Maybe you'll gain some time. And maybe once Gustav Malakauskas jumps out, we did see that pretty clearly Silverio was slower. Just a little bit, but still slower. Maybe that will be your chance to counterattack, but that's only if you can stay behind. And their pace is similar enough where I think Slipstream could help pull Matas Mendes along.
Yep.
You're not talking about cars that are, you know, a second different. And also, if Gustav Malakauskas opens up the traffic, you know, he's kind of like Moses. The car that you're following will always open up the traffic routes for you. So you can just, if you follow them in, you'll probably get through. Catching up to a GT3. We'll see if, I don't think Gustav Malakauskas will catch up. Nope. So not into the braking zone, and now he'll get stuck. But that's just normal here at Daytona. The drivers aren't too worried about that. Throughout the 12 hours, you'll see a lot of those. There is a long pit. I'm trying to read it. It's pretty small on my screen. Somebody did a long pit. Right. Gap to the lead. By the way, gap to the lead. Sorry. 1.3 laps.
1.2 because Middle Lap Crisis is in the pit lane at this moment. It was 1.2 laps, but Middle Lap Crisis pitting. So 1.3 laps. Yeah, you're correct. Between Dream to Drive and Jean-Claude Racing, it was 1.2 between...
And International Racing Team as well.
Yep. So that's big. That's huge. Jean-Claude Racing safely in the lead.
We said that about International Racing Team, and then they lost about 2 laps. So, yep. I don't know. Anything can happen, right?
There's no safe lead. There's no safe lead in multi-class endurance racing. But at this moment...
Unless you're driving the Jean-Claude Racing GT3, and the Endims is driving, your lead is safe. Actually, it's 2 laps. I say that like it's not a lot, it's a massive gap, but it's like we get so used to the gap being huge that maybe sometimes we get desensitized to this. It's Simonas Urbanas back behind the wheel of that car. We haven't talked much about them because they've been running alone on track. So Simonas Urbanas back behind the wheel of the car. He's gotten back in pretty recently. Actually, just now he's gotten back in. So they're right after a long stop. They just completed their long stop. Alex Leaf completed his 65 minutes. Okay, strange amount of time. He completed his 65 minutes behind the wheel. Jan Nims has completed 167, and Simonas Urbanas 180 minutes for him. Grodinis in the Goated Motorsports car, which is running in P2, has completed 183 minutes. His teammate Mitskavicius 122 minutes, 110 minutes for Solonis. That's the GT3 top 2 driving times. Third place is the Race Spot Sim Racing team. They are sharing the car between 3 drivers, and it's very similar looking. Jaromski on 100 minutes, Seifert on 194, 115 for scenic. So pretty similar of those running free driver lineups, except for Alex Leaf, who's actually had a pretty short stint. And I think he struggled. Maybe just struggled with the traffic. They had, I heard, a contact somewhere. I guess that's why his stint was kind of short, and you can see from his best lap times that maybe it wasn't optimal. And we know Alex Leaf is quick, so we're gonna chalk it up to being some kind of issue there. How well are stewards catching up? Car number 40 gets a drive penalty. That was pretty recent. Right, last half hour in terms of incidents. Let's have a look. 25 in the last half hour. 24. 24 incidents in the last half hour. So getting better a little bit. Better than the previous half hour, which was just chaos.
Yep.
Everybody just... Nobody wanted to race anymore. They tried to all crash into each other and see which car exploded first.
Well, it looks like Matas Mendelis listened to your suggestion. He simply did not create any difficult situations.
I was waffling and I wasn't even looking at what's happening on track. Great. I was looking at the timing screen, looking at the GT freeze. I wasn't even concerned. But yeah, I didn't expect this to be a battle. Not at this point in the race.
And it looks like the tires are...
hour mark.
Yep. Oh, yeah. You're exactly right. I think the tires on the Oreca of Matas Mendelis are a little bit more worn out than the tires of the International Racing Team car, because Matas Mendelis is sliding around a little bit more than he would like to. It looks like that's...
Manolo.
Yep, that's Manolo. Yeah, that's the name. I was looking through the table. They kind of...
they let them.
Yeah, because they had a better exit. Matas Mendelis had to take a voice of action. Had a little slide. Manolo Racing just overtook him, but, well, didn't create a huge drama and let the P3 car through. Matas Mendelis 1.8 seconds behind Gustas Malakauskas. So no more Moses for Matas. He left. He fell a little bit too far behind to have those traffic doors opening for him. He will have to carve his way through the traffic on his own. Still 1.5 seconds behind.
Give up and traffic taketh away, and you'll see this change and change and change. And yeah, for these front guys at this point in the race, I think they've realized how dynamic both traffic and other issues can be. I don't think they're stressing out too much. I think they're taking the race a bit more calmly. They're looking at it a bit more calmly. Okay, Matas Mendelis cuts the chicane and lawn mows all over while I say that, but I think they're taking each loss more calmly. How about that? That's maybe a better sentence. They're taking each setback, which looked to have affected them more and angered them more in the beginning of the race, where you'd have somebody, you know, block you in traffic, you'd lose a place, or you lock up, and it looked like issues then kept coming and coming and coming, right? You saw a car spin out, and then it would, you could almost guarantee they'd spin out another 3 times in a row in like the space of half a lap. You're not seeing that anymore. I think the drivers have calmed down a little bit and realized that this is still a long race to go. You've still got 4 hours and 56 minutes to go. That's an incredibly long race still to go. Pretty exciting.
Yep, so middle-up crisis down in P7. 4 long mandatory pit stops under the sleeve. It looks like Lee O'Brien will make the next long pit stop with his next stop, and well, he will ran out of those long stops. I wonder why he's taking them all in a row and not saving at least a couple of them till the end. Maybe he will save that last long stop to be the final stop.
Who was it? Sorry.
That's Midlap Crisis.
Right.
Yep, they have 4 stops completed, and this is Lee O'Brien, the man on his own. So 4 pit stops completed. All of them are the long mandatory pit stops. So he's taking
Okay, so it
a
doesn't
rest.
matter for him.
Yeah, so well, it does actually, because he's now taking those long stops, and he has only 1 remaining to the account. So he has to save it to the end. He has to take a little bit of rest for himself, especially at the end, where the fatigue will hit him a little bit more than it is now.
I think that's why he took it early. I think he maybe needed a small break, and that's why he probably took it.
Well, he takes it with every stop that he makes, but he doesn't have...
No, but he took a longer break. Because a long stop's going to be a bit of a longer break, right? You could probably run to the bathroom. So actually, because he's driving alone, and now we've cracked the mystery of how they managed to lose so much time to Dream to Drive in that one stop. Where, remember, we saw them switch positions?
Yeah.
And we saw them have a very long lap time. So if this is a driver racing alone, I think he was not quick enough back to his sim rig. That's my guess. We're starting more period.
That should be a good guess. Yep. So maybe he had to take a rest or something, and well, he just simply didn't make it, or he didn't care to make it. You know, he's racing on his own, so maybe it's more for himself. Maybe he's not even thinking about the win, so he's just concerned to finish this race, and if he needs it, he'll just he just takes that longer stop, and that's it.
Honestly, to me, it sounds more like a punishment.
Yeah, I'm
12
with
hours.
you.
12 hours? That's a lot. Just sitting by a computer screen for 12 hours is a lot. Imagine having to be like 100% focused.
Yeah.
You can't go. You can't relax. There's no option to do that. You have to be focused. Every single lap, you have to be focused. Because you're also overtaking traffic. You cannot you cannot remove the GT3 cars from the track, even though some do try in LMP2, definitely. But it's difficult for 12 hours. Look, you approach a traffic scenario like this, you have to make a decision quickly, and he continues to do that, and I think that's really incredible that he's still got the mental focus. Because even us sitting here and commentating, we lose our mental focus.
Quite
I
easily.
don't know how. Yeah,
it happens quite easily with us.
There's not. Let's start off with the fact that there's not much focus to lose. I mean, we don't start off with much, but there's still something to lose there, and then we lose it quite quickly. We lose it about 20 minutes into the race, and about 6 hours in, the nonsense starts, and we start creating furies. But kudos to him that he's staying vigilant and awake.
Yeah, these are men on a mission, definitely. Well, if for 12 hours, it's definitely a challenge. But sometimes when you are racing and you catch the rhythm, sometimes it can get like therapy, like meditation. If you have a good stint, you deal with your breaking points and stuff like that. Sometimes it works like meditation. So maybe that's the case for the drivers running on their own. Maybe they are good at getting into that rhythm, even with all that traffic and mistake avoidance. But maybe they are just doing something like a very long yoga session.
My idea of meditation is definitely not meeting a GT3 in the bus stop in the Le Mans chicane. For me, that's the exact opposite of meditation. If you like that, sure. I mean, you're
I don't know.
you're an interesting guy, Lodinas. If you really do like that, but we're not here to judge, right? But I think
Yes.
not many people would agree with you on this. That driving in traffic and getting stuck behind other cars. And
But it doesn't happen every lap, and you're still doing your own task, you know, and how you deal with the traffic and how you approach the traffic. And well, if you're in the car, you don't. Well, in rare occasions, okay, you meet a GT3 car standing in the middle of the track or something happens to it, but usually you follow up with your traffic, and this is the game that you have to play along. You're not just looking at the track and having cars thrown at you. You are gaining on them. You have all the telemetry data that you need. You follow with that, and that creates a rhythm of your driving, and you're dealing with the traffic. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking, trying to understand how the drivers that are running on their own are doing this. So I'm just trying to figure out and understand.
It's a special breed of people, right? People like to set out challenges for themselves. You know, climb Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Run a marathon. This is yeah. Okay, maybe I wouldn't compare it to Mount Everest. I could compare it to a marathon. Run a marathon.
And that's definitely easier.
Oh.
That's definitely easier to drive a race for 12 hours than run a marathon. I'm pretty sure about that.
Drive a race.
You don't need that much of preparation. It's not that physically demanding. It's more about focus and I don't know, fatigue.
You've got to be focused.
You have to be focused.
That's a different fitness. That's psychological fitness.
Yep, it is. It's psychological. Yeah, nicely said. It is psychological fitness. But if you do it right, it becomes meditation. You just settle in, play with the game, go with the track, go with the flow, and maybe you can even get relaxed mentally if you don't have troubles running into traffic right before the Le Mans chicane, like some of us do apparently. I'm pretty sure there are guys that are not having troubles with that. You know, they start the race, they know what they do, they are on a mission, they kind of can easily avoid those mistakes of rushing too much or trying to be too fast, and they can prepare themselves. So you can easily follow the GT3 in front and understand what will happen in the Le Mans chicane if you'll get the chance to overtake that car before the Le Mans chicane, or you simply have to slightly go on the brakes earlier and roll around the corner. They are definitely not thinking about the win.
It's still frustrating, right? You know, you're approaching
a
car. Maybe you're catching someone. If you're in a battle at that time, you're catching someone, and then you get stuck. It's frustrating. It really is.
Look, the guys that are running on themselves, they are not thinking about battles or catching anyone. They are actually on the mission of their own. They don't have to think about catching up with someone and try to overtake them. They can be really calm about it, and that gives them the strength and actually the focus that they need, and they can avoid those mistakes because they don't have to be worried about catching someone and overtaking them in the first place. Of course, somewhere in the race you can come in situations like these, but if you are prepared for that and that mental preparation of not winning the race and being calm in all sorts of situations, there we go. Your 12 hours relaxation session. Let's call it like this. Except your physical side, like your back or your legs.
I mean, if
starting to hurt.
He's on a direct drive wheel, if he's got high-end pedals, it's 12 hours. That's gonna be physical still. I mean,
yep, physical. It's gonna be physical.
I ran the 4-hour race I said I did alone. I had cramps in my legs. Like my braking foot was cramping up. Then my throttle foot was cramping up. So 12 hours will be worse.
Yep, of course. It's so I think it's more physically demanding than psychologically demanding. But it's, I don't know, it's a nice challenge. I might give it a try one time. Why not? The hell? Oh.
Okay, you do it, I'll commentate.
Yeah, so I'll do it on my own. We find a good time.
No, you know what?
To do
you
that.
do it on your own, and you let me know how that goes.
Okay.
How about that? Just let me know. I wanna like hear it from a person that's not been preparing for it. Because someone like Leo Bryan, it's not his first time, so I feel like he did 24 hours alone last time. So this time it's 12 hours, easy.
Yeah, sure. I have to do it to understand it. I'm sure I will not do it. I just don't have the time, and I don't know. I can't imagine myself doing it. Actually, I just said it to say it. But yeah, it is what it is. There's another guy who's doing the mission that we were talking about for quite a time now. Dainius Butvila doing a nice job, as is Leo Bryan. We don't know about Bing Bong Racing Team. Field is behind the wheel, shown for us for all the time that he's sitting in the cockpit. So he might also be on a one-guy mission to finish the 12 hours event of Daytona 2024 on the Worldsimseries platform. This is RaceSpot Sim Racing Team. They are trying to catch up with the Dream to Drive juniors. At least I am assuming so. They are 7 seconds behind the juniors. Maybe they have been overtaken. We kind of lost out a little bit what the situation with the GT3 cars is, or was, or will be. But this is one of the closer battles in the GT3 class. We have a closer battle further back. That's Off-Track Racing Team chasing down Team Kamikaze, a team with a really interesting name. So let's sit on board with a GT3 car running around the Daytona International Racing circuit. I think the Off-Track Racing Team are currently 9th in the GT3 class. I need to figure this out. That's actually position number 10, at least. They are being shown in 10th in the results section. Yep, and they are 10th. I had to do the math and managed to do it successfully. What an achievement. Into the Le Mans chicane, which we used to call a bus stop chicane. So no more buses running around the Daytona International Raceway, and it becomes more of a Le Mans race. Dream to Drive Olympi team just lost 10 seconds to the International Racing Team. Maybe they have problems with the traffic. 3.9 seconds between Team Kamikaze and Off-Track Racing, so it's getting a little bit closer between these two cars battling for P9. It's another story when speaking about the traffic for the GT3 cars. They have to be constantly aware of the faster cars approaching and try and figure out the places on the track where those LMP2s will be willing to go around, and they meet other GT3s that are on a, well, they use the identical cars, different setups, and the pace might differ slightly. So it's a little bit harder to deal with the traffic, well, at least to my understanding, driving a GT3 in races like these. You have to be constantly aware of everything that is around you, not only what's happening in front, and then you have to kind of think of a strategy how to overtake a similarly paced car with a different driver, and maybe who's running a little bit slower. But still being able to gain. Sean Clark Racing, Simona Surbonas behind the wheel, no problems whatsoever, beautiful car. It will shine even more when the sun sets in Florida. You can see the neon lights behind the Mercedes. It's gonna look a little bit different during the nighttime. Of course, the Daytona track is nicely lit by the digital lightnings, but well, the reflections of the cars and these lighting effects, they will look a little bit better when the time comes for the sun to set. Goated Motorsports. Grodin is behind the wheel into the Le Mans chicane, 1 minute 46.2. They have the pace. They are. It looks like they kind of enjoy this racing. 30 seconds ahead of Dream to Drive, 36 seconds ahead of Racesport Sim Racing team. All of the teams are on 3 long stops, except for the 5th place Lopen Esports Exiles car, and they are on the same lap, 20 seconds behind Racesport. So Lopen, well, they actually look slightly better in this particular time slot. They are 5th, but 1 long stop ahead of all the drivers in front. So this might.
I feel like they're the team that really got into it throughout the race. Like they really improved throughout the race. That's what I noticed. They kept going.
Or the Lopen.
Goated.
Yep.
I feel like they kept getting better and better and better, because in the beginning they were kind of there, but we didn't really notice them that much.
Yep.
And then as the race went on, it looked like they kept improving. They kept improving. Look at that. They're doing a very good job right now.
Yep, indeed. I'm all with you. And, well, at least for now, they are the team that is looking to finish 2nd in this race. Well, they cannot compete with Sean Clark Racing. I think no one can. But finishing right behind Sean Clark Racing in the GT3 class is a nice achievement. And there are a lot of GT3s on this track. And being 2nd of all the GT3s is quite an achievement. And, well, I'm with you with the performance gain during the race. They were somewhere in the midfield, well, maybe a little bit higher at the beginning, but now they're running strong 2nd. Of course, Lopen, they are on the same lap, roughly 65 seconds behind, 55 seconds behind, but actually with 1 long stop more to their account. Actually, Lopen had visited the pit lane for 13 times, so they are maybe the 2nd fastest car. It was their contact with the international racing team as they passed them. It was, but it was a small contact, so it didn't cost a lot of time. So nothing should change dramatically here, but you should avoid these contacts, which is pretty hard.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a 12-hour race. Contacts happen, but as the race goes on, you're trying to avoid them more and more. I feel like in the beginning you can get away with a few more contacts, but towards the end you really have to start staying away from the walls.
So,
by the way, there was big drama in Division 2. Because Division 2 had a server issue during the race, and the race has now restarted, I believe, in Division 2. Yep, it has. And the teams are continuing, but that was a very, very... it was very interesting to read, and props to the whole Worldsimseries team that got around the issues they faced, and the race is back on in Division 2.
Yep, so drama, but it happens. The servers get quite a lot of megabytes or kilobytes flowing, and sometimes they just don't hold off that whole amount of data. Thankfully, Worldsimseries managed to fix that. Back to the GT3 class, we have 5 cars on the same lap, battling for P2. Racebot Sim Racing Team into the pit lane, so that's gonna change. Yep. So, but still, 5 cars having the possibility to finish this race in second position, or even maybe win it, because you never know what happens. As Gustav said, you never can be safe about being first, and we have seen different situations this afternoon. Oh, Dream to Drive Junior. That's Velociraptor, I believe, that they met on the racetrack. Yep, this is the team of Velociraptor. They are currently 9th. They had issues. They had moments in this race. They were at one moment running a little bit higher up the order. Then there was one time where quite a lot of teams faced different issues. I'm not sure if that was kind of related, but well, it happened.
I feel also as the race goes on, you see more of those tight moves where sometimes we might get scared, but teams get used to it, right? They get used to the traffic. They kind of understand it a bit more of, you know, how the traffic flows, and they can make more dangerous moves without them actually being more dangerous.
Yep, they get to know their friends, their rivals, the other cars, the other teams. When you race for such a long time, you meet the traffic time and time again, and you understand what your rival is going to do, and it's better for you and easier for you to take those decisions. You know that, okay, I'm approaching to this guy, he's always you can always not understand what he's going to do, so I'm going to be a little bit more careful. And there are other situations where you gain on guys and you know, yep, this guy always sees, he's always aware of what's happening around, and I can make a slightly riskier move here without taking too much risk.
You kind of see, you know, you see battles also going on, and in the beginning of the race, everyone is in a battle, right? So everyone's gonna make extremely risky moves, and everyone's gonna take the risk, right? As the race goes on, keeps going, you'll see less and less of those crazy moves being made by everyone, and then you'll see somebody approach who are battling, like 2 or 3 cars that are battling, and you'll know they'll make crazy moves, so you can just be a bit more careful in those moments. You kind of have a clearer picture of what's going on in the race. Our stewards reporting that they said they felt like they almost caught up with all the incidents, and then more came.
So the situation settled down around the racetrack a little bit. Dream to Drive lost 10 or slightly more seconds a couple of laps ago, but they're still going strong, still in this race. Still 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. They don't have to worry about those 10 seconds too much. Because in this moment of the race, that's basically nothing. The 1.3 laps gap, or deficit to the leaders is something a little bit more worrying if you would like to think about the win in this race. Because with every minute it starts to seem a little bit more impossible to eliminate. But as Gustas already said, a lot of drama unfolds.
I mean, you saw how quickly the lead changed, right?
Yep, it did.
It took one stop. That's all it took. So I wouldn't write it off.
STP team taking that long stop. I assume they were running 5th. 3 long stops completed for that team, and maybe they decided to make that driver swap and take a little small rest at this moment with 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. They will have the final one remaining to the account. And that's actually a change and an indicator for the Dream to Drive team that they are kind of shuffling in between the usual strategy of the teams. Remember, they were the first ones to take that long pit stop. 30 seconds stop and go penalty for Lopen Esports Junior team, car number 38, a GT3 car. They are further down the order, so maybe still learning, maybe still trying to learn something new and useful out of this experience. Empty 24 hours in the pit lane. That should be the next long pit stop in the LMP2 class. They drop down to 10th. So the 4th wave of long pit stops is approaching. 4 hours and 30 minutes on the clock. So
I'll have a look at how much time Mendeles has to go. We can actually probably start to think about looking how we can backtrack the race. How we can calculate it backwards. I feel like as soon as I'm looking at the timing screen, something's happening. Every time. Right, Mendeles has about 40 minutes to go in his stint.
40 minutes.
Yeah. That's a, normal 1v2 stint.
Yeah, so... And
right.
then they'll make the 4th long pit stop after 40 minutes, and we will have...
They will have a splash. They'll have a splash of 40 minutes at the end.
Yep.
A bit, yeah, around...
maybe even half, maybe 30 minutes, no?
No, I don't... maybe? Actually, yeah, something like that. So, they'll have a splash. What about Sean Clark in this case? So Mendes did... Right, I'm gonna pull out the calculator here and figure out if who's closest to making it to the end.
Still a little bit early, but yeah, this is really crucial, and you can already calculate actually the strategies, and that's what might differ you from the other teams. If you have the chance to spare one stop, this might be the main decider. Of course, Sean Clark Racing can feel the safest at this point, at this moment.
Okay,
but
Sean Clark Racing will be very tight to not make a splash at the end. If they need to do a splash, it will be around for only 10 to 5 minutes. So they'll be super duper tight for that final splash.
But a splash always is a short stop. But
Yep.
if you have to make a long stop, you have to...
No. They'll make a long stop before that. I'm not really looking into the long stops. The teams will manage. But the next 2 stops for Sean Clark will have to be long stops. There's no other option, and they might just about make it to the end. Will be very tight. I'll go calculate. Yeah, International Racing Team. I can't calculate them. Their laps are a bit wonky at the moment, so it's difficult to see. But Sean Clark have a chance to make it with saving a stop over Dream to Drive.
Baklajani on the 4th long stop. So the 4th wave of the long stops has slowly approached us in the LMP2 class, and Baklajani is the next car to hang on in the pit lane for roughly 3 minutes, hang around.
Baklajani, after this one, 2 more stops. That's
yeah,
for sure.
Yep, so 1 long and 1 splash.
No. 1 long and 1 full tank and tires. Almost full tank.
Okay. Bing bong up to 4th. Middle up crisis should be the next car to overtake Baklajani. Both of the cars on similar scenario in this race, so kind of a little bit in the battle with each other. Our STP Esports, the car that took the 4th mandatory long pit stop earliest. Oh no, middle up crisis was the car that took that 4th long stop the earliest of the leading cars. Our STP came next, quite a long time after. Well, at least 30 minutes after the long stop of middle up crisis. They are currently 7th and should be 6th. Oh no, they are actually 1 lap behind Baklajani. So, yeah, that's still not 4th position. They remain 7th because Baklajani are still in the pit lane, but they had a nice lead against the RSTP Esports before coming to the pit lane. RSTP just took their long stop, and that might be tight, possibly, when Baklajani will exit the pit lane. Italia Racing Team, 8th. 3 long pit stops completed, so they have pace, 1 minute 33.2. But they lost a little bit, well, quite a lot of time in one stage of the race. They were running 2nd, then things went not as planned. Dream to Drive Junior team making that long stop in the GT3 class. This is the car that is in the battle for 2nd position in the GT3 class. Well, it looked like it, and I think it still is.
Right, so 1 more long stop for them. Lopen have done 4 long stops. Right, Lopen have done 4 long stops. This is pretty interesting, actually. They've caught up to Sean Clark quite a lot. So 1 more long stop for them, and 2 more for Sean Clark. So they'll lose about another lap and a bit. And Lopen will only be a lap behind. So they've been doing a very impressive job to stay up that high. And they're probably the closest contender that Sean Clark Racing has, and maybe they're not as comfortable as we initially thought. I mean, still a lap. They've got over a lap, but if they can really push, and if Sean Clark Racing has something happen to them, maybe something can happen here. Something might change.
It was still 4 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. Lopen kind of doing a nice job on the racetrack. 1 minute 45.7. This is a decent pace in the GT3 class. Well, it's not too fast. It's not something that separates them out of the GT3 class, but they have still got the pace, and every 10th counts here. And sometimes you can miss your rivals. Well, like in the situation of low pen, they are currently, well, they are now up to P3. They were constantly climbing back the ladder. They started high,
I
but
think
then
they'll
they
really beat themselves up about the free drive-throughs and the
Yep.
30-second stop and go that they have.
But they were kind of off the table, and it's a chance that Sean Clark Racing might have missed their rivals. Well, you kind of not see someone that's like running 10th or 9th.
Oh, I'm sure they saw it. I think just we didn't see it.
Well, yeah, they are looking at their rivals now, and they saw that earlier. I'm pretty sure about it, but maybe they missed something at the beginning, and they maybe relaxed a little bit too much. Of course, that's only speculations, and
We like to speculate. It's fun. That's what we do. This is our expertise. Say Sean Clark Racing, they're experts in the GT3s. We're experts in speculation. As the field continues to run, Dream to Drive has lost quite a bit of time. About 15 seconds to the International Racing Team. We'll see how their pit stop looks and how their run to the end looks. But it is quite interesting. See how much time they've lost and how quickly they've lost it. So this is just testament to how quick Gustas Malakauskas really is behind the wheel of his Oracle 7.
That's B&B Racing against Raiffeisen, and it looks like it will be an easy overtake for the B&B team. Raiffeisen have just took a short run on the grass, and that was more than enough for B&B Racing to take that 16th spot in the LMP2 class at this moment as it stands. And back to racing as nothing ever happened before. Running into traffic, that's Godet Motorsports. Oh, Raiffeisen almost running into the back of Godet Motorsports AMG GT3, which might have cost the position. Godet are currently second. What happened there? Oh man, is it still Raiffeisen? Yep, it is. Did they try to take out Godet Motorsports? Or it looked like that. Looking at the replay, it looked like they just went straight into the side of Godet Motorsports. Maybe they had issues. What's happening here? Oh man, and they have just been spun around, but it looks like either they are facing issues or they're trying to commit a crime on the racetrack.
I'd like to think they're having issues.
Yep. Well, back on the track. At one point it looked like they are racing with a controller rather than a race wheel. Everything seems
like
back to normal
racing on
now.
A keyboard or okay, that was very strange. I watched back the replay. It definitely looked. I don't want to accuse anyone of doing it on purpose. But yeah, that's gonna be more work for our stewards. I don't envy them.
Nope.
I think their job here is harder than Leo O'Brien running or Linus Butevilla running the 12 hours on their own.
I'm completely with you. That's really difficult. It's really something. But I think they are the highest paid workers on the planet. They should receive quite a lot of money for the work that they do and the risk that they take, you know? Nobody likes the stewards.
Their life, right?
Yep. Everyone would like to meet the stewards eye to eye. to try and figure out the situations. and all
Normally,
the decisions.
you don't want to meet the stewards. Normally we don't. Oh, we have a reply from the Raiffeisen team. They have issues with force feedback. That was definitely not on purpose. Okay, that's very good to know.
Yep, that's good to have someone who can explain what's happening on the racetrack. Because looking at it, sometimes we can take decisions by ourselves, or speculations, as we call it. We love speculate.
I really didn't want to believe somebody would do that on purpose, and that just confirms, yeah, because it did look very strange. The driving of that car did look very, very strange. So it makes sense that they have an issue. And it wasn't just somebody getting extremely angry and trying to take someone out. This is H71 on your screens. They're down in 13th position. They were the ones that lost time early on. Look quickly, but yep, they started up in 5th and are now down in 13th. So this is how races can flip. Italia Racing Team started in 3rd and they're in 8th. So big losses for some of the teams, big gains for others. RSTP Esports Team, they started 21st on the grid. They're now running in 7th.
And they have the pace. It looks like some of the teams are kind of becoming a little bit faster into the race, meaning that they learn something or maybe get the track a little bit better. You can say the same about Goat Motorsports and some of the teams in the LMP2 class. Because some of them look like they come to the higher positions out of nowhere. But that's what it is when you race in races like these. The endurance races teach you quite a lot, actually, and that's where the drivers can come and search for pace, not running in practice sessions trying to hit those times that the faster drivers are doing, but just simply by participating in races like these. That's where you can learn the most. To drive this vehicle, who do we miss? International Racing Team, Gustas Malakauskas into the pit lane. That's going to be the 4th long mandatory pit stop with 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining. And that's again an early pit stop, isn't it, for the International Racing Team? Do they keep facing issues?
I've lost count of when they last stopped.
Yep, I've lost count. I've lost that count too. It's a shame we don't have data before our eyes to try and understand everything slightly better. But that's, well, why not speculate about it? But I think that's an earlier stop for International Racing Team. Dream to Drive have stopped before International Racing Team, and they are still on the racetrack, while the International Racing Team are already in the pit lane. Well, maybe my head is playing games with me, and that's quite a possibility. Getting tired a little bit, but I think that's an early stop for the International Racing.
I do feel like it's early, yeah. It does feel early to me, but...
Yep, and they swapped places. Silverio is behind the wheel now. Yep, this is the long stop. This is definitely a long stop.
Yeah, because they exited, that means it's a long stop. There's no real mystery there. This is something we can skip speculating on. We know that it's a long stop. That's one thing that we do know.
But this is a normal long stop. You see? Yep. It's no problems. You can definitely understand what the pit stop is about. Not as it happened before. Before it was definitely issues. this time it looks everything okay, and that means they will have one long pit stop to complete. So we will see Silverio for the coming, well, at least 2.5 hours behind the wheel of this Oreca. Maybe 2 hours. I don't know how the drivers will split the time.
Right, they do one stint, then they'll do a long stop, and then they've got a splash to the end. About a 40-minute splash to the end.
Dream to Drive are performing to the max. No calculations, I'm pretty sure. They just think about extending those stints to as long as possible, which seems very logical to me. Not play any games, just try to stay out and maybe gain something out of it. Still 1.3 laps behind Sean Clark Racing, which is not that much if you take into consideration the situation of the Dream to Drive car, which sometimes likes to disappear from corners. Hopefully it will not happen again.
So that lap and a half, that's pretty much what they lost in that disconnect in the beginning.
Golden Motorsports into the pit lane for that long pit stop. Remember, they were running second in the GT3 class, but one long pit stop behind Lopen Pro Esports team. So I think Lopen Esports, they ended up third. Yep, they are still third because Spectrum Racing team are still on the racetrack and still one long pit stop behind Lopen Exiles. Yep.
Somebody's saying IRT had a disconnect? Again?
You mean the LMP2 team?
I guess. That's what they said in the YouTube chat. I don't think they had a disconnect again. It looked like a pretty normal stop.
But maybe, I don't know. Well, Gustas Malakauskas was behind the wheel. They are definitely not in the same room. Or maybe they are. I don't know. But what possibility would you have to... Yep, it was a driver change. I don't know. Maybe a disconnect again. 1.8 laps behind Dream to Drive now in P3. Is it too much?
No, that's the normal
That's
gap.
normal gap, yeah. So
I think that maybe they were referring to earlier on when they had the disconnect. But then they had that super early stop again. That was a long pit, so... Right, we just keep getting more and more confused. The first early stop. Yeah. That one we understood that was a disconnect. But then we had another early stop, which that one was confusing for us. So the team wants to provide context on that one. I don't know if they want to, but yeah, we'd like to understand the second early stop in the car. Oh, they crashed into someone. Okay, that explains it. All right, that's more logical than a car. Because it was very yeah, that's a pretty simple explanation. They crashed into someone. Okay. Yeah, because it looked very strange. Because both times they pitted exactly. It was around 16 laps. The stint was both times. That's why we were extremely confused. But they crashed into someone. Okay, that's a more reasonable explanation.
Look at where Midlap Crisis has ended up, being on the racetrack with that earlier long stop. They are actually on the same strategy right now with 4 completed long stops, and they met each other on the racetrack for a battle for P3. So actually, if Dream to Drive would come to a stop now, they should end up behind these two battling drivers. So Midlap Crisis looks pretty decent in this race. even though it's a one-man team. Well, at least at this moment, it looks like they are on a good strategy. And still hanging on to the international racing team. Maybe they just want to get Toda. I think that was a cut. I think that was a cut. They had to slow down. Leo Bryan had to slow down, I believe, due to that cut. He lost front end due to being a little bit too close to Silverio. He cut the chicane slightly, and I think he had to back out of it, or he was just slowed down that much by hitting that grass. I never raced at Daytona, AC platform. Sometimes AC slows you quite drastically if you run off the road, but that happens when you hit the gravel, not the grass.
I like the Bikernicki version of slowing someone down once they go off track. When we were commentating the EB-ATCC race on Thursday, I really liked that option of somebody touches the gravel and they slow down like they're in a different class. I like that option. That was that's a good solution to track limits.
It is.
And when in sim racing you don't have the gravel coming onto the track, so you don't really have that issue. So tracks can actually have gravel on the outside, and you don't have to worry about making the track MotoGP safe as well. So advantages of sim racing, I guess.
Yep. That's what we love about it. From some sides, looking into the racing action, it's sometimes better.
We've got an explanation for track limits. 2 cuts are warnings, and then the 3rd cut is a drive-through.
So Bing Bong made their 4th long pit stop. They came out in front of Italia racing team. Bertozzi is behind the wheel of the number 14 Orica. He was quite fast at the beginning. I'm not sure which driver set the fastest lap time. Was it Bertozzi or Carello? But they had the pace, which at this moment they seem to have lost. You wouldn't... Oh, and they are coming into the pit lane, so maybe the tires were gone already. Coming back to the battle between International Racing Team and Middle Up Crisis. Well, it's not Leo Bryan who looks super strong. It's more Silverio who looks slightly slower than expected. 1 minute 34.2.
Let's have a look the next few laps if that's actually the speed, because it could also be traffic, right?
Yep, of course. It's too early to understand, but well, definitely Silverio was much faster. They kept to the lead with no problems whatsoever, so Silverio has the pace without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm sure it's...
Yep, so...
Wow, I saw International Racing Team disconnected.
Yeah.
And I thought it happened again, but it's the GT3 car who's doing a longer stop.
I'm pretty sure your Hollard almost stopped at that moment.
I thought it happened again, and then I kept looking at the timing screen. I saw them still there, and I was very confused, but it's the GT3 car that was doing the most.
Yep, 1 minute 32.6 versus 1 minute 32.9. That's the beauty of racing. All the drivers can be on a very similar pace in this race, and that makes the racing so much more exciting. Those little battles that we see on the racetrack when the drivers are close to each other, but there's plenty of battles on the racetrack where we don't see the drivers near each other, but they are actually racing each other. They just happen to be on different parts of the track due to different strategies. And I think this is one of the most or more exciting races that we've witnessed so far, with quite a lot of cars still kind of in the battle, still kind of holding their Oh, look at Lopen esports team in the GT3 class up to P2 with that early long stop, 1 minute 45.1 on the previous occasion. They know something. They definitely do know something.
The track is changing. Maybe they've got a car that's a bit more suited to this.
And
latter part
look,
of the
Goat
race.
Motorsports are in P3 and they are actually 1 lap behind, almost 1 lap behind
They're about to be
Lopen.
lapped, and when Lopen makes the move, they're
That's
lapped now.
Yep, Mickiewicz is behind the wheel of the Merc. 1 minute 47.2 versus 1 minute 45.1 previous lap of both of the teams. Lopen on the flyer. And they are 1.6 laps behind Jean-Claude Racing, who have just pitted. And Jean-Claude Racing will have the long stop now. That's going to be close.
2 more long stops.
Yep, so they are on a long stop now. I think they will have a long stop now, or maybe that's not a long stop.
Oh yeah, they're still standing. They're still standing.
They just came into the pit. Yep, they are standing.
Oh.
That's rear wheels spinning. Well, doing burnouts in the pit lane. But they haven't disconnected. There's issues. There's issues. Was
No. They're doing a long stop. Look, they're going to wait.
Yeah. That's the long stop. Exactly. But no driver change. Oh no, that's Jan Nims behind the wheel. Guten Abend. It's gonna be a nice race now. So Jan Nims taking over the wheel from Simonas Turbonas.
They saw the Lopen Esports team maybe getting a little close, so they sent their big guns back out on track.
Yeah, they are still 1 lap ahead. Let's make guesses how further down the order Jean-Claude Racing will be after they complete their next stint. Now we have a almost 1 lap, equally 1 lap. So that's the Jean-Claude Racing into the Western Horseshoe, and that's Lopen into the Western Horseshoe corner. That's corner number 6.
That's actually coming onto the bank. But yeah, I think we're getting tired. I think we should. Yeah, because they're coming onto the bank.
So
yeah,
which corner is the Western Horseshoe?
The hairpin, the second hairpin. There's the International Horseshoe. That's
Okay.
the first hairpin.
Yeah,
then you've
I
got the
got
dogleg, and then you've got the Western.
And what's the name of the 6th corner that they just completed?
No name. You're
Okay.
coming on to the high-banks.
Turn 6. Okay. You were about to say that we get a little bit more tired. So this was our longest stint this afternoon, and you can already understand that we start talking lots of nonsenses. So we need to take our pit stop with Gustav Grimbergas, and we should be back for the remaining roughly 3 hours of the Daytona International 12-hour race on the WorldSimseries platform. We will leave you with our professional cameraman and race directors to get you all the live action out of the Division 1 on the WorldSimseries platform during this 12-hour of Daytona event.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway and the Worldsimseries 12 hours of Daytona. We're at the tail end of this grueling race here around the road course at Daytona. It is about just under 3 hours left in the running. still have the Sean Clark Racing Team leading the pack. Dream to Drive sitting in third with International Racing Team. That's a battle that's still going on. Gap has been brought down to 0.9 of a second. I believe they've all still, yeah, they do all still owe us a long stop, except for Mid-Lap Crisis. That's the only car sitting in the top 10 that has completed all of their long stops.
And they're right behind Dream to Drive on the racetrack, except that they are 1 lap down. They are currently 6th, but it looks like they have pace. Look at Sean Clark, racing driver. He's on pace, and it looks like he's on the attack on the Dream to Drive car now. So Toros Tonila.
Lap Crisis, you mean, right?
Yeah. What did I say? Yeah, mid-lap.
Sean Clark Racing.
Mid-lap Crisis with Sean Clark behind the wheel. That's what I wanted to say. He's 6th, but
Leo Bryan behind the wheel.
Oh yeah, Leo Bryan. Sorry about that.
This is a great start to the last 3 hours. Brilliant.
It is. We have the best one that we've had so far. Yeah, that's Leo Bryan. Sorry for that. For the mid-lap Crisis driver. Okay, what I was talking about before the pit stops, he was in front, at least when I had a glimpse at the results. International were 2nd, Mid-Lap Crisis were 3rd, and Dream to Drive were 4th after they took their 4th long stop. Now they are behind Dream to Drive on the racetrack, but with that 1 stop to their account. So this is a battle on the track, not for direct position, but it's kind of giving a push for Toros Tonila, who's currently trying to chase down Silverio in the International Racing car. Well, he's having a hard time at this moment, having that orange and blue Orica on the tail. Well, Leo Bryan lost a little bit of ground there. So maybe he was on the back of Toros while he was hitting the traffic. But we have those 3 cars that we're battling for P2 quite close to each other, with International Racing being 2 seconds ahead of Toros.
Right. That battle for the lead hasn't come up that we were kind of hoping for. It is a 1.2 lap gap. They have the same amount of long stops as well. So I don't really see that battle coming back, but you never know. 2 hours and 50 minutes still on the clock. Looking at Dream to Drive, they're still closing in. It looks like they've got just a little bit more pace over that International Racing Team car, at least at this moment of the race. We did see International Racing Team get past Dream to Drive, get in front, and start running away. And now it's flipped on its head, and since we last saw them, the gap has shrunk quite a bit. So in about an hour, 15 seconds, not a huge amount, but pretty big in a competitive field like this. Gap down to 1.2, and I think this is the closest gap we have on the circuit. Don't see any closer gaps. No, we do not have anyone closer. I'm still very much interested in the Lopen versus Sean Clark battle. That gap has increased even though they have made a pit stop. And the final long stop that they owed us, Sean Clark still needs to make 1 more long stop, but the gap has actually gotten much bigger. Courtesy of Jan Nims, very likely, as the Sean Clark Racing Team decided to put their very fast German behind the wheel. And
did he just deliver 2 extra laps of lead?
No.
One extra
because
lap. One extra
Lopen,
lap.
Lopen did the long stop.
Yeah, but it's already 3.5 laps between the drivers. With that long stop, it was 2.5.
So Lopen, I believe they got a drive-through as well. And I think they're in the part of the pit stop cycle where Lopen is behind. I'm sure Jan Nims extended that gap, but not that much.
Yep, the Lopen received a drive-through 31 minutes ago. That helped the gap to increase.
That's about 20 seconds, but
look at the pace. The fastest lap time of the race in the GT3 class is 1 minute 44.6. Jan Nimt's last lap was 1 minute 45.0. That's 2 seconds faster than the second placed Goated Motorsports lap. And Lopen, well, their lap time was 1 minute 46.9, also 2 seconds slower. You gain 2 seconds per lap. 30 laps, you get 1 minute. So you need roughly 50 laps to get that 1 extra lap of lead.
Which GT3 is not gonna do in an hour, and 2 seconds a lap. That's massive.
Oh, Dream to Drive already up to P2. While we were looking at the GT3s, Toros Tonila managed to gain that spot, and it looks like
7 seconds. Traffic?
Yeah, 1 minute 36.9.
Yep.
1 minute 36.9. It's slow lap.
Looks like traffic. Yeah, it looks like traffic. Likely getting stuck somewhere behind a slow car.
So mid-lap Crisis now trying to go around that green car, which was leading the race for quite a long time. They would remain third if mid-lap Crisis would get that spot. But that might change after the cars complete those remaining long stops. Italia Racing, by the way, have also completed 5 long stops. But they are currently down in P13.
That's a big change from where they were running. You know, we saw them quite high up always, and well, it seems like it has very much turned on its head. We saw them running in second, right?
Yep.
For quite a while.
Battling with Manolo Racing, and now Manolo is 12th and Italia Racing 13th. Italia 2 laps behind Manolo, so they definitely faced even bigger issues. And now they simply look at finishing this race. You do not want to quit with 3 hours to go. So basically, you have to finish
about an hour away, by the way, from official sunset time. It's actually already getting quite dark. You can really see the headlights now illuminating the road. It will get more difficult for us to spot what car we're looking at. These headlights are extremely bright, especially on the LMP2s. GT3s.
Yeah, they are way down the order, so they had issues, definitely. They are 28th overall. That makes them 8th in the GT3 class.
And long
actually 9th in the GT3 class, and 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
Similar to Lopen, but that's definitely with issues, I am assuming. Kniva, well, his last lap time was 1 minute 45.8, so he's on pace, but still too far behind because Lopen are 5th, and they have also completed 5 long stops. And they are way behind. They are almost 3 laps, maybe even 4 laps behind. Yeah, something like 3 laps behind Low Pen. So it didn't go as planned for Dream to Drive
423 minutes. That is 7 hours.
Maybe there are a couple of drivers sharing one rig, so maybe one driver is...
I do hope for his... I mean, there's drivers doing the whole race alone, so okay. But, yeah, that's still a lot of driving. Especially if there's a teammate. Well, I mean, there is a teammate in that car. And if there's... this is kind of what I would expect from Sean Clark Racing. If they had to battle someone in GT3, they'd just keep Jan Nims on for most of the race. And give others just the minimum amount of time, just so they could give Jan Nims a rest.
That's Silverio, and we are looking at Leo Bryan in the back. It looks like he's just trying to hold on to the International Racing Team car. Silverio behind the wheel. Silverio spent 218 minutes in the car. Gustas Malakauskas 334, so I'm pretty certain that Silverio will stay in the car for...
I don't think so.
You think?
I think they'll still switch. Yeah, I think that it would make sense just in terms of driver fitness levels to make that swap. Especially because you might need to push on that final stint, so having a fresher mind in there is much better. Because they pitted last time for the last long stop, so the driver change, at about 4.5 hours to go. I wouldn't leave 4.5 hours for a single driver if they have to push at the very end for position. But interestingly, for Leo Bryan, who is... right, he's 2 laps down. I thought he was 1 lap down. Okay, so if he's 2 laps down, then it's, he's not going to get in front. Because if he was just 1 lap down, he'd be getting in front of both Dream to Drive and IRT.
Yep, International Racing Team. Running in the LMP2s.
Well, they will be ahead of the GT3 car, I think, whatever happens.
Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. But you never know.
I wonder if it's even possible for them to drop behind. So their GT3 has completed 296 laps. The LMP2 has done 346. 50 laps. Yeah, that's still doable. Yeah, it's still doable for now.
Baklažany? Yep, that should be the last long stop for Datus Butvila.
So I think his battle here is against Leo Bryan. But he's... oh no, he's dropped far behind.
Yep, he will be far behind Leo Bryan after he hits the track. So I think the results are a little bit shuffled from the last moment we've seen them.
I think it's really shuffling in the pit sequences because we don't really fully understand where everybody is because the LMP2 stints are so long. We kind of can't really keep track of who's pitting because they pit so rarely.
Yep.
I mean, you could run this race at about 8 stops, the whole race.
Yep.
7. I think you could. Yeah, you could pull out 7.
With the specs of these LMP2 cars. By the way, Dainius Butvila received a drive-through penalty 41 minutes ago, so he lost a little bit of ground there too. But back to the topic. Well, if you are able to last those tires for as long as you have fuel in the tank, then that's definitely doable with like 7 pit stops. With
So
7
Sean
pit
Clark
stops.
Racing has completed 5 pit stops so far because they had that one drive.
Yep. So mid-lap prizes, they are on a 5 lap on 5 pit stops. That's your greatest reference at this moment.
Have they been running to the end, Lewis?
I think so.
Yeah,
Mostly.
I don't remember an early stop. Because we know Dream to Drive had issues. IRT had issues. Sean Clark didn't have issues, but they just have one extra stop because they had to come through the pits for a drive.
Yep, and they were running slightly slower at the beginning of the race. Not sure of if it was strategy or something else, but they...
I think they were just slower because you saw when Gustav Malakauskas was back in the car and pushing hard, you saw him really go incredibly quick and go up. And you know, close the gap to at least a little.
Italia Racing just took their drive-through penalty. That's more drama. The gap between International Racing Team and Dream to Drive kind of settled down in between 4 seconds. Looks like Silverio just made a mistake, which cost him 7 tenths, maybe 8 tenths, because their previous lap time was identical, 1 minute 33.0. So only 100th of a second slower than the Dream to Drive car, but it looks like he lost quite a lot of time in the first corner, and if the delta is giving out true numbers, this is an actual battle on the track between Dream to Drive and International Racing Team. That's how much separates these two cars.
We don't know pit stops in terms of
Yep, the fuel, with the situation with the fuel, we know that both of the teams need to take one extra long pit stop. We do not know how many pit stops do they need to take before the end of the race to reach the finish line. But assuming they are on a similar strategy, that's the battle on the track. At least that's what I look at it, and that's how I see that. Baklajany back on the racetrack in P7, 79 seconds behind Bing Bong. Bing Bongs are catching up with middle prizes. Well, at least they are trying to catch them up, but they are one long pit stop behind. Running wide again. That was a lot of time lost into turn 1. 1 minute 32.9 versus 1 minute 33.7. So it wasn't a slow lap by International Racing Team. It was quite a fast lap by the Dream to Drive team. And it looks like while dealing with the traffic, Silverio lost a little bit of time at the beginning of this one. Two teammates, well, two cars of same team just swapped places. IRT number 1. They are 12th in the GT3 class, so not doing as good as their bigger brother team. Januszaitis behind the wheel of this Merc. 1 minute 47.3 last time he crossed the line. Actually, it was an invalid lap time, so he had to cut. Maybe he cut the Le Mans chicane. Almost running on the grass. Oh, yep, for cutting. Right for cutting. I've just seen them. I've just seen them cut the chicane, and there you go. They just received a penalty for cutting, and that's gonna be a drive-through happening straight away. So yeah, even more seconds lost. 1 minute 34.3. Yep. So Silverio lost quite a lot of time on the previous lap. Still manages to stay ahead of mid-lap prizes on the track. definitely holding the position, even if mid-lap prizes would get ahead of International Racing Team on the track at this moment. They would still be behind. They are 5th versus 3rd. They are 2 laps behind, but with that extra mandatory pit stop already taken.
Gonna have a look at last year's Daytona results, and in the DPIs, in the top class, the top prototype class, was Sean Clark Racing taking the win. And returning names to that car are Mendes and Speff, and Lesko newly joins them for this year. Italia Racing Team finished 2nd. Whether that's the same lineup, I'm going to have a quick look, but I don't think it is. No, only Maffei stays over from last year's lineup. And 3rd were the IRT number 2 team. Gustas Malakauskas was running in that car. So IRT and Sean Clark Racing are again running 1st and 3rd. Dream to Drive finished 6th last year. So a bit further down, Bing Bong were there last year as well. They finished in 8th. The GT3 winners were Motorhome Team Racing Esports. Actually a 1-2 for Motorhome Team Racing Esports. Lopen Pro Esports.
They are already out of this. Oh no, they are 34th overall. This is the car that's really fast. 1 minute 44.8. Isn't that? Oh, it's almost the fastest lap time of the GT3 class. So they have the pace. That's why they were able to win last year, but facing quite a lot of issues or making a lot of mistakes this year, and they are nowhere to be seen, except that, well, time to time they show that they have pace under the bonnet in this green Lamborghini.
So if Jan Nims wins tonight, that would be his 2nd win on Worldsimseries at Daytona. Not sure it's 2nd, but the last result I'm looking at is 2022.
International Racing Team in the pit lane. Is that gonna be a long stop? 2 hours and 30 minutes for Gustas Malakauskas. That would be a lot of driving for the driver who already completed 334 minutes.
They might give Silverio another hour. And then we've Gustas Malakauskas the last. So
it looks like it.
Last year's winners, AOR Racing Team. No, 2022 winners, AOR Racing Team. Jan Nims and Simonas Urbanas were in that lineup. So they're trying to repeat their success from 2022.
They are 2.9 laps ahead of GoatNet Motorsports with the same amount of long pit stops. 2.9 laps.
By the way, won in 2022 in the DPIs, and Sean Clark Racing took 2nd. Mendes and Speff were in that car as well, so 2nd 2022, 1st 2023, and we'll see where they end up in 2024.
Jan Nims still in the 145 zone, constantly hitting that 1 minute 45 time marker, and that's more than enough, 2.8 laps. So he's about to lap the 3rd time in this race, the 2nd placed GoatNet Motorsports car, and he has already lapped all the remaining cars at least by 3 laps.
By the way, I have to say, Dream to Drive are consistently one of the best qualifiers. So they were third last year. They were on pole 2 years ago in 2022, and last year they finished down in 6th, and in 2022 they DNF'd.
Oh yeah, so looks like the team
The
is good
Daytona
in
curse
qualifying.
continues.
It is.
Yeah, the Daytona curse continues for Dream to Drive. Well, I think it could still change, but I mean, just from the start of the race, they had, yeah, the Daytona curse continues.
But they try to recover. This is one hell of a recovery drive we've seen so far up until now. Hopefully they will continue to stay on the track. They are 1/10 of the length of 1 lap behind Jean-Claude Racing to try and unlap themselves as they hit the traffic. Pace is really similar. Sometimes Jean-Claude Racing managed to put in a faster lap time, sometimes Dream to Drive managed to go slightly faster. That's Lesko versus Tunila. And that's how the 1/10 of 1 lap looks like. Already on the banking is Jean-Claude Racing. Only now getting out of the inner circuit onto the oval part is the Dream to Drive car, so that's definitely quite a distance, and there's still 1 lap in between these 2 cars, and the strategy is fairly similar. International Racing Team back on the track. It was a relatively short stop, 65 seconds behind the Dream to Drive car. They were 7 seconds behind Dream to Drive when they entered the pit lane, so that means their pit stop took roughly 57 seconds in total, with new tires and some fuel added to the tank. So that's a quick stop. It doesn't take a lot. If you don't take that long stop, around the outside on Jean-Claude Racing, tries to go towards Tunila. Manages to sweep past by. Oh, and really close to the IRT. Oh man, and IRT goes off the racetrack. I don't know. We need to see the replay, but
I have to spin up the replay machine, I guess.
Yep, can you go and look at it and explain us and walk us through what happened there? But it looks like IRT kind of tried to block out the Dream to Drive car into the international horseshoe corner.
Well, no, they maybe have a bit more.
Well, both cars tried to go to the inside before the right-hander. Yep, 2 incident points for Toro Tunila. They had 12 before, they have 14 now.
I think that may have just been a bit of miscommunication.
It was a big hit, 25 kilometers per hour. That was the speed difference.
That's just the speed differential between cars. It is just rubbing sides. That's nothing really major. I think the IRT Mercedes kind of maybe mistook them for their own class car, because yeah, it looks like as soon as they realized that they touched an LMP2, they kind of went off track and tried to avoid the incident.
Maybe they are tired. It's already 9.5 hours into the race, you know. I feel the drivers. You can sometimes understand the things the way they are not exactly on the track, and those mistakes can come. So the drivers have to be a little bit more cautious, especially when dealing with the traffic. Unexpected situations might arise, and you have to kind of try and be prepared for that. Bing Bong Racing into the pits. That should might be the final long stop for this whole Canadian colored LMP2 Oreca car. Manolo Racing Team just completed their last long pit stop. They're in 12th.
There's two really ways to go about the rest of the race here. You can either short fuel here and go to the hour-and-a-half mark. And that's where you fuel up fully and get your final long stop done. This is in case if you still need to do another long stop. Or
the
you do it the
IRT
other
just
way around.
received a drive-through penalty. They just received a drive-through penalty. So race control didn't like what it was.
IRT, the GT3.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the IRT and
Right,
one team.
because I saw the LMP2 on the screen and I thought that they
It's because, well, it was blocking, it was avoidable contact, but mainly the drive-through comes from the strike count, and it was the third strike, so it automatically turns into a drive-through. If they would have had 2 strikes, they would have received a warning. So that's why they received a drive-through of the third strike, and they have to.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me. I thought that was a bit extreme to give a drive-through for that, but yeah, if it's the third warning, that's.
Jean-Claude Racing have just been in an incident.
Jean-Claude Racing.
Yep, that's the GT3 leaders with car number 35, which is another GT3. Was that a big? Well, it was a difference of 20 kilometers per hour. So, oh no, it was a difference of, yep, it was 8 kilometers per hour, and then there was another car involved that was number 26, which is Jean-Claude Racing GT. Team, and then the collision was at a speed difference of 20 km/h. So 2.
But there doesn't look to be any damage on that car. Right?
It doesn't. I'm pretty sure they don't have a lot of damage, and they didn't lose a lot of time, at least by the looking at the difference. Well, but maybe they did lost a little bit of time. That happened quite recently, so crossing the line 1 minute 46.5. So they didn't lose a lot, so it was maybe the situation where you meet traffic and you just rub each other. Now it looks like it was a couple of cars in that situation, so maybe nothing too much, nothing too excited. And maybe that's not the first time when the GT3 car leaders are involved in a bigger or a smaller incident. Low pen number 28, collision with Dream to Drive. What is happening here? Dream to Drive. They had another collision. It was a small one with car number 28. So I think that's our GT3 car runners. Yep, that's the Lopen Esports Exiles team. Dream to Drive Junior. Did they run out of fuel? They appear to run really slow down the pit lane, but no, that's okay. They are just taking the pit stop.
But they do have a speed limit.
So I see race control working on those incidents, and well, the situation with car number 35 and our GT3 leaders looks like the 35 is at fault. They caused an incident, and they just received that first strike, warning 1 of 3. LMP2 H7 Esports drive-through penalty from race directors. They are running 11th. I think they were involved in an accident with car number 45. But you know what? Good news.
The replay. Good news. What's good news?
Good news. Our race control is finally live at work, and as soon as we see incidents, race control has the ability to look at those. It means he caught up with all the hard work and all the incidents.
I think you've just cursed.
Yep, receiving confirmation.
I think you've just cursed the stewards.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That means that you are expecting a shower, a monsoon of accidents in the coming minutes.
Every single time we've said that they are close to catching up to incidents, it's like 50 incidents an hour.
But they are not close. They just caught up. Trust me. As soon as an incident appears, live race control.
I hope there's no more incidents. For the next 2 hours and 18 minutes, no car touches another car. Now watch this run into the Le Mans chicane. I hope nothing happened, but that's actually getting close. There's another P2 there coming up. This is a battle for position in P2. And they meet again, Italia Racing Team and Manolo Racing. We saw them in the first or second hour of the race, battling for second position.
Yep.
Depends again on what kind of fuel strategy they've got and which part of the fuel stint they are in. It's a bit more dynamic in LMP2 than it is in GT3. LMP2s can run for about an hour and a half to an hour and 40 minutes. In terms of the GT3s, they're able to run just under an hour. So GT3 is a lot easier to calculate where they're going to pit and if they're going to get to the end than the LMP2s, because you have to do difficult math with half hour math, 40-minute math. We get confused. I like the hour-long stints of the GT3. It's kept simple. 12 hours, you're gonna have 12 stints. Because it's Daytona, you're gonna have 13 because fuel usage is quite high. This is a pretty nice battle actually developing. The outside go both of them to get past that AMG GT3, but I think down into turn 1 where you might see an attack from actually Manolo lifts and lets Italia through.
It was Lopez against Carello. Nice little battle. It looks like Manolo are kind of understanding that they might be slightly slower at this stage of this race, and there's no need to put themselves into more trouble. They had a good run at the first half of the race. Both of the teams struggled later on, and now they are way down the order and much slower than they would like to be, and the positions that they could be at. So maybe that's the right decision by one of the drivers. Why do you need to involve yourselves into a battle that's not basically necessary?
I think maybe they know they're on different fuel strategies as well. And actually Manolo, yeah, they've lost quite a bit of time, so I think they're a completely different point in the race compared to Italia.
So Middle Up Crisis is having a good race. Currently 5th, actually 4th, because our STP esports team, they still need to make that long mandatory pit stop. So Baclagiani with 5 long pit stops under their sleeve. Bing Bong Racing Team also. So these are the 3 cars that have constantly the same driver on board. And we know for sure that Leo Bryan and Daniel Butvilla are definitely a single driver team. We do not know that fact for Field, the Bing Bong Racing team, but maybe they are also not sharing one car. Maybe it's only one Field who is behind the wheel of this Oreca and doing a phenomenal job. And it also, that's Carl Field. Yep, that's Carl Field. So, well, if that's the 3...
I saw the results from last year. They had quite a few drivers. I think it's the same situation this year as well. I mean, last year they had a very, very full team.
Well, maybe we will get some confirmations. If they had a full team, it's highly possible that they decided that it's more fun to drive an event like this from one place rather than from different places and have everyone gathering together. And it's actually more fun and you could say it's more realistic because you share the same car and you share the same tool to drive the car. You take decisions about the strategy and different stuff from one room. That's much more easier rather than being in different places. So
I'm not sure it's easier. Maybe it's more fun. But
it is more fun. Yeah, maybe not easier, but yeah, it's you know, you can see your teammate right in front of you. You can communicate with him with words and if you need with signs. But not through microphone and earphones. We'll definitely choose to race from one place rather than from different places, and actually that's what we did in the past. We always participated in these endurance events from one place. Of course, we have the possibility to use different tools, different rigs to drive those cars, so we used our names. We didn't share one rig. Well, it happened also. We did share one rig actually. I remember one story from Sebring, a 12-hour race. We were 3 drivers, but 2 drivers were sharing one rig. And actually we lost the race just because while swapping the seats, the driver who was getting in got stuck behind the keyboard and the keyboard fell down, and we didn't understand what happened until the driver who was just in the car exited the pit lane, tried to turn off the speed limiter, and it didn't work. And well, we were hit from behind because, well, you know the exit of Sebring, you come straight into the first corner, which is a quite high speed corner, and we came out with a speed limiter on, still trying to figure out what's happening there. And well, we were hit from behind, the race was over, and the problem was when the keyboard fell down while the drivers were swapping places, it just pressed on well, to type a message, and while that was on, we couldn't turn off our speed limiter.
That is a very interesting story, and that is why I think sometimes racing from different places is better. It's also better if you can find a very international team. I mean, 12 hours, it's not going to make a big difference, but for 24 hours, if you can find someone on different sides of the world, that's very much beneficial, as once Europeans go to sleep, you can give those stints to your American crew, and they can take the car through the European night, and then in the morning the European crew can come back and take the morning stints.
That's a possibility, but actually, well, I always loved the morning stints, and I think I've even done longer stints than we planned, just because my teammates were still sleeping and I enjoyed the driving. I think that happened in Le Mans 24-hour race, where I did an extra stint just to let my teammates sleep more. So I'm of a person who actually enjoys those nighttime driving and the early morning driving.
It's nice to drive until like 2 a.m. After that, for me, it's struggle.
Well, I don't know, 7 a.m. Maybe 5 or 6 a.m. stint start is really something that I like. And
I just try to not. If I have to do that, I just hope and pray that I don't fall asleep.
Yeah. Well, everyone has.
That's the only goal of that stint. Just don't fall asleep.
I don't know. It's hard to imagine falling asleep when you're driving. You're still concentrated and always sharp.
I don't know. I find that sometimes, especially in these long endurance races, once the field spreads out and you're not finding anyone, to me those are the most difficult stints. It just gets boring sometimes.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Never have if the field's really spread out, like you've got I don't know, 40 to 50 seconds in front and 40 to 50 seconds behind. It's like a very calm race that you're not really catching in front, you're not really being caught by, and it's just kind of cruising around, and then that's when I get bored, and that's when I want to go to sleep.
Well, different to everyone. We are all human beings and we are all different. Everyone has something that they like or enjoy, and that doesn't have to be the same as for the others. But that actually makes everything even more interesting.
Yeah, it's better for me. If I had you as a teammate, I'd just give you all of the morning.
Yeah.
I can go sleep.
Sure. The problem is that I always feel that I'm a little bit too slow to be as a teammate of drivers of bigger caliber. So I kind of I'm not in the mood to jump in the cars and drive again. Maybe just for fun.
We'll still have to do a Worldsimseries race at some point.
Yep, with microphones on.
Sure.
Oh, by the way, speaking about the endurance races on the Worldsimseries platform, we didn't have a chance to talk about the next big event. We are still enjoying this one, but there's already the next big event planned in the Worldsimseries platform. I believe that's gonna be the 2nd of March.
Yep, the 2nd of March, and the teams will be heading on over to the Nürburgring.
Yep, the Nordschleife circuit.
For the traditional 24 hours.
No, that's gonna be another 12-hour race. And the most interesting part about that, I don't remember we have seen something similar on the, well, maybe we had, because the prize pool is gonna be of 1,200 euros. I'm not sure if that's cash or something to do with the prizes.
We'll probably get confirmation from someone. But I think everybody's getting tired. Maybe nobody's even watching this anymore. We're just speaking to each other, right?
Yep. That's okay. I don't mind.
Yep, it is the 12 hours. Just having a look.
Yep, it's the Ring Freaks.
Top 3, yep, Ring Freaks vouchers for driving Ring Freaks cars. First place gets 350, second place 200, and third place 100.
So you get to do the virtual event, and then you get the chance to do it on the real track. That's a nice one.
The GT3s and GT4s will be on the circuit for that one.
Yep, GT3s and GT4s, no LMP2s. So the GT3s are going to be the kings on the track in roughly 1 month time. Even shorter.
Less than that, 20 days.
Less than that, yep, indeed. Back to the Daytona racetrack. Golden Motorsports just completed their 5th long mandatory pit stop. They are back on track, 15 seconds behind Lopen Esports team. So that's not too bad. So Lopen Esports lost a little bit of time. They were a little bit further ahead before they made those 4th long mandatory pit stops. This time they are 12 seconds ahead. So we have Spectron Race Team still running 2nd in the GT3 class, but they are yet to make that 1 long mandatory pit stop. But they did okay. Spectrum Race Team, currently Zykin behind the wheel. Remember, Zykin raced pretty strongly in the EBA DCC race on this last Thursday.
We had a lot of changes to the race results on that one. After,
yep, a lot of penalties.
Yep, because we thought that was you know, it looks like Daytona had a lot of incidents. That was really something else.
And it only happened for 40 minutes. 2 20-minute sprint races. That was something. But it was actually quite similar to what it looks like in real tracks with those 325 Cups. They are usually really huge grids in the Baltics. Well, we've had races split into separate races due to a large amount of participants, but there's usually 40 cars on the racetrack, and well, they are really close to each other. We have had also big incidents on the real track, so it doesn't surprise me that we had so many incidents on a virtual version of that race. Oh, Jean-Claude Racing. No. That's the GT3 car. Okay, the GT3 car is in the pit lane. Yeah.
So final stop, long stop. And I think actually they've caught up
and
to the hour.
Drive. And the Dream to Drive is also in the pit lane. So with 2 hours to go, Toros Tonilo is out of the car. Hopefully that's a planned pit stop, but that looks.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yep. So
we were calculating this, remember? So this is, yeah, it does make sense. They'll have about 20 minutes to half an hour of a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, but we kind of hoped that Lorinas will get back into the car slightly later, but he's already in the car.
No,
and
no, this was correct. This was when he was supposed to get in. They had 2 options. Either put Torres in for another half hour or put Lorinas into the end here. So it's...
So it looks like they are planning something, because Lorinas has already 207 minutes under his account in this race. Mendelis drove for 203 minutes. Tonilo drove for 183 minutes. So, and that's another 120 minutes for Lorinas Razas. So he'll have.
I mean,
he'll have almost the same laps. It looks like. Yep, Toros Tonilo is the oldest driver in that team, that's for sure.
I hope he's listening to this.
He will, yeah, maybe not now.
He's the driver in that car.
He's all sweaty and all tired, you know, right now. Maybe he didn't have the chance to join the broadcast yet. He'll definitely do that, but...
I would say he was... extracted from the car, evacuated from the car.
He fell off
of
his rig. Exactly. Old but gold, you know. He's fast.
Yeah. So, but he's given the wheel back to the young guns, and they'll take it to the end.
They need to perform. Maybe they still hope for a better outcome in this race.
I mean, if they keep pushing, that's the maximum they can do, right? It's
Yeah.
not in their hands anymore. They won't catch up and overtake. That's
And
not
it
gonna
looks like
happen.
that's what they decided to choose, just to keep pushing up until the end of this race, giving the car to what seems to be the fastest driver in the team, though all the drivers are similar on pace, really similar. You couldn't, if you wouldn't see the name of the driver who's behind the wheel, you kind of couldn't tell who's driving. But Laurinas Razas was the fastest of them all in the pre-qualifying session.
What's important is that Lorinas has had a very long break.
He had, yep.
So he's the freshest of them all.
Yep, so Matas drove for 203 minutes, that's more than 3 hours, and Toras drove for roughly 100 minutes, because his first stint was roughly 83 minutes, as far as my old memory goes, so that means 305 minutes of rest time for Laurinas Razas. That's 5 hours, well,
Yep.
something
a
around,
bit, a
yep.
bit over 5 hours.
So he had the chance to have a good sleep, eat well, relax, I don't know, talk to his girlfriend, walk around the city, drive his car, and whatever he wanted to do to keep him relaxed.
He had 5 hours. I don't think you can do all of those activities.
Why not? It's 5 hours. You can do a lot in 5 hours if you want.
So
Yeah,
that's
you can
gonna
sleep
take
for,
at least,
you know,
at least 2 hours.
No, you know, when you get to my age, you will definitely love those power naps whenever you can do them, and you know they don't take longer than 20 minutes, and they cannot take longer.
No, whenever I tried that, it ended up as a 2-hour
Yeah,
sleep,
that's-
and then you
that's-
wake up.
That's a
and you
baby
don't do
sleep.
it
That's
anymore.
still a baby sleep, you know. When I was young, yes, of course. When I fell asleep, I slept for as long as I could. That I would call that a baby sleep. But when you're at an older age, a power nap is 20 minutes. That's enough. Laurinas, he's around 26 years old, something like that. So not particularly a young boy.
So he's so if which range is he in? Is he already in the 20-minute range, or is he still somewhere around the 1 hour
You
mark?
think I'm that good at knowing the ranges? I don't know.
We can
Let's
ask
say
him.
he's in the 1 hour range. So having a 5-hour break gets you to sleep for 1 hour, walk for 1 hour, talk for 1 hour, eat for 1 hour, and you still have 1 hour free to decide what you want to do before you get back into the virtual
like your
LMP2.
Extremely precise planning.
Yeah. By the way, Laurinas Razas has quite a huge experience in karting championships, and he was really fast, so he knows his way around. He now runs a kart team together with Toras, which is quite a huge team in Lithuania. So he definitely knows what he's doing around the circuit, and he definitely knows how to hit those apexes and point the car to the right directions to extract the needed speed. So it's going to be an interesting 1 hour and 55 minutes to witness of this 12 hours Daytona event. With International Racing Team back in P2, of course, they still owe us that long pit stop, so are Sean Clark Racing. Good to have something that owes you something. Or good to have someone who owes you something. And we have a couple of teams that are
Well,
still...
they don't really owe you anything.
Okay,
I
they
don't
owe
think they
Daytona
owe you
Racing.
personally.
No, not personally, but...
You like to have people owe you something? That's like the power of owning something. Somebody owes you something.
Well, you know, you have something if someone owes you something. So that's good, isn't it? That's not bad.
So that's right. We're really getting off topic. we still have an hour 55 minutes to go, and Sean Clark Racing owes Lorinas personally one more long pit stop.
Yep. And not
Yep.
only Sean Clark Racing, but International Racing Team also.
Yep.
You know, they own those long pit stops. Please get those back to us as soon as possible.
Give us back the pit stops.
Yep. Give us what you own. Don't hold it back.
And Dream to Drive have completed their final long pit stop. They'll have another splash and dash.
Yep. Maybe, International Racing Team, they decided to keep Silverio in the car. He's slightly slower than Gustas Malakauskas. Maybe that was the indicator for the Dream to Drive team to put in Lorinas Razas a little bit earlier. That's what I think. You know that it wasn't too early, but I really thought that Toras will stay in the car for a little bit longer, but maybe that was...
You wanted them to owe you a pit stop for a bit longer, right? You wanted to hold on to that power for a few more minutes. But for International Racing Team, we don't know if they're not going to do a driver change. I think they will do a driver change.
They will. No, yep, they definitely will. But I thought I really thought they... I thought they will do that the last time they stopped.
Well, we're coming up to that, by the way. There's not that much to go. Just an hour and 50 minutes. In about 20 minutes time, we'll know that if any LMP2 pits, they can safely run until the end. Just about 5 minutes to go until we reach official sunset time here at Daytona International Speedway. An hour and 53 minutes to go. And the race continues on. It is Sean Clark Racing leading in LMP2. It is Sean Clark Racing leading in GT3. Total domination, and both cars driven by past winners of this event. Well, the 24-hour event, and newcomers to the teams. Simon Speth, by the way, won it as part of AOR Racing Team instead of Sean Clark Racing, but still a previous winner of this event. And both Sean Clark Racing cars, I'm sure will love to add another victory to their already very impressive trophy cabinet. An hour and 52 minutes to go as the sun sets over Daytona. We started in was very early warning when we started the race. We'll end it at nighttime. Obviously, Daytona International Speedway lit up. It was one of I think, the most lights around the circuit installed in the world until they built the Losail circuit in Qatar. That's what I read. But pretty cool fact. And actually, when the Daytona 24 is happening, they turn down the brightness of those lights, or else they'd blind the drivers. They'd be at a bad angle. They only turn them up more when NASCAR comes into town, and they need a bit more of that artificial light.
Yep. This is your battle for P2 in the GT3 class. Golden Motorsports with Manta Samulones behind the wheel, gaining on Lopan Esports. Rosario is currently behind the wheel. Last lap time on 1 minute 46.6 versus 1 minute 48.9. 2 seconds and 3/10 faster. You can see them in one screen already. And Manta Samulones is preparing for a move on the racetrack, to try and gain that spot. Both of the cars have already completed those long mandatory pit stops, meaning there should be no driver change in the remaining hours. Well, at least to my understanding, which might be wrong. but yeah, probably you wouldn't want to change the driver when you have already completed those long stops.
No,
so
no, you wouldn't, because if you change driver, you're mandated to do a long stop.
Yep.
So you'd lose a lot of time. You'd lose a lot of time anyway, because I heard teams saying that sometimes they just about manage to connect in time to finish that long stop. So I don't think any team would do that unless a driver's really tired. You know, sometimes if you have to make an extra long stop, you're likely not fighting for the win. So you'll probably make that decision to just.
That's it. It was the move. It looks like Lopen didn't even try to defend that one.
Are they out of fuel?
Maybe they are. Yeah, maybe that's the strategy. Good thinking. Good caught. Maybe they are. Oh no. Maybe that's not something to do with fuel. Maybe that's something to do with the windshield.
It looks like okay, because I saw the car coming out of the Le Mans chicane. It looked so slow. I thought they ran out of fuel. Maybe it was just the camera angle.
Yeah, maybe it was, but they have damage. Not sure if it's only visual or maybe it impacts the speed.
I wonder, do they
of the
actually
Mercedes.
see it? Do they see it that way? Do they like see the windshield themselves this cracked?
I think so. Yeah. You have a couple of spots where you can see that our track clearly, and oh, there's a contact with an LMP, almost hitting the tire barriers. Isn't it the international racing team? Wasn't that?
No, I think
No.
that's. I believe that should be Karascalin.
Okay. And they just received a penalty, a drive-through penalty, the Karascalin team. So, well, Lopen looked really strong. They are now 3.1 seconds behind Goat Motorsports and only 20 seconds ahead of RaceSpot Sim Racing team. That suddenly became quite a different story for Lopen. They were always gaining, and well, they lost a lot of places at the first stint of the race. And then they were just simply gaining. Of course, they went to the pit lane quite a few times, a little bit more than they needed. Already 19 times they visited the pit lane up until this moment. And yeah, they are losing time on the track right now, so I'm not sure how that's gonna end, and if they will have the ability to keep that third spot in the GT3 class, but by the looks of it at this moment it doesn't seem possible. They are losing time. 1 minute 49.3. Of course they had that incident, but RaceSpot Sim Racing team 1 minute 46.5 the last time they crossed the line, so they have pace, and they will definitely be trying to catch up with the GT3 in front. This is for the final spot on the podium place. RaceSpot Sim Racing team having a little bit of chat on the track with the LMP2s. I think it was Manolo Racing. Through turn 6 onto the banking of the Daytona circuit, entering the long straights where the drivers can relax a little bit, especially if you're in a GT3 car. You spend quite some time driving down the straights. You have to prepare yourself for the Le Mans chicane, and that's a pretty fast corner. Italia Racing team have just passed RaceSpot Sim Racing team and onto the main back straight, onto the main straight out of the Le Mans chicane, and relax a little bit again. So the Daytona racetrack, the Daytona event, is not the most physically demanding event. You definitely have places on the track where you can relax a little bit. And that's why, maybe that's the reason why we see the two teams performing quite well, that are made of one driver. Motorsport Team Racing Esports. Another drive-through, that's car number 24, the green Lamborghini, and that's mid-lap prizes. Oh, a little battle between Steer and Lopen, not for position. I was trying to figure out. Yep, that's H71 Esports team trying to pass mid-lap prizes. Yep, this is a little battle on the racetrack, but the two cars are separated by plenty of time. RSTP, by the way, in the pit lane. So was Baklajani Racing Team. I don't see Baklajani on the results table. Does that mean that Dainus Butvila is out of the race? Well, he doesn't need to disconnect. When doing a stop, maybe he faced some issues. Oh, that's a big shame if Dainus Butvila is out of the race. Let's give him a little bit of time to try to figure out if that's some sort of a connection problem or simply the end of the race. Maybe he feels that he cannot handle it anymore. H71 sliding around turn 1, managing to avoid contacts, keeping the car sideways, but thankfully it was possible to avoid further contact. So H71 one lap behind MT24S. What about their pit stops? And the results still show Baklajani on the results table, but they have been disconnected. MT24S 5 long pit stops completed, so have H71. So I don't see any chance for them, or any way for them to eliminate the gap. And this is Carascalet. They just completed a drive-through penalty into turn 1, trying to chase down the Velociraptor team. And Carascalet still with that one long manager's pit stop remaining to their race this afternoon. Bing Bong up to 5th after Baklajani have disconnected from the race, overtaking RSTP Esports team, who have came to the pit lane for the final long stop. Down into 6th. Oh, Baklajani back, so hopefully they will be able to solve the problems that they had. They have already completed 5 long pit stops. That's going to be the 6th one, so it looks like there were issues for the purple car and off again. So maybe the issues are still unresolved. So hopefully Dainus will have the chance to resolve those problems. IRT versus International Racing Team versus the Dream to Drive Junior on the racetrack. That's just traffic. Oh man, that's problems with computer for the Baklajani team. So that's not the driver giving up, that's the computer saying, man, you need to take a rest. I will take care of you. and it went into some sort of operations, so hopefully he'll be back and he will not give up. Well, he lost those good places that he was at. He was 5th, if my memory is correct. He'll drop quite further down the order, but if he'll be back, he tried to get back. Something went wrong that time, but maybe he's still trying. Let's hop on board as they enter the pit lane with our race leaders. That's Sean Clark Racing entering the pit lane. That should be the final long stop, and they will be right on the edge of running to the end, and that's good news for Sean Clark Racing. Bad news for the Dream to Drive. That means Sean Clark Racing will get even bigger advantage towards the end. Yep, that's a driver change, and International Racing Team, they will make that long stop if they can last for at least 8 minutes. That's gonna be granted as soon as Gustas Malakauskas will get behind the wheel of his Oreca. He'll definitely have the chance to go straight until the end, while the Dream to Drive car with Laurinas Razas behind the wheel, they made that pit stop a little bit earlier. That means they will have to make that short splash and dash type of pit stop right before the end of this race, and that might be a reason for a position change. Silverio sliding around that first corner. It's a tricky corner. If you hit a little bit too late, it's really easy to lose the back end of the car while trying to turn it into that never-ending first left-hander, which leads into a really fast S-type of corner, where you don't lift, you just go through it, but it's a fun corner. But the braking into turn 1 is what makes that corner really tricky and separates it from a lot of other corners around the tracks available. Sean Clark Racing still in the pit lane, and that's gonna get as close as it can if International Racing Team stays on the racetrack. Not for long, because International Racing Team will still need to enter the pit lane for their long pit stop, which they still own due to the regulations of this event. But maybe they will have the chance to get back into the lead for a couple of other laps. Yep, Sean Clark Racing still standing in the pit lane, meaning that International Racing Team are taking over the lead. And if they will stay on the racetrack for a couple of laps, and I'm pretty sure they have the ability to do that, they will enjoy a couple of more leading laps added to their account. But as soon as they will hit the pit lane, they will lose it, because look at the gap. It's really, really tight between the two leaders, and the Dream to Drive car is a little bit more than 1 lap behind Sean Clark Racing. That means that Sean Clark Racing are safely in the lead, and with the Dream to Drive team still having the need to enter the pit lane for that splash and dash, and Sean Clark Racing probably being able to go till the end. That gives them quite a big advantage in the remaining 1.5 hours of this race. Slowing down a little bit too much by the traffic. Laurinas Razas eagerly sitting behind the wheel of his Orica. Let's take a look at the gap between the Jean-Claude Racing team and the Dream to Drive. So Jean-Claude Racing breaking into the Le Mans chicane. Laurinas Razas having to overtake that left car into the same Le Mans chicane. Now you see the real distance between Jean-Claude Racing and the Dream to Drive on the racetrack. They are still separated by one full lap. That's where these two teams might meet on the racetrack. Maybe Dream to Drive will try and get that lap back to maybe just create some pressure to the Jean-Claude Racing team, which see their fastest driver getting behind the wheel. That's Simon Speth, the driver who qualified the car on pole. And it looks like he's doing really nice with the fresh set of tires. They are still roughly right on the edge with the fuel tank. They had 1 hour and 36 on the clock as soon as they re-entered the track. And I think you can go roughly around 90, maybe 93 minutes on one fuel tank. So that's close. Maybe they will also have to hit the pit lane for a short splash and dash. H71 Esports drive-through taken, so they received a drive-through penalty. They are down in P10 and now they are 43 seconds behind the MT24 Hours team. So 1 minute 34.2 for Simon Speth. 1 minute 34.4 for Laurinas Razas, going around mid-lap prizes to take one full lap of advantage. Mid-lap prizes, last lap 2 minutes 26, so it looks like yep, 6th pit stop. So Leo Bryan just took his final pit stop of the day. He's back on the racetrack, and that could play a little bit with Laurinas Razas because both of the cars were pretty similar on pace in the past, and having an orange-blue car in your mirrors might distract you a little bit while you try to chase down your rivals in front. Mid-lap prizes, they can play this game with trying to distract your rival in front. It doesn't matter that he's one lap, full lap ahead. That's still something to have in consideration. I don't see Laurinas Razas gaining on Simon Speth, and Simon Speth has just done one clean lap. That's going to be the second one, and we should see what the lap times look like as Simon Speth gets warmed up a little bit better on the track. 1 minute 34.2 again. Dream to Drive 1 minute 34.0. So we've seen Laurinas Razas dealing with the traffic and having mid-lap prizes on the back of his car, who is fourth, by the way, but already one full lap down. Laurinas Razas outbraking himself into International Horseshoe Corner through the full speed fourth corner into Western Horseshoe Corner and approaching turn 6, which will lead onto the banking. And well, mid-lap prizes. Leo Bryan showing phenomenal pace this whole afternoon, trying to keep up.
I can't believe that he can keep up this speed after driving for 10.5 hours alone.
Yeah, that's
very
phenomenal. It is really impressive. Even if he finishes 4th in this race, that's still gonna be something similar to a win overall.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It would be a massive achievement to finish 4th, and well, he's very much on course to finish 4th, actually.
Yep.
As he's
Yep, and he should be able to go up until the end of this race. He just made a pit stop like a couple of minutes ago. Jean-Claude Racing made a pit stop with 1 hour and 36 on the clock, I believe. They hit the track. That's going to be close, but they should make it to the end. Well, the ones who will make it to the end. Oh yeah, so if you can make 100 minutes, that's easily doable. And the ones who will definitely go to the end are the International Racing Team guys, because they are still on the racetrack. That's Silverio's still on the racetrack, and he will hand over the wheel to Gustas Malakauskas. At least that's what we assuming, and that what should be the case.
In any case, they need a long pit. I mean, even if they decide to skip the driver change, they still need a long pit. They're not gonna escape that. So they're not gonna escape the long pit. So they'll have to still do that, and doing that, they'll lose the lead of the race, unfortunately for them. And they'll go back into the clutches of Dream to Drive. Are 1.1 laps down on.
Yep,
but Dream to Drive will have to make a splash at the end. We know that for sure.
Yep, so that's gonna be close between International Racing Team and Dream to Drive team. Because
yep, will be very close because Dream to Drive, at where the cars are now, will come out in front after International Racing Team do make their long stop and the final stop of their race. Dream to Drive will have to add some fuel into their car, and that will lose them
roughly 50 seconds. I think that's gonna be roughly 50, maybe 45 at best, because you take 60 seconds for one casual stop. So that's gonna be a short stop, but still you will have to complete the whole driving through the pit lane thing. Which maybe
it should be very close. I'm sure Lofinas Razas is pushing to the max, knowing that they will have that splash at the very end. See how International Racing Team will respond to that.
We also have a nice battle for P3 in the GT3 class. That's Spectron Racing Team trying to chase down RaceSpot Sim Racing Team. And Lopen have lost 4 places already, dropping down to P5. They were not able to fix the damage. They're still limping around the track and maybe waiting for those pit stops to change something, to still stay in the battle for P3, because I think Goated Motorsports are safe with P2. They have 67 seconds lead against RaceSpot Sim Racing Team and 70 seconds lead against Spectron Racing Team. But there's still something on in the GT3 class. Well, not for the lead. Goated Motorsports are 3 laps behind Sean Clark Racing GT3 team, and they are actually really close on the racetrack to each other. That's Alex Leaf behind the wheel of the Merc at this moment, enjoying a 3-lap lead, which is roughly... I need to get my calculator out, but that's roughly 5 minutes lead.
By the way, International Racing Team may have made a pretty big mistake.
Have they?
No. If they're coming in now?
Yep.
No.
They are coming now.
Okay. So I was gonna say that they overfueled the car in the last stop, but clearly they didn't. They thought about it. Still, about 10 minutes over target, maybe. But it's sometimes nice to have that safety switch. We'll see how they will emerge out of the pits. It should be, well, Shankar Racing does go up to the lead already, but it should be Dream to Drive in second, and then International Racing third. But we'll see how that lineup will pan out once Dream to Drive make their final splash and dash with about 15 to 20 minutes from the end.
Gustas Malakauskas back behind the wheel.
Not surprising.
Eagerly waiting for his final stint, while Laurynas Razas is entering the track out of turn 6 onto the bend, onto the banking.
NASCAR 1?
Yeah.
NASCAR 2.
It looks like it's gonna be tight already on the track, and with the Dream to Drive team still having to make a pit stop, Gustas Malakauskas will have a car on fresh set of tires. No worries about fuel in his fuel tank. He doesn't need to take a full fuel tank, so he might enter the track with a slightly lighter car, not by much.
Well, Laurynas Razas will have a lighter car.
Yeah, he will have a lighter car, but he will not have tires as fresh as the ones on Gustas' car. So I don't know, we will have to see how fast will Gustas be around the Daytona International Racetrack. Well, he's still in the pit lane. That's gonna give a nice lead to Laurynas Razas, but will that be enough?
Because they still need to do that final splash and dash, and that's all in the hands of Laurynas Razas and how much of a gap he can pull while the other cars in pits.
Finally gets moving, still slow, still waiting for the time to clock out. By the way, Baklajani back on the racetrack. I see them in the pit lane. A big shame, they lost a lot of time and they are currently P16, but well, you never know what happens when you're behind the wheel of your sim. The computer sometimes get tired faster than the human being is, and that's, well, you have simply live with that. But good to see Baklajani back on the racetrack just to try and finish this race. We know how the story went. He was running 5th and he was looking pretty strong, so the result will not reflect his performance.
I don't think it matters too much. Again, another one of those solo entries. It's all about getting to the end.
Oh man, and he's straight receiving it right through penalty straight while coming back on the track for crossing the line. So he will have to enter the pit lane again. So 56 seconds. And our calculations were that Laurynas Razas will need roughly 50 seconds for the splash and dash. So this is a battle on the track.
It will be tight, definitely. And them not seeing each other will probably make it a bit more difficult. Laurynas will have to run till the end of the tank just to have the lightest car possible at all times. I don't think there's a point for him to even try and save. I don't think there's even a theoretical chance to save enough.
Definitely not. That's definitely not gonna happen. They have to perform on the racetrack, and we will see how they will be able to manage that. With Gustas Malakauskas behind the wheel of this Oreca, he is a threat. He's definitely a threat, even though Laurynas Razas is quite fast behind the wheel of his car. It's a big question if that's gonna be enough, because Gustas Malakauskas, he should definitely know that. He should definitely know the strategy of his rival, and that's what he's gonna try to achieve.
Our first stint was about 15 seconds of a gain for Gustas Malakauskas. that was everybody at full push. So if he gains about 15 seconds in an hour and a half, it would be super duper tight. But I think Dream to Drive needs to keep an eye out. They probably know the delta that they need from... They know how much time they need to spend from pit in to pit out. So probably they're having a look at the gap. And they kind of know that when the gap gets quite small, they'll need to pit and they'll need to fight for the position. If the case is that Gustas Malakauskas is quicker.
Yep, that should be 32.8. That should be... Oh, that's actually 32.5, so he gained 7/10 in the course of one lap.
Tire. This is new tires, you know, full push, quite clear cold track. So I think his pace should be revisited in about 5 laps time. I think that will be more representative.
Yep, and Lorena Frazas definitely can be in the 1:32 zone. His previous lap was slightly slower due to traffic. Now we see Gustas Malakauskas being slightly stuck, and that's the story of the whole race. Look, 1 minute 32.6 from Lorena Frazas, and the gap shows to be 56.4 now.
So Razas responds. Interesting to see that. Not that I'm saying Lorenas cannot drive 32s, but does he feel that much under threat? I guess the bigger gap you can pull out, the better, but depends on how many risks you're taking, and it's just important to not be taking too much risk, or else, well, your race can end in the barrier. And if you don't have a long stop still to do, well, you're kind of screwed. There's not much you can do then. This is International Racing Team still coming through. Last time round, 1 minute 33.2. So what he gained last time round, he loses this time round. So this is how I think this traffic race will continue to grow and go on for the next hour and 17 minutes, and it will all be decided after that final splash. For the Dream to Drive car, this is International Racing Team passing. Nope, spun around, whoever that was, but a completely solo spin. Having a look at Razas, 31.9, biggest lap by him, 31.8 by Simon Speff in the Sean Clark Racing car, and Malkauskas has a 31.7 as his quickest lap. Leo Bryan 32.1. Bing Bong Racing Team has actually set a 1:31.7. 1:31.7 also by Velociraptor. They when fastest lap of the race is still held by Italia Racing Team 31. Have a look at the GT3s that we have on track at the moment. Leading the way is Sean Clark Racing GT. They've led it all the way, except for a few laps when cars were pitting. Go to Motorsport sit at second, third for race spot. Sim Racing Team, Spectron Racing Team in fourth, fifth for Lopen Esports Exiles, and Dream to Drive Junior sit in sixth, and GT3s have all done their long stops except for Taiga Motorsport Racing Team. They've done 4 out of 5. That's top 10, and also Bedrezzini Racing have not completed their finals. And then LMP2, are we missing missing any long stops from anyone. Paris Callan, we miss one long stop from them, and nobody else is running.
Lopen Pro Esports Team Ltd. Also, they are running 13th at this moment in the LMP2 class. They still have to make that long stop.
Yep.
In the meantime, on the racetrack,
only them that owe a long stop in LMP2.
yeah. So on the racetrack, Dream to Drive managed to go around Jean-Claude Racing on the track to get that lap back from the leading car, but they lost roughly 2 seconds to the International Race Team, decreasing the gap from 56 to 54 seconds. Maybe something happened on the track because when Dream to Drive passed Jean-Claude Racing, both of the cars lost roughly 2 seconds on that lap. That's 32.9 from Laurynas Razas this time, equaling 32.9 to Gustas Malakauskas. He meets traffic, needs to deal with it. Jean-Claude Racing holding on to the back end of the Dream to Drive. They have nothing to worry about. Oh, small contact between a GT3 car and Jean-Claude Racing. Nothing too much, just a slight touch. What about the International Racing Team with Gustas Malakauskas behind the wheel? Yeah, he has a clean track in front of him at this moment, can perform to the max, and he's about to cross the line, and we will find out how fast he was this lap. But the pace is definitely quite close of all the 3 leading cars, and the best situation is currently belonging to Jean-Claude Racing, while the closest battle in the GT3 class is between the Dream to Drive and International Racing teams, even though it doesn't look like so while looking at the board of the results. But we know that International Racing team will go to the end, and the Dream to Drive team will have to make that short splash and dash, which takes roughly around, to our calculations, something around 50 seconds.
Yep, it will be a very, very close battle as we head towards the very end of the race. We haven't seen any other real battles developing that would come into effect at the end of the race.
Maybe between the GT3s, between Golden Motorsports, Race Sports Sim Racing Team and Spectron Race Team. They are on the same lap. Maybe some different strategies might put them slightly closer together, so we have to keep an eye on that one.
Remember that the LMP2 pit stop window is open. GT3 opens in about 15 minutes time if you really want to make it safe until the end. So if you've got fuel for about 20 minutes, once you pit in, you'll have enough to take yourself to the end.
1 minute 32.4 for International Racing Team. They are giving absolutely everything to try and keep that pressure as high as possible. Karas Callet just completed the last long pit stop, so leaving only Lopen Pro Esports Team Ltd with 1 long pit stop on the clock. This early night, 1 hour and 10 minutes of race still remain. 32.1, Laurynas Razas responding to the speed of Gustas Malakauskas. He just shows that he's there, he's fast, and he's not giving up.
I think he's trying to do this more as a deterrent to Gustas Malakauskas. To be like, no, don't do it, because we'll be able to match you anyway.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he really wants to push for the next hour and 10 and 6 minutes, just constantly uninterrupted, flat out. I don't think that's something he'd want to do. So he's probably trying to issue a warning to Gustas Malakauskas and just say, drop the pace, please. And I'm sure Gustas Malakauskas will listen to zero. of what Logan Lasrazes is trying to say through his lap times, because his only goal is to push the max. Whatever he can do, push and see what happens. Because they've got space behind for the mid-lap crisis car. It's coming close to an hour to go. If they make a mistake, and they can probably recover it. And even if they don't, you know, it's better sometimes to fail trying rather than not try at all. And I think Gustav Smahauskas will definitely put on a challenge against the Dream to Drive team. Unfortunately, we'll only see it in the final few moments of this race.
32.9. Mid-lap rises. Lee O'Brien is far from tired, and his lap times are also pretty fast. Previous lap time was 32.9. The last lap was 33.1. Bing Bongs are also performing. So all the drivers are kind of already really familiar with the track and the flow of it. And as soon as they get clear track, all of them can go at a very similar pace, which makes the racing even more exciting and pretty hard for the drivers to change something on the track. You try to put out a threat with a fast lap time, but then most likely your rival will be able to respond with maybe even slightly faster lap. And that's proper racing, actually. That's what you see on TVs, on your big screens during those race weekends, where the drivers do similar stuff while racing on the racetracks.
Well, I mean, in IMSA, you obviously have the cautions that really play a big effect. You're kind of just trying to stay on the lead lap. That's your main goal in the Daytona 24, real life. Just stay on the lead lap, or be not more than like 2 laps down, especially come like end of race, because whenever you have a caution, you'll likely get lucky and be passed around. International Racing Team on your screens. And just a few minutes to go until we'll be able to officially say that we're under an hour to go. I'm looking at Worldsimseries timing. It doesn't match with what we have on... Doesn't match what we have on in the sim. Not sure why, but yeah, timing has experienced a few issues this week, so we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's an answer. No, I thought that would be an answer for timing. This is Sean Clark Racing, your LMP2 leader. They've actually had a relatively quiet race, because once they got up into second, they were kind of always there and not really ever able to catch up to International Racing Team. And then when International Racing Team ran into troubles, Sean Clark Racing was there to pick up the lead, and they've held it since. So for around half the race, they shared the spoils. Half the race went to the way of International Racing Team, and the other half is going to Sean Clark Racing. And if they do win, It will be a win in 2 years in succession.
Yep, and they would win in both of the classes this year.
Yep.
Both cars are
Well, the
currently leading.
GT3 also needs to get to the end, so... GT3, I would say, is more comfortable than yeah, because GT3 is 3 laps ahead. They're more comfortable, definitely, than the LMP2 team.
Oh man, Lorena Strazas, he lost quite a lot of time in the previous 2 laps and still being stuck in the traffic. His previous lap time was slower than 1 minute and 34. I didn't catch up what the next numbers were. This lap was 1 minute 33.0, and Gustas Malakauskas keeps delivering every lap after lap. And the gap is now down to 53. That's really, really an important number, because this Dream to Drive car is yet to make a pit stop in this race, because they will need to come in and put a little bit of fuel.
They've already made pit stops in this race. They've still got 1 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, they need to make one last pit stop. And they know that. And Laurinas Razas is currently, well, being the best of his own, trying to deal with the traffic. As soon as he hits the clear track, he's really fast. Sometimes you have to deal with the traffic, and sometimes it gets unfortunate. He managed to overtake Jean-Claude Racing, which actually, I'm pretty sure, are just trying to circle around the track to reach the finish line. 1 hour and 3 minutes to go. They maybe they are maybe saving a little bit of fuel. They came into the pit lane with, well, they came out onto the track with 1 hour and 36 minutes on the clock, so they are tight on the fuel. So maybe a little bit of slower driving just to try and save that fuel, but not too slow. 1 minute 33.3, so they are actually faster than the Dream to Drive car. But the fastest man on the track definitely is Gustas Malakauskas, who is just driving around and trying to keep that pressure as high as possible, and doing it really nicely. 52.8.
Right, 52.7 seconds, that's the gap. Another 3/10 gained last time round. Both of them getting stuck in traffic. We'll see. This will be a more difficult lap of traffic for the International Racing Team, because they've also got to navigate that LMP2. So if the LMP2 doesn't put up too much of a fight, get past, we'll see if they can continue their charge upfield. It will be tight at the very end. Will be interesting if Laurinas Razas does have enough time to put in fuel.
So Gustas Malakauskas is getting slightly stuck. If you, well, maybe he's just using the slipstream, and he goes around the empty 24 hours team, and that might have seemed like being stuck a little bit, but also a little bit of help down the straights, because that slipstream sometimes does do magic. 1 minute 33.0 for Laurinas Razas. That's gonna be quite close. Maybe 1 minute 33.5 for Gustas Malakauskas, as he will cross the line now. And yep, that's 133.4. They continue their battle. And, well, that's brilliant performance by all the drivers on the racetrack, mostly by Dream to Drive and International Racing Team. They are still fighting for that P2 of this race. Both teams suffered issues. Dream to Drive suffered right at the beginning of this race when Tauras Tonila fled into space and went missing in first corner. they lost time in that situation while having to reconnect to the race. And International Racing Team, they also had some sort of issues with connection, and they had a couple of unexpected pit stops where we didn't have the chance to figure out what happened exactly there. But
For International Racing Team?
Yep.
They told us. They said they crashed.
Yeah, they crashed.
Well, one was a disconnect, and the other one they just hit another team.
Yeah. Okay.
They were very blunt about it. Like they just said, "Yeah, we hit another car, so we have to stop."
Yep. So that's the issues
at least
that
they weren't lying.
Yeah, that's the issues that International Racing Team had. And that's why they are battling for P2. Two cars that had issues, still battling for P2 in a huge field of LMP2s in the Daytona 12 Hours event on the Worldsimseries platform. That's the performance. And, well, if none of the teams would have had issues, we most likely would have had 3 teams fighting for the win. But that's racing, and a lot of different issues arise for the teams and for the drivers, and sometimes well, there are a lot of times where you can say I could have won that one and another one and the next one, but there's always something underway that changes what's possible. Racebot Sim Racing Team, 1.7 seconds behind Goated Motorsports. Did they take an extra pit stop? They have the same amount of pit stops. The Goated Motorsports had 60 seconds gap to the 3rd place. Now the gap has disappeared.
157 last time round for Goated. I'm going to guess pit last lap, same as Sean Clark, right?
Yep, that's probably.
157 is their in lap. We should have an out lap timing. It is
147, so that might have been an out lap, or that might have been issues.
But the lap was highlighted in red. I think that means pit lane. Sean Clark Racing say they've been driving a damaged car for some stints. I guess that's about the LMP2. So I'm not sure if the GT3 even had contact throughout the race. No, maybe they had a warning for something, but the cars that run at the front, you don't often see them in the incident table sheet that we have here and that the stewards have. The higher up the car, normally the less on that sheet they are prevalent. Because these races, well, a single mistake, a single touch can really lead to a team's struggle. So 56 minutes to go, we're finally under the hour. GT3s are in their pit stop window as well.
Yep, so maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's where Goated Motorsports have taken.
I think it was a bit too early because I mean 56 minutes. I think that'll be on edge. Not sure. Maybe somebody in YouTube chat can correct me, but I think 56 is already tight for GT3s. Maybe they can save enough to make it to the end.
We'll find that out.
Like, would 1 hour be enough? Can you make 1 hour at Daytona in GT3s?
Well, if anyone knows, you're free to give out information like this. If not, that would mean that Goated Motorsports made a mistake somewhere in their calculations of the strategy, or maybe they were forced to take a pit stop, which then turned out into a too early pit stop before the end of the race.
I think Sean Clark Racing will definitely have to splash, but it doesn't really matter for them because they'll stay in P1.
Sean Clark Racing will definitely stay in P1. They can actually do maybe 5 splashes in this race just for the sake of fun.
They can actually do a long pit if they want.
Oh, that's close. That's close. Look how those LMP2s are much faster around those corners with those more aerodynamically efficient race cars.
And about 300 kilos lighter as well,
Yeah.
depending on the BOP.
That's scary for those GT3s sometimes. Looking at the gap between Dream to Drive and International Raceway, it's still coming down. That's already 51.2. Yes.
We've been speaking so much about International Racing Team and Daytona International Speedway that they've merged into one, and now it's International Speedway Racing Team.
Yeah, it's already...
It's getting late. It's getting extremely late, and we're getting extremely tired.
It is actually getting extremely early already in our country.
Oh, I'd still call it late. I think from 5 a.m. I could call it early.
Okay.
You said you're an old. You said you're an old man and and whatever. So you said it yourself about half an hour ago. Or,
I don't.
No, maybe an hour ago.
I cannot recall the times where I stayed awake for that long into the night. That's why I call it early in the morning. Let's call it this like this.
Well, normally if you stay up this late, you probably don't remember anything next morning, anyway. So maybe that's part of the reason why you don't remember.
Yeah. Now we are sticking with the battle for P2 in the GT3 class, and both of us are still unaware of what's the outcome gonna be between these two cars. Most probably, Race Spot Sim Racing Team will visit the pit lane. And the biggest question is for Goated Motorsports, will they have enough fuel in the tank to go till the end? Samulon is currently behind the wheel of number 36 Goated Motorsports car, and Jaromski behind the wheel of the number 31 Race Spot Sim Racing Team Mercedes. Both teams using the same car, to no surprise, because the Mercedes is the most popular car in the GT3 class on the field this evening.
I'd like to see more variety in the GT3s. I think there maybe some more BOP adjustments, but the AMG Cup is maybe not as nice as because we've already got a spec class in the LMP2s, and essentially we've got a spec class in GT3s with. Is there anyone in the top 10 who's not driving a Mercedes? Dream to Drive Junior, right?
Yep.
Are they in the top 10?
Yep, they are. They are 7th. And that's the only Lamborghini in the top 10s. We have 2 Lamborghinis outside the top 10. Motorhome Team Racing Esports and Afterlife DL Racing Team.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more brands. I'd like to see the BMWs, the Porsches, everything come in and race on the same track. Oh, who's that? Sean Clark Racing, I think, getting past and almost tagging the Race Spot Sim Racing Team on the inside.
Nope, Sean Clark Racing is a little bit further behind.
We have information that Goated pitted and Race Spot has one more stop to do. Goated did pit, but we're not exactly sure if they can make it to the end on the amount of fuel that they have.
But I'm assuming they do.
I mean, they pitted early, right? It was an early pit stop.
So Racepot lost a little bit of time in the traffic, losing roughly 3 seconds, or even 4 seconds to the rivals.
No, but they wouldn't be fuel saving. There's no point for them to save any. Goated Motorsport, also one of the recovery stories. We had them very far down after the first few laps. Then I remember they went up, then they went down, and now they're back up to second again. We had another team like this. They were down, then up, and now down, but I do not recall the name. A lot of teams. I'm sure a lot of teams will have many cool and interesting stories to tell once today's race finishes. Daytona's always special wherever you finish. I think it's incredibly special for those running this race alone. It's incredibly special for those who are gunning for victories tonight, and it's a legendary race on a legendary circuit. So I'm very happy to see battles still going on, to see the race still thriving, and a lot of cars still on track. You know, normally in these races you have quite a few retirements, but on track at the moment. Lost the results. On track at the moment, we have 39 cars still circulating.
So only 6 cars missing from the start. This is a good outcome to the 12-hour event.
Really good. To have such a low
DQ
count of cars. Not DQ.
Oh,
DNF.
I mean DNF. I'm sorry. Yeah.
We actually have a very
I should
high
be DQ'd now.
should have been done. Should have been done on lap 1.
Yeah.
Lap 1 has been done.
Yeah.
It's too late now. In terms of DQs, there's actually a lot of DQs. I can see 3 DQs.
Yep, 3 DQs.
But all of them are for not serving penalties.
Yep, that's the ADQ from the penalty system itself.
Yep. It's not down to the stewards really disliking someone, but it's just because you need to serve a penalty in a timely manner, and if you don't, the system will penalize you for that.
Racing Sandwich has completed 9 long pit stops out of 5 mandatory ones, so definitely facing issues towards the end of the race. They were kind of in the top 10s at one point of this race. Definitely doesn't go to plan as planned at the second half of the race. And there's 6/10 shaved off the lead of the Dream to Drive team. So the battle is still on, and it would be a different story. I'm pretty sure about it if those cars would be on the track at this moment. So Laurinas Razas needs to stay out on the track for as long as he can, just to not get involved into the direct battle if he wants to bring his Dream to Drive car to the finish line in P2, because as soon as he'll be back on the track and Gustas sees him, he's gonna be the target right in front of Gustas, at least to our calculations. But it might be also a inverse story where Laurinas Razas will get back on the racetrack behind Gustas. So that might change everything. But of course, Laurinas Razas will stay out on the track for as long as he can, and that might happen right at the end of this race. What time will Laurinas Razas pit? To your calculations.
With about 10 minutes ago. 10 to 20 minutes ago.
10 to 20 minutes. So still roughly 24 minutes remain.
Information that calculate that very quickly. About 25 minutes to go.
So yep, that's 10 to 20
right.
minutes. Yep.
About 15 to 20 minutes from the end. I'd say 20 minutes at the end. They'll pull the car in just to be safe to not run out of fuel, or at least not splutter coming down to pit road.
That's your Dream to Drive team. And Tron Clark Racing are definitely on. Well, I was about to say definitely on a fuel-saving strategy, but they are within the 1 minute and 33 low zone, but already 80 seconds ahead of Dream to Drive, which was one full lap after they entered the track. One full lap is roughly 90 seconds, so they lost 10 seconds when they went back on the racetrack. RSTP received a drive-through penalty. Either I'm blind or I don't see the RSTP team on the list, so maybe I'm blind.
It's getting dark. That's why we don't see them.
But who received the penalty? I've just noticed that RSTP received a penalty, but oh yeah, they are 6th. Do we have them on the list? No. So
no,
where did they go? Nope. What if you look at the results? Or maybe the results are playing games with us on the Worldsimseries platform. But I see RSTP team being in the 6th place. The Worldsimseries list. Oh yeah, they are back 7th. They are 7th on this list.
Okay, I was gonna say, have they been disqualified?
They were gone and they are back. 16 seconds behind Velociraptors. Did they serve the penalty? I think they just served the penalty. Yep, 2 minutes 4.
Battle actually coming back in GT3, I think, for P2.
Yes, that's the race spot sim racing team.
Yeah,
they still.
but I think they've closed the gap a little bit.
Yeah, they dropped down to 4.9 seconds. Now they are gaining back, but they should still make one pit stop, where Golden Motorsports should stay on the track because they made their pit stop. But we are assuming that the timing with the pit stops might be tied also for the Golden Motorsports team.
But RaceSpot still owe us a pit stop. We're not sure about Golden Motorsport.
International Racing Team losing a little bit of time in the previous lap time, 1 minute 35.7. They lost 3 seconds. The gap is back up to 56.5 seconds now.
So Lurinas has us really managing that gap. Like I said, it was... we needed to give time to Gustas Malakauskas until he used up all of the new tire rubber. And then we saw the real pace of the car. They were very quick. But I don't know. I don't think it will be enough. To be honest, I don't think it will be enough to jump them. It might be enough to be very close to the point where being so close will be the extra motivation and the kick that they needed.
International Racing Team still in some sort of problems. I'm pretty sure they have to deal with the traffic. 57.8. That's what the Dream to Drive guys want to see on the tables. While the pit stop, the short pit stop of the Dream to Drive approaches, RSTP Esports Team, another drive-through penalty for cutting. And they are back into 6th place. Whom did we lose?
For cutting the track or cutting the pit lane lines?
I don't know. You tell me. It was just for
cutting track.
Okay, so that's for cutting track. So they are back in 6th? I don't know, they are down in 7th again.
Seven.
Yeah, so the timetable is also a little bit tired and keeps hiding some of the drivers, some of the teams from time to time, just to make my head go round and round and spin a little bit more than it is now.
Okay, are you looking at the timing screen?
Should I be?
No. Question. And this is gonna prove or disprove my point. Most incidents during the race. The incident points.
I don't know. That's a good question. Most incident points. I'm not looking. Can a team do 119 incident points?
No.
That's too much.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, my guess was 119.
No. Finally, you were far away. 60 points. Which is actually not bad. I mean, that's pretty okay. I'm sure if they sent you out on track, maybe you'd get 119 points, but the drivers have been a bit more disciplined. However much we look at the penalty sheet, it looks like everyone's been very, very naughty today, but actually, if you look at the incident counts, not that bad. And the race has calmed down quite a lot.
Our RSTP drive-through penalty for speeding. What about an ending for a race like this? You keep getting back into the pit lane. Who is that on the grass? There's an LMP2 on the grass. It looks like that's no one of our leaders, but it's hard to tell which car is that, especially in the dark. Oh, esports team disqualified, drive-through not taken. There goes another one. With 35 minutes of race to go, you collect those.
That hurts.
Oh man, that's really something. they did quite a good job.
RSTP?
Yep, it was RSTP, as if I could see that clearly. They are still on track. They are still going. But that was a message from race control, from the app. Still on track. But not on the results of Virtual Sims Racing Series. They have hidden the RSTP from the results, but they let them go around the Daytona International Raceway. That's interesting. Yep. Bye-bye. No more RSTP. That's a shame. That's really a big shame. 59.7. Dream to Drive versus International Racing Team. What happened to Gustas Malakauskas? Did he...
I think that's just traffic. Because I saw it last lap, it was about 58, and it's not a crazy slow lap time. So I think it's just traffic. I think he also kind of understands that the end is near, and they may just be a little too far away. I still don't understand the RSTP Sports penalty. So they're...
disqualified,
okay.
drive-through not taken.
Yeah. But they had 8 minutes ago, they get a penalty for a drive-through, right?
Yeah.
Then they come on to the pits, I guess, and they get a penalty for cutting the track.
Yep.
Right? Then they come into the pits, they serve the penalty for cutting the track, but they get a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So the first penalty was 8 minutes ago. The next one comes 4 minutes ago. Then the speeding in pit lane penalty comes 2 minutes ago, so back-to-back serving of those two penalties. And then 2 minutes ago, I think exactly as they exited... No, as soon as they got the speeding in pit lane penalty, 2 seconds later, they get... no, 22 seconds later, they get disqualified.
Yeah.
But that's a bad run of events. I don't know. Maybe they should ask Velociraptor.
Oh, a lot of GT3s come into the pit lane. Oh yeah, Velociraptor. I know what you mean.
Yeah, because they reversed down. At least we still think they reversed down pit lane to try and cancel a pit lane speeding penalty. It didn't work. They were definitely stopped on pit entry, not in a penalty box or anything. They were stopped before the pit entry line.
I think they are trying to reconnect. That's why we always get the same notification, RSTP disqualifying for not serving the penalty, and now they disconnected from the server. Oh man, that got a hurt. That's Gustas Malakauskas flying by RaceSpot Sim Racing Team, who are trying to gain on Golden Motorsports, while Gustas Malakauskas tries to gain on the Dream to Drive car, the Dream to Drive team. But a big shame, he lost roughly 9 seconds in the course of previous 5 laps, I believe. So that's also something not going as planned for our number 8 car in the LMP2 class. Is he going to the pit lane? Yes, indeed he is. So RaceSpot Sim Racing Team, as projected before, they have to take that splash and dash. 1 minute 47.
RaceSpot is still on track.
No, RaceSpot is in the pit lane.
No, but we're watching RaceSpot. No, I'm watching a replay. Right, okay. Right, this... half an hour to go. Okay, I'm watching a replay from 10 minutes ago. Right, it's getting late. It's definitely getting late. We've just half an hour to go. I've got both of them on my screen at the same time.
That's how I ended up watching a replay for at least 10 minutes.
And I've been watching it for a while as well.
So I was wondering why we have bad communication. Oh man. Good news for you. You don't have 40 minutes of race remaining. You have only 30.
I just skipped 10 minutes of the race. Hey, at least we're having fun. And I hope people watching, the 51 people still watching us, I hope they're having fun as well.
Oh man, that's a long race.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were talking about the international racing team losing time, and I see them actually gaining time on the last lap, and I thought, okay, sure.
Yeah. Look, it's 65 seconds already. And he's constantly within the 1 minute and 34s. And I don't see him being stuck in the traffic too much. So what's being the reason? Does he need to save fuel? But he was the latest of the LMP2s to go into the pit lane. So, well, now he's stuck in traffic definitely. But
I think he's backed off of it. I think he's not taking the risk anymore. He's got the mid-lap crisis car at 57 seconds behind. And I don't think he wants to take that risk anymore. I think they kind of know that Dream to Drive have got the legs, and this was crucial, I think, from Lourinas Razas. When he showed the pace that he could still do on used tires, on quite a bit of fuel, I think that really showed the international racing team that it would be very, very difficult to still catch up. This is Dream to Drive. We expect them to be in the next 10 minutes for their final splash.
Yep, and still a lot of drive-thrus coming into our views. So that's definitely the tiredness of the teams and the drivers. Not of all of them. We have mid-lap crisis in P4 with a team which stands out of one driver. That's Lee O'Brien doing a phenomenal job. His last lap time was 1 minute 33.7.
Oh, no, we have an answer. We have an answer. They clipped their rear wing.
Oh, man.
They had contact somewhere. They said they would never compromise for P3, all or nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what happened, and that's why they started dropping pace.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't settle down, especially when they had the pace advantage, and that was a little bit too much, but there's nothing you can do. That was what they needed to do. They had to take the risk, because that was one strong battle for P2. Well, it still kind of is, maybe not that certain, and well, yeah, already 70 seconds, almost 70 seconds behind without pace. There's nothing that Gustas Malakauskas can do in this situation. So, well, he took his chance and he made it quite nicely and quite impressively. Now that's the part of the race where it hurts a little bit more than it should, when you know you did everything you can, and some small accident or incident slowed you down, but still not giving up. You never know what's in front. There's 25 minutes on the clock. A lot of things can go wrong.
That disconnect was still, I think that their goal was to win, and anything short of that was disappointing.
Yep.
So when they had that disconnect, I think that was the disappointing part. I don't think clipping the rear wing and then losing the fight for P2 hurts as much as that disconnect did, and how unfortunate it was for the team, and how much time they lost on such a simple thing, and something that wasn't even their fault, right? If you have a crash, most of the time you had a chance to avoid it. Even if the crash was your fault, you still had a chance to avoid it most of the time. but something like a disconnect, there's not much you can do.
Alan P2's running off the track, getting in the way of the GT3 Spectron Racing. We're really close to Race Spot Sim Racing Team, or maybe we've missed it. Maybe Race Spot Sim Racing Team came out of the pit lane behind Spectron and managed to overtake them, because looking at the pace, they are much faster. So maybe that was the case that brought these two GT3s close to each other. Yeah, but I thought it is a battle building up for P3 in the GT3 class, but it looks like it's not the case. There's a small possibility that the Godes Motorsports team will have to enter the pit lane, or at least save some fuel. Well, if they need to save fuel, and if they can, and if they need to save fuel, they will not lose that much. They have 40 seconds advantage. It looks like they're going slightly slower than before, so maybe they are saving the fuel to avoid coming into the pit lane at the very end of this race. At least by Gustav's calculations, the Godes Motorsports are really tight with the fuel in this race. We have to wait till the end to find that out. In the meantime, Dream to Drive, while not being that much under pressure, where it looks like Gustas Malakauskas find a good rhythm with that clipped wing. His last lap time was 1 minute 33.7, so at least the pace stabilized, but the gap is already up to 68 seconds, which, well, should give plenty of time for the Dream to Drive team to change the tires, even if they don't need to. But
you know, it's still, every time you enter the pits, it's a risk. Okay, in the real world, you risk something going wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got the crew operating on the car. They need to change tires. They need to put fuel in. There's human mistakes. Here, we've seen a lot of pit lane speeding penalties. We've seen a lot of pit entry white line penalties. It's not over till it's over, because if they get a penalty, they lose the position.
Yep. So,
2 or 3 more laps, I guess. 4 maybe? I think they're also not going to run it super duper tight, just to not risk running out of fuel.
Yep, they don't need to risk it now. And 1 or 2 lap difference doesn't make that big of a difference with the timing being still in the pit lane till the tank will get the needed amount of fuel. So the pit stop is right around the corner for Lorena Frazas. But up until now, they raced a phenomenal race. Oh, Jean-Claude Racing sliding around. Running a little bit too deep into the international horseshoe. Maybe starting to celebrate a little bit too early. Trying to dance with the car around the corners, understanding that these are the final moments of 2024 12 hours of Daytona race, while being in the lead and having a healthy one. Still, Dream to Drive managed up until now, until they make that pit stop, to be within the same lap with Sean Clark Racing, and they had been disconnected at the very start of the race.
Yep. Well, both teams on the podium in second and third have had disconnects. And they're both at a similar gap, and they both have had crashes. So they're both kind of in the same boat here. Both have had a very similar race experience, other than the fact that International Racing Team led for half the race, while Dream to Drive were recovering for all of that time, and then at the midpoint of the race they
Godes Motorsports drive through for cutting. I think they have just been in traffic and they received a drive-through. That's they have.
Wow! Did somebody just overtake on the apron?
Yep, that's one of
that LMP2 just. Yeah, it's getting late, but that was. Wow. Okay.
So 34 seconds lead. That will turn into practically nothing between Goated Motorsports and RaceSpot's sim racing team. I think the drive-through takes roughly 30 seconds. Let's look.
Now the question is, if they did not speed into the pits, it looked quite tight. Obviously hard to see now that the sun has gone down. We don't see those lines as clearly, but I think it's tight.
Yeah, but it's still enough. That's 10 seconds. 145.2 for RaceSpot's sim racing team. That's a change in the situation. 13 seconds, and if Goated Motorsports are saving fuel, now they are at risk of losing.
I don't think they were saving fuel. I think they were trying to not get a penalty for cutting the track. I think that's why the pace dropped.
Maybe it was, and they still received a penalty. So Jean-Claude Racing drive-through for cutting. Jean-Claude Racing drive-through for cutting. Our race leaders have just received a drive-through. What on earth is happening? Well, they still remain in the lead. The drive-through is quite short. It's roughly 30, even less than 30 seconds. It's 20 seconds, maybe 25 seconds. So they will still have a healthy lead, but why on earth you receive a drive-through at the very end of the race?
Were they the car overtaking everyone on the apron?
No, they were not. It was black and red LMP2. This one was definitely not overtaking under.
How did you see the color of the car in the darkness?
I don't know.
I just saw an LMP2
I have glasses on my nose. Okay. I have glasses on my... You can look at the replay, you know, but don't stick it with it. But I think it was a black and red car.
I'd rather not look at the replay anymore, because I'll be commentating 10 minutes after the race is finished already.
You are a commentator from the past. Yep.
I commentate on events 10 minutes ago. If anyone misses anything, though, great.
You'll to drive in the pit lane, that's long, that's taking long. Isn't that too long? Does he need that much fuel? He keeps going.
No, I think they're safe.
Think he's safe?
Yeah,
probably he is.
Through NASCAR,
oh yeah,
they're coming into the Le Mans chicane. They're safe.
More
More safe than we expected, I think.
Drive-through taken. Dream to Drive remain in the lead. Yep, so that's Dream to Drive remaining within the same lap of Jean-Claude Racing. At least that's a small achievement. And the gap is down to...
The only very good thing here for Dream to Drive, and I don't think it will come into play, but if Sean Clark Racing had a penalty of time, they would end up a very big penalty of time. Dream to Drive would end up in front because they're not a lap down. Only good thing I can think of here. Only important thing. Unless, obviously, Sean Clark Racing get a few more penalties, just to spice things up.
So the gap remains virtually the same. Of the splash and dash on the drive-through. Oh, okay, the clock is going crazy. Yep, that's... Still unable to tell us what the real gap is. Jumping up and down. Team Kamikaze, by the way, out of the race at the very end of this event. Yep, so it's roughly 85 seconds. So Laurinas Razas was stationary for about 15 seconds because he was about 70 seconds behind Jean-Claude Racing before they took their drive-through penalty. So, Yep, that's looking good for the Dream to Drive team. 40 seconds ahead of International Racing Team. And 15 minutes till the end of this race. 9.7 seconds separating Goated Motorsports and RaceSpot Sim Racing Team. That's also looking like a safe gap if everything goes as planned. But that is one small gap, one of the smaller ones in the field. Well, of course, we have Italia Race. Oh, we have Italia Racing and Manolo Racing, separated by 9 seconds. Dream to Drive jumping over the curb. That might be another penalty for cutting the track. That was risky.
Depends how many cuts they still have remaining. Italia Racing and Manolo Racing have been locked together for this whole race.
That's the battle for P10.
And funnily enough, they've both been fighting for P2 together, and they both fell down, way down the grid, down onto P10
and 11.
The gap for GT3 P3 is not really closing in. Closing in a little bit, but not too much.
Look at the lap time of Lorena Strazas while he was flying around those curves. He's 131.9.
Maybe they did tires.
Oh, the race sport.
Off wide.
Back on track, losing quite a lot of time. They were trying to gain on Goated Motorsport team. 1.5 seconds per lap faster. So they have the chance. Well, at least they are faster, but that's not looking to be enough, especially when they are going on the grass rather than on the tarmac.
"13 minutes to go, with 11 hours and 47 minutes of racing already completed.
Dream to Drive Junior, 6th in the GT3 class, running 1:44.7. What happened with the Dream to Drive guys? 1:31.7 for Lorena Strazas. He's trying to prove something. That's definitely.
He wants to go for fastest lap.
He misses 3/10 to Italia Racing Team LMP2 car on the fastest lap time. What position does this lap put him in? That's their personal fastest lap time. 0.06 of a second faster than the fastest lap time of International Racing Team. Fastest lap time is 0.11 of a second faster than the fastest lap time of Bing Bongs. Slightly slower than the fastest lap time of the Velociraptor Racing Team. But he's still pushing. If he has the juice in the tires left, maybe he changed tires. So he definitely changed tires. That's why he's flying. And the Dream to Drive Junior, I think that's the same scenario. 1:44.3. I think the Dream to Drive Junior have just set the fastest lap time of the GT3 field, because 1:44.6 was the fastest lap time of Jan Nimtz. So that's definitely the fastest lap time. So the guys changed the tires, not only fuel. They didn't only splash and dash. That's for sure.
Yep, and they've still got 40 seconds behind them, so they can continue on to push. So Dream to Drive Junior, they actually have a chance at a position here at the end of the race. Dream to Drive don't, but Dream to Drive Junior do. 6.8 seconds in front.
Yeah. Sorry.
About, what is it? Ooh, about 5 or 6 laps to go. if they're gaining a second a lap, they'll be right on FDV's tail.
.1 for the Dream to Drive juniors. They're having a blast. They are just simply having fun on the track already. Yep. Even fighting with the LMP2s. Being faster than some of the LMP2 cars. 1 minute 31.758 for Lorena Saza. Still 0.3 off of the fastest lap time in the LMP2 class.
Maybe Lorena has been promised a bonus.
Maybe. Yep, that's high probability.
I wonder if the juniors have been promised a promotion if they get the fastest lap. Have they got the fastest lap?
Yep, they have got the fastest lap. The fastest lap time by half of a second.
Wow, Team Kamikaze just got a 138-second stop and go for did not wait minimum time.
They just took it. They just took it.
Oh, yep, they just took it. No, I was watching the timing screen, not the replay this time. So I was waiting for the timing screen to load up.
Yep, they are currently 34th overall. 5.4 seconds between FDV Shizuko team and the Dream to Drive juniors. I'm not sure if it's possible, but that's worth giving a shot. Why not? 1 minute 32.6 for Lorena Frazas. He's not in a battle with anyone. And
Frazas speeds of 31.4, by the way, for fastest lap.
Yep.
He's still got time. He's still got a few laps to try and complete that. Not sure that'll happen with locking up into the horseshoe. Still watching, keeping an eye out on Dream to Drive Junior. Keeping an eye out on Race Spot Sim Racing, because that gap is now down to 4.8 seconds. This is a battle for second in GT3 after 11 hours and 52 minutes and 10 seconds of racing done around Daytona. P2 and P3 in GT3 is separated by just 4.3 seconds. P1, well, they're 3.3 laps away. I think Godin Motorsport have to be saving fuel right now, that they're losing so much.
I think they have been saving for at least the past 20 minutes.
Well, I think I could have chalked it down earlier for just being careful to not get that final drive-through. But that drive-through might prove crucial to them, because if they lose this position, it's all down to that drive-through.
Yes, indeed. And seeing your rival in the rear view mirrors doesn't help the driver with the fact that he needs to save fuel. That's additional amount of pressure.
If they pit, if they refuel, they'll drop to 4th.
Yep. Because Spectrum Racing are quite close to Race Spot Sim Racing team. Well, close enough to take that spot away. That's some drama to the end of this event. Dream to Drive Juniors 2.2 seconds behind FDV, gaining a little bit faster than we anticipated, 2 seconds now. And this is the battle for 5th place in the GT3 class. I think Baklajani going back onto the track to just cross that finish line after having issues with hardware. So another issue with computer for some of our participants. But happy to see that drivers not giving up and getting back on the track. Mid-lap prizes, by the way, are still fourth, 2.2 laps ahead of Bing Bong. Mid-lap prizes is definitely a team of one driver. I'm assuming Bing Bong is also a team of one driver, but maybe a team of friends racing from one place. Look how close the Dream to Drive guys are to FDV Shizuoka Mercedes. 0.4 of a second.
I think they'll make the move soon with the pace they've been showing. 3 seconds gained last lap. This should be, it's almost like a multi-class overtake. And FDV Shizuoka actually doesn't even defend the inside as Dream to Drive Juniors go up a place. Oh,
they were hit from behind. Well, actually, they were pushed slightly forwards from...
more wide down the back. Wow, heading onto the dogleg. 4 wide with just 5 minutes to go in the race. So definitely nobody is slowing down. 2.6 seconds for second in GT3. The GT3 battle has really woken up towards the end of the race here.
Sean Clark Racing last lap time was 1 minute 48.
Penalty?
Sean Clark Racing off the track. Sean Clark Racing has just made a mistake into the barriers, losing even more time. Do they have damage? What happened to our race leaders? Well, they still have a safe gap.
Now SCR has been crashed again by a GT3 and huge crash after bus stop. That's info that we're getting.
Oh man, they still have 55 seconds.
They just went off on their own through the dogleg. They lost the rear. So this is a chance for Dream to Drive if they continue on to push massively. We'll see what Sean Clark Racing does into the Le Mans chicane. They go again. This is race spot. Sim Racing team on a battle
with the Goated Motorsports. Well, Sean Clark Racing have 54 seconds, so they are pretty safe because we have only 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
48 seconds. 48 seconds now for the lead.
Lopen Esports Exiles drive through for cutting. That's car number 28. They are in the GT3 class further down the order. They will not lose any position.
It's all kicked off once again towards the end of the race.
Do we need to extend this one? Maybe give the drivers extra 10 minutes to have even more fun.
Exactly what Sean Clark Racing does not want. And
what a battle!
Under double yellow line. They're not going to make that move. Smart enough to not do it. But Goated Motorsports trying to hold on to their podium position. They've got a few cuts in their back pockets still. To the outside goes
touching the barrier.
Spot Racing team.
Did they touch the outside barrier with the tires?
Maybe that's just what it looked like. Still, side by side on the front stretch. To the inside goes an LMP2 under the double yellow line. I'm not sure the stewards are going to like that too much. Still gaining is Dream to Drive. 44 seconds the gap between them and Sean Clark Racing. I don't know if it will come down anymore. LMP2 down the inside of the Goated Motorsport car. And they've turned up the heat. They've gained a bit of time over race spot Sim Racing team.
Yeah, but will that be enough? I think we're on the penultimate lap.
Where's Sean Clark Racing in this? Where are they on the circuit?
They have just crossed the line, so they started the last lap of this race.
Yep. I think they'll slow down just to make sure they can finish the race. So one more lap for these two teams to battle it out for second place in GT3. And if something happens to them, Spectron Racing are there waiting. 15 seconds behind these two. Coming onto the Le Mans chicane. Big defense from Goated Motorsport to the inside, and they squeeze race spot sim racing team to the outside. Right through goes race spot sim racing team into second place with just 40 seconds to go on the clock, and up into second position. Let's see if Golden Motorsport can do something here. I don't think they can, because they're close on fuel, I think, and they need to save it. This is Sean Clark Racing coming down into the Le Mans chicane.
And that's IRT Baklava.
Look at how early they brake. Wow.
Yeah, look at the last time of Sean Clark Racing, 1 minute 38. The previous lap time was 1 minute 41, so they are definitely off pace. But this is the last lap, and they will still get the win. And I'm pretty sure International Racing Team just sticking behind with the leaders to not drive one more lap, just to take the finish flag of this race. And yep, that's the third place, 1 minute 40.
Sean Clark Racing does take the win in LMP2. Let's jump to the GT3 leaders in Sean Clark Racing GT, and this will be a double for Sean Clark Racing. They're going to win LMP2 and GT3 here at the Daytona 12 Hours on World Sim Series. What a race they have run, and the GT team has dominated all the way through. The LMP team dominated for half the race. Sean Clark Racing GT takes the win from pole to race win. This is still, no, the battle is actually gone, 2.4 seconds. This is race spot sim racing team. They fought all the way to the final seconds, and they're gonna take P2 in GT3. They've overtaken Golden Motorsports with just one lap to go.
Yep, definitely Golden Motorsports will curse on that cut that they have received. The penalty has cost them the second place in this race. Maybe they had to save fuel in the meantime just to finish this race. Not sure the story in the background, but they crossed the line third, and that's actually also a pretty great result. Spectron Racing finishing fourth, and the Dream to Drive guys, the junior team, finishing fifth. In the GT3 class, we have International Racing Team finishing third, with Dream to Drive taking the second step on the podium. What a comeback race, and only 34 seconds behind the leaders. Middle up prizes, our first team with one driver behind the wheel for all of the race, finishing fourth. That's the result. And Carascalet, look at the party after the race. A lot of drivers willing to paint those donuts on the virtual asphalt of Daytona International Raceway. Baklajani managed to get back on the track and finish off the race in P18. So 45 cars started the race. I believe 37, maybe 38 finished the race, which is a pretty decent result for a race like this.
Wow, what a race, and well, thank you, Lukas, for taking it all the way to the end with me. It's been a pleasure. It's been a very long race, and thank you to all the fans who have watched as well.
Likewise, Gustas, thank you too for being through all these 12 hours, which was actually one of the most interesting races, as my memory goes. We always had battles up until the end, and we had position swaps right on the final lap. So this one is definitely to remember, and hopefully it is staying the way it was now with the next coming races on the Worldsimseries platform. And the next big race is in roughly 20 days time on the Nordschleife, so stay tuned while we watch these beautiful views and different colors of the smokes. That's due to the lightning of the cars.
in just 20 days, we'll see you all on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 12 hours of the Nordschleife. It's been me, Gustas, and Lurinas, and thank you all and wish you a good night.
Have a good rest and see you tomorrow evening.